Hey, Carrie.
Hello, hello.
Hi. Where is he?
Good afternoon.
Hey. You ready for an all-nighter?
Yes, actually. I expected we would be in that situation. Yeah. I came with hydration.
Oh yeah, I'll have to make sure I get my water bottle over here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long one.
Dr. Downs, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you very much for having me. This is awesome.
Very good. It'll probably be a little bit before we get to you, but we'll get to you.
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Oh, I've been promoted. Hi, Nisa.
Hi, was that you as administrator? Someone was listed as an administrator.
I don't think I'm coming in as administrator, but I know that it says I was promoted to the panel.
There we go.
That's good.
That's a good thing. You are important to today's discussion.
Just a little bit. Hi, Ricardo.
Oh, I'm not muted. I thought I was muted. Hey, how are you doing?
Good.
Anissa asked me how we felt about doing an all-nighter. So,
No, you're just kidding me, right?
well, I have no idea how long it'll take.
Here all night. I know, Superintendent, you have about 2 hours to give us.
Yeah.
I think that's enough time, to be honest. I think that'll be fine.
I think we're pretty thorough on the deck too. So if you can't get your questions answered, the deck has a lot of the.
Yeah, no. I mean, we'll be here all night for public testimony, which is fine. So the part that you can.
How many people do we have sign up, Anissa, for public testimony? Do we know yet?
I do know that officially, I'll tell you in a sec. Give me a quick sec. At one point, we were at like 25.
Oh, that's not bad.
We have 26 plus video. But based on some of what I saw, I think we'll be a little bit higher than that. I see Mr. Francois is with us. Welcome. Welcome, Kafunda.
Hi, I wasn't sure if you could hear me.
Now I can hear you. And is it Kafunda?
Funda.
Very good. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. Welcome. You can go back on mute.
Okay.
So it's 5 o'clock now. I'd like to start as close to 5 as possible. Carrie, were you still a few minutes behind loading that slide deck?
I'm actually ready when you are.
All right, let me take a quick look at our attendance list and see who we're missing for our panel. And then I'll give you the heads up.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Superintendent, will Tammy be joining us here to be able
Yeah, so I have members of my team ready to go, and if I need to call on them, I will. How will they get promoted in?
Are they in the wait list?
I would assume so.
Let me just do that really quick. I'll take a quick look and see who is there that should be with us here.
We should have Sam DePina, Rob Consalvo, Andrea Zayas, Tammy Poost.
I see one of my colleagues is in there.
Al Taylor would be talking about human capital.
So we'll have them available to answer questions.
Yes, if I need to call on them, if there's a more technical question.
All right, so we're gonna get going in just about, it's 5:04 now. We'll give it about 2 more minutes. I know a few more people are logging on, but we will have a presentation from the superintendent, so that'll give everybody a few extra minutes to log on. I don't see Jessica Tang at all.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Hi.
All right, so Carrie, when you're ready, I'm ready to get started with sort of the formalities, and then we'll get going.
Ready when you are.
My background radio too loud? No, I don't think so.
No, I don't hear it.
All right, very good. All right, well, I'm gonna call this meeting to order. I do not have a gavel, so you'll just have to appreciate that we've called it to order. My name is Anisra Saibi George. I'm an at-large city councilor and chair of the Boston City Council's Committee on Education. This afternoon, this evening, I am joined by my colleagues. I've noticed that Councilor Ricardo Arroyo, the sponsor and the lead sponsor, as I'm the co-sponsor of this hearing today, is with us. I noticed that Councilor Liz Braden from District 9 is with us. I noticed that Councilor Kenzie Bach, District 8 was with us, as well as Councilor Frank Baker, District 3. I think that we'll have a few others join us as the evening goes on. This hearing is being recorded and live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-TV. It will be rebroadcast on Comcast Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, Verizon Channel 1964. The Zoom link to provide public testimony for this hearing can be found by emailing Shane, SHANE, .pac, PAC, @boston.gov. Please make sure that your Zoom handle is your full name. When you are called, please state your name and affiliation, residence, and limit your comments to 2 minutes to ensure that all comments and concerns can be heard. I will also give those instructions again just before public testimony. If you are unable to provide testimony today, you may submit written testimony or a 2-minute short video for our record by emailing the committee at ccc.education@boston.gov or filling out the form on our website within 48 hours of this hearing. Today's hearing is on docket number 0672 in order for a hearing to discuss the Boston Public Schools preparation and/or planning in the event of extended COVID-19, social distancing measures, and related school closures into the school year 2020-2021. Basically, it is a conversation and discussion regarding the reopening plans for the upcoming school year. How this evening will go. I will briefly introduce our panelists and then allow for opening statements from myself as well as the lead co-sponsor, Councilor Arroyo. Then we will hear opening statements from our panelists. After that, we will move to a round or two, depending on the time, of questions from council colleagues and then move to public testimony. Several of our panelists, as well as counselors, may not be able to stay for the duration of this hearing, but as chair, I will be here to share my notes with them following this hearing. This hearing in full will be recorded and available after this evening. I encourage individuals giving public testimony to stick to that 2 minutes so we can hear from everyone. As of now, we have approximately 30 individuals for public testimony, as well as a number with video testimony already submitted. So I anticipate that this evening may be a long evening. So I please appreciate that everyone will be brief with their questions and statements. This evening, we will hear from our superintendent and have a presentation from our superintendent, Dr. Brenda Caselius. We will also have on hand Tammy Poost, who is the senior advisor to the superintendent. We will also hear from the president of the Boston Teachers Union, Jessica Tang, as well as Sam Scarpino, who is an assistant professor at Northeastern University, as well as faculty at the Emergent Epidemics Lab. Kamani James is a rising senior at Boston Latin Academy and a member of BSAC, the Boston Student Advisory Council, as well as a student member for the Boston School Committee. Mr. Jonathan Hayes, who is a registered nurse and works for the Boston Public Schools. Dr. Victoria Downs, who's a school psychologist at the McKinley Schools. Yamaris Matias, who's a parent at Orchard Gardens and a parent mentor at St. Stephen's. Andre Francois, who's the president of USW Local 8751, the school bus drivers. Kafunda Banks, who's an ABA specialist at the Curley K-8 school. Roxy Harvey, who's chair of the Boston Sped Pack. And Gloria West, who's the co-facilitator of the Citywide Parent Council. We do know that there will be some others available to respond to, ooh, did I lose you all? Sorry, give me a quick second here.
You're still here?
I'm still here too, but I just sort of lost my screen there for a moment. Others will also be available to answer questions as the evening goes on. I'd like to also introduce and recognize that we've been joined by Councilor Matt O'Malley from District 6, Councilor Andrea Campbell from District 4, and Councilor at Large Julia Mejia, as well as Counselor at Large, Counselor Michelle Wu. I think that I have heard from all of our, or recognized all of our colleagues. At this point, Counselor Roya, would you like to give opening remarks at this moment?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome.
So I'll just start so that we can get this moving. I filed for this hearing in April, and that was because I understood then that school reopening and ensuring the safety of our communities in a pandemic would be one of the largest challenges we would face as a city. There would be likely no perfect answers. This has never been attempted in our lifetimes. And I understood then that some answers increase the likelihood of harm, that some plans could actually lead to a loss of life. And so on April 14th, I voiced my concerns during our budget hearings to you, Superintendent Brenda Casilius. And during our budget hearings, I agreed with your answer. You said then that I don't think that we can safely open schools with social distancing for children. Children cannot be depended upon to socially distance. I just don't know how that would even be possible, honestly. And that unless it's completely safe for our children to go back to school without social distancing, I don't know how we could do that. We get little kindergartners, first graders, and third graders together. They're going to want to hug each other and be close to each other. The proximity of our school classrooms is 50 feet by 30 feet or whatever it is. I don't see how a teacher could manage that with 10 kids. And I'm not sure it would be socially, emotionally correct for our children to be in that kind of environment. And you also said that your best advice would be that for child psychology purposes and the purpose of normal schooling, that remote learning would be a better way. This month, BPS and you have presented a plan that has no mandatory testing, no contact tracing, and no method for identifying asymptomatic carriers who make up 20 to 25% of COVID carriers. It's a plan that relies upon visible symptoms and having children do what they are asked to do 100% of the time. As written, this plan acknowledges in itself that it's unsafe. On page 12 of this plan, it says under practical realities that following the reopening of school facilities, it is likely that there will be some level of exposure to and/or an outbreak of COVID-19. In March, I proposed declaring racism a public health crisis. It was because our systems are structurally racist. They create disparity and inequity, and our communities of color make up over 80% of our student population. They've also been disparately devastated by COVID and are at higher risk for COVID. A recent study that came out, I believe this week, found that Hispanic children are 8 times more likely than white children to be hospitalized, and Black children are 5 times more likely than white children to be hospitalized with COVID. Black and Latino children make up 75% of our student body. This reopening plan, to me, is the definition of causing systemic harm. There are a number of questions regarding facilities, simultaneous learning, testing, contact tracing, asymptomatic carriers, and PPE that require detailed answers, and I'm hoping that this hearing provides them. I recognize that we have parents and faculty and children listening, hopefully today, I'm hoping that children are listening, who deeply wish that we have a school year that looks like normal, that looks like what they would expect, and that they're having hard times balancing work and life and the general things that we are all having a hard time balancing in a pandemic. And I'm sorry that at this time, the plan as written doesn't really serve to protect them or those families. And it's my deepest hope that this hearing provides a way forward that does. I want to thank all of you for your attendance today and your willingness to address these issues. And I look forward to getting to work over the next couple hours of really digging into the ways in which this plan falls short, and in the ways in which this plan can do better, and in the way in which we can make our schools work for all of us at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. And for me, as someone who's attended most of the public sessions and attended many meetings with BPS and with other groups, I've noticed that this BPS presentation, hope that this evening it will be the same case, has changed over time as a result of feedback. And I'd like to thank you, Superintendent Casilius, for being as responsive as you have been. Obviously, this is not a perfect plan, and a one-size-fits-all approach is not going to work for our incredibly diverse district. But I want to recognize that drafting this plan has been incredibly hard work, and implementing it will be hard work as well. And if we are to have this safe reopening plan, it's important that feedback is heard and incorporated. As a parent, as a former teacher, it is incredibly important to me that our kids are safe in school in September. We need to not only follow the DESE and CDC guidelines, but work every day to do better than those guidelines. Our most vulnerable students need the opportunity to be in school or to opt in or opt out, as it might be for remote learning. We need to make sure that we have flexibility built into our response so that we can provide a rigorous academic curriculum, as well as the social and emotional learning and support services that our students definitely need. I'm eager to hear from our panelists this evening. I'm eager to hear once again from you, Superintendent. And then most importantly, I think I'm excited to hear from those that are here to offer public testimony, and think that today's conversation and the Q&A session with council colleagues will offer some deeper insight to the plans in place, the progress that we've seen, the work that's left undone, and certainly the concerns both from parents and from parents, from students, and from teachers and other faculty and school staff. Without further ado, I'm going to move past other colleague opening statements just so we can get to the meat of this evening. And I'd like to turn this presentation over to you, Dr. Cassellius. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Counselor Asabi George, and thank you, Counselor Arroyo, for convening this time. It's another opportunity for us to transparently and publicly engage with the community and to hear voices and to be able to participate in this really difficult decision ahead of us. You know, I want to say, Counselor Arroyo, you know, back on the 24th was a very different situation than it is today, and I know that this is not ideal. It is an incredibly difficult situation for all of us. I wish I had known then what I know now, but I did not know then. I had not consulted with medical professionals. I didn't have the opportunity to have guidance from the CDC or the DESE, our state guidance and requirements from our state public officials. And you know, I didn't understand this virus like I know now. I've been able to participate in weekly meetings with the mayor and his team around the medical professionals, the Boston Health Commission, the science. I've read more studies, I better understand it. And I want to go through some of those readiness measures and the science with you now with a PowerPoint presentation so that I can show some of the thinking, still some of the thinking that we still need to have in terms of this really big decision right in front of us, and share with you some of the feedback that we've gotten in our engagement sessions as we've listened to families, as we've listened to our community, as we've listened to state and local leaders, as well as our students and teachers. So why don't I go ahead and put the slide up and go through that. I will try to be very brief. There is about 20 slides. They are very dense and they do have some information on them around our readiness so that they can answer some of your questions and you can look at those later. I will be just highlighting the slides very briefly as I go through because you can read them and I'm not going to just spend in all of the time reading them when I really want to engage with you and take your questions from them. So if you can take a look at the slides ahead of time and get your questions ready, I'll try to get through them as quickly as I can. I do have my staff with me. I want to send a big shout out to the staff for helping me prepare this deck, as well as their incredible dedication and commitment to the children of Boston and to one another as a team. I have seen them rise to the challenge, and I'm just very proud of my team here in Boston, and then also the incredible work that the working groups have taken, the BTU working groups, the school leader working groups, to really give meat on the bones of what was an initial draft framework that we released on July 22nd to the school committee. Then the working groups began in earnest on the 24th to start to really look at some of the previous framework and ideals. And then we were able to present again to the school committee a final draft form, a draft one actually, and begin to prepare that as we continue to do the engagement here. And then we have to turn it in on Friday to the DESE. So go ahead, next slide, please. So DESE required us to do 3 models. As many people know, we've been very transparent about that, as well as it's been highly publicized that there was the fully remote model, there was the hybrid model, and there was the all in-person model. We have really ruled out the all in-person model because just our facilities and our transportation is just not able to handle that right now. Other small districts are able to do that, or charter schools or private schools, but for Boston Public Schools with 125 schools, this is just not a possibility for us. Again, the first draft that formal draft we produced was on August 3rd, and then it's due on this Friday. I did share a couple other dates with you when we released our framework to school committee on the 22nd of July, began our engagement process, began our working groups on the 24th to inform now what will be our draft 2 that we will submit on Friday. Next slide. So we've had some guiding principles that have really been driving the force around our thinking and the reopening. The first is to be driven by health and safety and equity. Those are really 2 key pillars to our work, as well as engagement and communication. Academic acceleration for our students to build upon our remote learning model from this past spring and to improve what will be a hybrid model at some point during the year. And also family support and partnerships as we develop deeper relationships and cultivate trust as part of our strategic plan. Next slide. As I said earlier, all of this will be driven by science. Right now, just yesterday, this is how quickly this evolves. You know, the governor released the public health guidance around schools. And as you know, Boston is in the yellow zone, which is hybrid or remote. They've released a new measure for per 100,000 residents that you need to be between 4 and 8. And as most of you know, Boston is at 2.5, and I have more data for that in terms of the science. Next slide. So the daily number of positive rates is a daily moving average. So we have a baseline average of cases is around 21.4, where the threshold of concern would be 36.2. And then the daily percent of tests that are positive, we look at a 7-day kind of trailing moving average. The baseline average is currently 2.5. And the threshold for concern is 4.0, where we start to have concern. But again, you know, this continues to go up and down. And then also looking at like illness and emergency appointments or visits to the department, to the emergency department. And that's, again, a 7-day trailing moving average with the baseline average at 11.6 and a threshold of concern about 22.4. Again, we also are looking by neighborhood and being very conscious about getting testing to certain neighborhoods where there's poverty and making sure that we are being cognizant of neighborhood conditions and testing and protocols there. And this is a citywide effort really to look at the whole community and to look at the science behind our averages and what we can do to continue to mitigate and contain this virus. Next slide. So we've kind of deemed this BPS ready. And so some of the considerations we really want to make clear is that no final decision has yet been made about what type of model that we will have. We will submit that on Friday. Science is going to drive this decision, as I just stated. Again, we anticipate the decision could change. You know, just yesterday we got the guidance from the governor. This could also change, and the governor and the state could shift in their guidance and based on new knowledge or new understanding around this virus and its spread. You know, we don't just make this decision alone. It is a shared decision, and we have been really trying to listen and better understand the community's needs and concerns. And then, you know, we understand that no draft policies are perfect, that this is really about an evolving and emerging, changing dynamic, which makes it extremely hard because parents want predictability and certainty. That is what they have told us on their survey. And so we are trying our best to respond to this and to create conditions in which there is as much certainty as we possibly can give, but know that things could just shift very rapidly, and we have to be ready for that as an organization. So, and we believe that we are at a situation with our number being 2.5, that we have to be thinking about the long game here. We have to be thinking about the child development of children and how well they're going to be able to withstand the cumulative effects of sheltering in and not being able to be in school and not being able to get an excellent education from their teachers. And so this is really our shared burden to make sure that children are taken care of, both in the community, in the home, and in school. Next slide. So some of the public health requirements that we've shared with everybody and some of the guidance that we are living by in terms of our draft plan is that we are going to be socially distanced 6 feet apart. We'll be marking our classrooms and making sure that the way that we move is mindful of that 6 feet distance. We'll have masks on students and staff. This may require different types of masks and different type of PPE for teachers who work with students who are needing a staff person to have a different type of protection, as well as our nurses. There's 1 student per bench on the bus, and that was new guidance given out just a few weeks ago. No food served in cafeterias. That means it's going to be served in the classroom, and that has its own set of barriers. Health protocols are followed for the bus as well in terms of sanitation. School nurses will have a huge level of burden and responsibility placed on them to help us mitigate this virus within the school building and help us identify when there are COVID-like symptoms, isolate students, and then be able to notify families of the next steps around that situation. There's also no group gatherings if community infection rates are outside of the acceptable range. Obviously, the governor actually put those back not too long ago, yesterday or the day before, might be misspeaking there, from large groups to groups of 25 inside. This does not apply to schools, but it would apply to any partners if we were to partner with others on some of our activities. Next slide. So the reopening survey gave us a first glimpse, and we had this open from June 29th until July 31st, where we had about 17,179 or 6 respondents. Families had really mixed preferences for the learning model, as you can see here on the slide. And that kind of shifted and changed through time as well. So we saw families continue to express a desire to want to be in school. And we saw families express a desire not wanting to be in school or to do some sort of mix of that. And as you can see, it's all over the place. We did see a higher level of families who are Black and Latinx who suggested a hybrid or a full remote model. We believe this is because they have been more disproportionately impacted by the COVID virus. We also surveyed our staff. We had about 5,286 responses between July 8th and July 31st. And about 89% of our staff indicated that they were highly likely or somewhat likely to return to their position in 2021. And over half of the staff indicated that they were worried about the enforcing of the social distancing, which I can only imagine. And also a huge worry about their own personal illness and their family and that of their family members. Next slide. Stakeholder engagement. We had over 33 community meetings with over 4,000 stakeholders. We also participated, as I suggested, in surveying our parents. We also surveyed our parents earlier in the spring around remote learning, and we released that data as well. 24 public meetings included 10 different languages and 5 group meetings that represented students and families and partners in some specific groups there that are listed, and 9 meetings with school leaders, central office, and other staff. And then we had 14 community equity roundtables. That's just in the summer and early months here. Next slide. There were 32 task force meetings with groups, including 53 teachers, 42 school leaders, 12 central office staff, 3 basis members, and 8 school superintendents, and 8 BTU officer meetings. We also had Division of Academics who held 5 sessions with myself and the BTU from May 11th through June 15th to focus on remote learning and to better understand that from our teachers. 58 teachers attended 1 or more sessions, 30 schools were represented there, all grade levels, and 19 different programs, including SLIFE, ABA, EL students, special ed focus. And teachers had a lot of really good information and recommendations around remote learning and how we can improve remote learning this fall, and what kind of professional development they need. And they also shared some really great examples of successes that they had in the spring, as well as some of the things that we needed to grow in as we go into thinking about doing remote learning as we move forward. Next slide. We also have been engaging in the racial equity planning toolkit. I wanted to make sure to lift this up. This has been an incredibly cross-sector, cross-functional process that has included a lot of community engagement with our equity roundtable and our equity office and opportunity gaps office. We've had 10 meetings with over 200 internal and external stakeholders to identify equity-related concerns and strategies for reopening options. The analysis and results are going to be public, and they'll be included in our DESE submission this Friday. Focus on key populations and students include our Black, Latinx, and Asian and Indigenous populations, our homeless and low income, people with students with disabilities, as well as English learners. The concerns were many, obviously, include, what are the disparate impacts that are happening on our students, both their physical, emotional, and their emotional health and safety, as well as the relationship piece, which was one of our guiding principles to both their peers and to their teachers and to the overall school community and sense of connectedness to community. And then access to technology and high quality instruction. Some of the mitigating strategies that came out of this group were to continue to prioritize students who are most in need for in-person learning. They've also suggested that we create metrics for accountability. They said they also believe that we should ensure instructional access for every single student, regardless of whether it's hybrid or remote. And they also believe expanding effectiveness of our remote teaching model is of critical importance, given we think we will probably shift to that in and out of hybrid and remote, depending on the virus and what's happening with that as that moves up and down in case there's a surge. It's really critical that the remote teaching be better than it was this spring. And then also, how do we continue to work on relationships and deeper relationships? Next slide. Then thinking really significantly about student health and what we've done around our preparations on student health. We are going to be asking our families to help us with an at-home family screening of the child's health before they leave, including parents doing a whole assessment around temperature, wellness, readiness for school. That there's distance guidelines, of course, in the classrooms that we've talked about, and then protective equipment for students and staff. There'll be protocols that will be in place for symptomatic students. There'll be an assessment that will be done by our nurses and trained professionals. And then there will be specific steps that they will have to take that will be general across all schools. There'll be a positive student and staff procedure. If a student is found positive, there will be a procedure for that, as well as contact tracing. I didn't put in all the details because it is really a long list of protocols that our nurses will go through as they identify whether it's COVID-like symptoms, what they do to mitigate that, and then what the procedures are in terms of the policies around schools and what we'll be doing. So we will have that in Friday in our draft 2, but I don't have that here now on these slides because it's really a long list. There's been a lot of collaboration with the Boston Public Health Commission, Boston Children's Hospital, Boston's Medical Center, and other professionals. There's been a lot of professional development around online learning and opportunities for our teachers and our staff to get professional development and direct support from some of our partners. And then operationally, we have controls for the communicable nature of this disease. We have a response team that will be there. We've ordered our PPE and we have some of it on hand. Again, I want to thank the Red Sox for their donation of masks for our students and staff. And then of course, there will be additional staffing supports that will be in place as needed. Next slide. Transportation, as you know, is a yearly challenge for the Boston Public Schools. However, we have an excellent team that has been working on this all summer, and they are continuing to prepare for our students to be on there. New guidance came out a few weeks ago saying that there would be one student per bus. There were specific cleaning protocols that were necessary, keeping of the windows open, having students assigned to a seat, having bus monitors on the buses, and hand sanitation devices available, as well as students' expectation to wear masks. There's also been a lot of driver hiring. Our buses have been all inspected and have passed their inspections, which is ahead of time and ahead of schedule, which is really great news. And so we are still in the process of hiring our monitors. If anyone's out there, we need more monitors. So we need a lot more help there. Also, on terms of bus safety, that again, there's the home health screening that's required. All of these things are still really important for us to have safe buses, and they'll be cleaning them every night and then cleaning between routes. Next slide. So our facilities, we've gotten a lot of questions about our facilities being ready because we have a lot of older buildings. And, we have upped, and I want to thank the city council and the mayor for upping our custodial staff. We added additional custodians this summer to our workload. I think our buildings are going to be ready for reopening, and very proud of the really hard work our custodians are doing. Did this summer and are also doing this as we prepare for the opening. Also, the facilities department and all the good work that they're doing to get our HVAC systems up and ready. So I'll go through a few things. Summer cleaning is pretty complete, although you continue to clean the buildings. But right now, 120 out of 125 buildings are complete for their summer cleaning. Our principals will be back in the buildings within the next week, and they will then begin to walk the buildings, and we'll be working with the nurses and the school faculty to lift up any areas that maybe we might have missed as part of their school-based reopening plans. Of the 27,500 windows in the district, 165 were identified for repair because you have to have one window per classroom that opens, or one window per space that opens per CDC guidance. And so we have repaired 60 of those windows, but all will be done by September 10th. So obviously there are other windows maybe that within a classroom that might not open, but we had to make sure there was at least one working and open window. So of all of the windows, there were 165. All existing BPS water coolers are being professionally cleaned and replaced. New coolers are being placed in 36 schools where water fountains were shut off, capped, or due to COVID restrictions. All 35 schools with HVAC systems have had filters replaced, systems cleaned, and additional maintenance has been completed. 5,500 signs were ordered in English and translated and other translated languages, and they're to arrive in schools the week of August 24th so that we can get all of the signage up. We did some of the signage up with some of our NAACP partners, and I want to thank them for the Saturday day of service during the NAACP conference online. PPE supplies, we have 157,000 reusable masks that have been ordered, 2 per student and staff. 70,000 reusable masks have been donated. 130,000 disposable masks are on hand. 2 million have been ordered. 48,000 pieces of I think that's 4,800 pieces of plexiglass. I think that's a little typo there. On track for 8/27, and we've ordered 4,000 more going to bid. As you know, every single district in the nation has been ordering plexiglass. So, you know, this is just, we want to make sure that we're getting ahead of the supply here. 30 foggers are on hand. 125 have been ordered, 1 for each school, and those are posted to be arrive by September 8th. We're going to continue to stay on our suppliers because, again, every single school district in the nation is continuing to want to order these things, but we are ahead of the game. We believe that we will have these things on order, and we continue to press on our procurement to get them here and in delivered. Next slide. So let me talk about technology and be ready for remote, also for in-person opportunities for one-to-one teaching. So students who did not receive a Chromebook will receive a new one this school year. We think that's about 27,000 students who may need a new Chromebook, because that includes our high mobility students and students who are new to the district and our new kindergartners who will need to be issued a Chromebook. Older Chromebooks that were distributed during the closure will be replaced and they'll be fixed if they can be still used, otherwise recycled. Deliveries to schools will start when staff return to buildings in August. And we'll try to get those out before the first start of school. Internet access, we are working with several partners on internet access. The 1 Million Project has expanded to grades K-12 and will provide hotspots to families in need. Digital Equity Fund will provide 4,500 families in need of broadband internet with financial assistance. Comcast has also extended their service until December 31st, and we think if this continues to go on, they will continue to extend as they have done so during this pandemic. And additional funding is going to be announced in the coming weeks to cover an additional 2,000 households. Additional support, BPS will provide all EL and special ed students with headphones and microphone. All schools now have a stipend position in which to support and troubleshoot for families and for teachers and for students. New family supports, including a dedicated family trainer, are in place, and additional systems are in place to help monitor the social emotional well-being of our students, and also to put in place support and success planning, which we piloted this spring with our school leaders around success planning for our students. And we wrote about 27,000 success plans, which means just doing interventions if students are not engaged, have other issues, and we want to support them, and really a way for us to document our work with children who are off track. Next slide. Food service, our summer feeding program is going to conclude on August 13th. This is where I can really use the help of all the counselors and your political might and all of our state leaders as well, to press upon the federal government to reissue us our waiver, because it makes it very difficult for us to serve all of the children of Boston if we don't have that, because it requires a very different protocol to feeding children than the flexible nature that we could use during the summer, where parents could pick up the food for their children. We could serve children who were not Boston Public Schools children, but were Boston children. So we really need that waiver in order for us to better meet the needs of all of our entire city of Boston children. Because it requires now, if we don't, we'll go back to our lunch prepared on site, grab and go breakfast. Lunch will be delivered to classes or picked up by students and then back to classrooms, and meals will be available for pickup from students who are learning online. The staff safety are similar to other staff safety protocols, a little bit more because they're managing food. And so home health screening required, PPE provided, social distancing is going to be enforced when delivering the food. Necessary equipment is going to be cleaned and sanitized. And we have a special protocol around the food delivery and disposal of food waste. Next slide. So we've been getting questions about staffing, and are you going to be ready for staffing? As I indicated from our survey, that we had about 85% of staff saying that they were very likely or somewhat likely to return back to work. We've also been kind of monitoring our retirements to see if there were any additional retirements, and making sure that we hired all of our staff. To date, we had about 940 total vacancies of teachers. Remember, this is teachers who maybe are accessing themselves or moving from school to school. So it's not necessarily all of the new vacancies that we have, but it's just all vacancies that need to move. We're 85% hired right now, and 8% of them are just waiting to be processed. So we have about, around 90%, 95% of our staffing done. And we have about 52% are people of color. Our nurses are 48 total vacancies. 88% are hired, with another 4%, about 92% are hired. Just need to get the other 4% processed through. 55% of the people hired, 55% are people of color of our current nurses. Social workers, 66 vacancies, 92% have been hired already, and 79% of our social workers are people of color. Family liaisons, 48 vacancies, 96% of those positions are hired. 98% of our family liaisons are people of color. Our retention rate to date of the 230 non-renewed provisional teachers of color, 153, 67% have been rehired. The remaining 23% have actively been cultivated and supported in applying for open positions. And exiting interviews are being conducted with all staff of color, and we'll have that data available at a later date. 61 employees are on leave at the start of SY20, 39 additional requests since August 1st for FMLA leave. The Family Coronavirus Leave Act, just one employee is on extended leave to date. Reasonable accommodations policy, this is for any employee who needs a reasonable accommodation for any reason at all. We have 26 requests right now to date for next school year. And the retirements, we have 43 confirmed teachers with effective dates of July, August, and September. It is around the same as last year, but we may anticipate some more teachers choosing to retire as we get closer to school opening. Hourly workers are bus monitors. 520 bus monitors are on staff. Transportation is recruiting and hiring for 60 vacancies, and 3 hires are submitted. So we have about 60 vacancies we need. Cafeteria workers, 450 cafeteria workers on site, on staff. Fit Food Nutrition is recruiting and hiring 35 vacancies for cafeteria workers. And custodians, we have 394 full-time custodians and staff. Facilities hired 22 of the 25 new custodian positions, and working to fill the final vacancies there as well. Next slide. So family and training, I want to talk just a little bit and flip here to the training that we are doing. We are continuing to train our parents and get them ready to do support on technology, individual support, small groups. We're doing webinars and family videos. We have them in 8 different languages. We have our parent helpline. We have workshops and learning sessions through our Parent University program. We also are trying to work with our partners around remote learning and potentially in-person learning. We are meeting with our faith-based leaders actively now to see how they might be able to partner with us and help us out for out of school time. And can we be more innovative about how we support our families during this remote learning time? Because the families always have the choice to opt out. And then we know if we're in a hybrid model, we will have 3 days where we want to be able to be good partners with our partners and see how we can better support families and children. Next slide. So you've seen this slide before. If you're following along, there's a lot of information that we've been giving out and what the hybrid model would look like. And, we kind of would have a one-to-one technology architecture so that every student would have a laptop at all times, whether they were in person or at home. And so that is really important for whole group instruction, for the teacher to be able to have the laptop and teach through the laptop for the whole group instruction, as well as when they are doing independent practice on either a software program or independent practice with pencil and paper, or arts or some other type of work that they're doing, or guided read or independent reading, or any kind of project-based learning where, you know, a teacher might say, you're going to be working on this specific project around an engineering principle, for instance, and you're going to work out a problem and try to figure that out. They could do that in a pair share through the Zoom, and kids had the same tools and they were trying to figure out the problem together, or they might just work independently on that project. Also, they're going to be team-based and large group and small group activities. We're going to continue to have arts. We're not like other districts where we cut our art teachers or our PE teachers. We expect that. We also want to maximize the use of outdoor areas for outdoor play and outdoor learning. This is really, really important to the child development. And then that we believe that our school leaders and our teachers are going to come up with incredibly creative ideas that we will share around varied models of the hybrid model as they innovate in this new normal that we all find ourselves in. Next slide. There's been a lot of professional learning that's been going on. We had 112 trainings that have been offered. This is from since closure until yesterday that we pulled these numbers out of our software system that tracks all of this information. So Office of English Learners has had 112 trainings that have been offered on 19 different topics. The Office of Academics, the reason this number is so high, I just want to be really clear, is we required professional development of teachers in the spring. So all of our teachers went through these different trainings and individual trainings. So there was 9,219 different individual trainings. And what that means is one teacher might have signed up for 2 trainings or 3 trainings or 4 trainings, depending on their level of comfortability with an online learning environment. So that's the unique numbers of trainings that all of our teachers took. There were 36 different unique trainings that teachers could take from the Department of Academics. Our Excellence for All initiative, they had 139 trainings that were offered, 29 of those unique with over 1,000 participants. Our Office of Health and Wellness had 10 different trainings that were offered with 9 unique topics and 491 participants. Next slide. Our Health Services had 18 different trainings that were offered with 18 unique topics. Their Equity and Strategy and Opportunity Gaps Office had 60 different trainings and offered over 3,000 teachers and professionals and support professionals and were served. And then our Technology Department had 220 trainings with 320 hours, or 3,200 hours that were attended, and over 1,050 teachers attended the specific trainings from our digital learning team and technology. Next slide. So I wanted to just give some news today as we've been thinking about the start of school. And August 10th is the new is going to be the new Principal Institute. Or we had the new principal, excuse me, I'm tired. And then August 17th through the 19th is when our principals come back for the August Leadership Institute. We have this yearly. We will be taking an anti-racist lens and hearing from Dr. Kindy and Dr. Love for our keynote speakers there. And then also on August 18th to 20th, we will have our Teacher Summer Institute where teachers come back and they will work, and that's a shared training with the BTU. Then September 8th, teachers will report to school on their first day. That's the typical day that they would typically report. And then September 21st, students start school K-12. The reason we're able to do this is because of the commissioner's waiver. He has shortened the year from 180 days to 170 days. So we will be able to take 7 of those days because we have 2 days that are already given by Boston Public Schools on the 8th and 9th. So then we'll have 9 days for teachers to get ready, prepared for students to come back on September 21st, whether that's hybrid, whether that's remote option. And so that is the first start of day for students. There will, as we think about hybrid model, we are looking at many different models of the AB type of model. whether we would phase in, whether we would do a staggered grade phase in, whether that would be special populations. We just have not yet determined. We really want to have that base in the science, and we want to watch our numbers a little bit longer here. And this time allows us to give us just a little bit more time to look at these numbers, given that they have gone up a little bit over the past 2 weeks. And then parents will always have the choice to do remote only, and they also have the choice to opt out of transportation. We anticipate over the next several days that we will ask parents to indicate their preference so that we can then in earnest begin to really finish our routing of our buses and finish the planning for student schedules. Next slide. I think I just went over this slide a little bit about family choice. Science is going to dictate, and you know, if we have to continue to look at remote all if the science, you know, if the numbers go into the area where the new DESI guidance has said that there's a, you know, it gets to the red area and it's just not possible, we will then go and shift very rapidly to a remote only option. But if public health says that it's safe to do so, then we would start in the hybrid model, and we have to still yet determine what does that look like. We know that it will be A/B for sure. There's been no other model that's been presented that's doable for us. So we do know that it's a 2 days on and 3 days off. But what is not yet determined very clearly is if that would be staggered or phased in some way. And we just want to have a little bit more time with our health professionals to deliberate on that phase in. Next slide. Thank you. I think I'll take questions. I went a little longer than I wanted, but I wanted to be thorough as well.
And actually, Superintendent, we're not going to go to questions. We're going to have everyone do their presentation. So we do full rounds of questions as opposed to, we'll literally be here all night. I do want to recognize that we are joined by Tammy Poost, who isn't doing a presentation, but here for questions a little bit later. And before we go on to Boston Teachers Union President Jessica Tang, I do want to note that our student representative of the Boston Student Advisory Council has been joined by another student who will give co-testimony. I just want to note that she is with us, Fabian Ogunsawano, who is a member of BSAC and also a student at Brighton High School. I'll let them introduce themselves when it's their time, but I will turn over an opportunity for a presentation or remarks from Boston Teachers Union President Jessica Tang. Jessica, welcome.
Hi, Counselor. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and speak too. I'm still actually processing a lot of the information that was just shared from the superintendent. I was not fully aware of some of the changes that had been in this current proposal. And so I'm glad to see, for example, that we will have the opportunity for professional development beginning September 21st. That's certainly something we've been advocating for and working in the reopening task force to come up with a thoughtful plan of how that time should be used and could be used. So I am actually processing a lot of that, but I am glad to see that there are some aspects that have certainly are more reflective of what we've been sharing with the district. So what I will say, you know, we've shared this before and I'll continue to share is that, you know, we as educators, we miss our students. We miss teaching in our classrooms, and we absolutely want to see our students in person as soon as possible. But we also know that now more than ever, we have to prioritize everyone's health and safety. And that's why we've been, since March, asking to work with the district on figuring out not only how to have a safe reopening and restart in September, but also continue to work throughout the summer to ensure that our students aren't falling behind. We knew it would take months of thoughtful planning and resources and immediate action to be able to prepare for the fall. So now it is August, and we are certainly happy to hear some of the changes, even in the most recent version of the plan that was just shared. And there were, even in the previous version, some aspects that we found encouraging, but overall, we continue to be very concerned about the timeline and don't think that particularly the simultaneous hybrid approach is tenable or realistic. And we also are concerned about the health metrics and what exactly are being used. We also have a lot of concerns about the facilities, but again, a lot of that information that was just shared, I had not seen before just a few minutes ago. And even the information on PPE, where previously there was a expectation that everyone would provide our own. And that is difficult because we are working with a lot of medically fragile students, and the same facilities expectations that we find in hospitals and health centers are the type of expectations we need for safety and health protocols for a lot of our teachers too, where social distancing, should we be ready to go back in person at all and voluntarily, that they need that same level of PPE in facilities. And that's just not the current state of our buildings. We do still continue to have concerns also about the one window approach and air quality and air ventilation. But we continue to look forward to resuming our discussions with BPS, both in the task forces and through formal negotiations. And we have compiled our own proposals that hopefully people have seen and have had the opportunity to look through. So I can run through a couple of those if I'm able to share my screen. Am I able to?
I'm going to refer to Kerry, who is in charge of this production behind the scenes. Kerry, can you allow Jessica to share her screen?
All set.
Great. There you go, Jessica.
Okay, thanks so much.
And while
So,
you're pulling that up, Jessica, if you don't mind, I just want to introduce a few colleagues that have joined us during the superintendent's presentation. We've been joined by Counselor Ed Flynn, Council President Kim Janey, and Counselor at Large Michael Flaherty. I apologize. Thank you, Jessica.
thank you. So just in short, I'm not going to go through all 15 pages of proposal. You can find the full proposal though at btu.org, and I do encourage everyone to take a look at it. We think it's very detailed and very thoughtful, and it is definitely the views of thousands of our members that we've surveyed and heard from. But our guiding principles for this proposal are: number one, full funding. This is going to take more resources, not less, particularly if it's remote. We still need educational toolkits for our students, the PPE, the technology, the professional development, et cetera, the applications. And we were underfunded before the pandemic, and we certainly continue to be underfunded. And so we need full funding. It's not just from the district, but also from the state and of course the federal government. And that's why I've been advocating for the HEROES Act. Two, safety has to come first. Again, we absolutely want to go back to our school buildings. We want to be able to teach in person. But when our school buildings have been subject to such deferred maintenance for decades, and that we don't have the same facilities as hospitals, health centers, or even supermarkets, that there are a lot of concerns around safety still. Social, racial, and economic justice needs to be prioritized as we make all decisions, and ensuring that, number four, equity is based on needs, not uniformity. So that means everyone gets what they need. It doesn't mean necessarily everyone gets the same thing. We believe strongly in a team approach, that in order to have a successful restart, that educators need to be working together and collaborating. It should not be one teacher by themselves. Just as inclusion done right should not be one teacher done by themselves, neither should teaching remotely be one teacher by themselves either. Certainly not doing simultaneous in person and remote at the same time. That's not best for our students, and everyone's going to actually get less then. And number six, planning saves more time than it takes. So we strongly believed a delayed start is better than a disastrous start. And if we take the time to front end our planning and ensure that we have adequate planning, then it's actually going to save more time in the long run to ensure that we are efficiently using all of the time that we have with our students to meet their needs. A quick, I'm sorry. Executive summary of our highlights, which we've added to our proposal and will be sharing publicly soon, is again, the 10 days of planning for schools is necessary, that student support teams need to be working and collaborating with families to determine who most needs in-person learning. We also need to be looking at all of our facilities to see the capacity for how many students can come back safely in different facilities. And if our school buildings aren't enough, then we need to identify other partners with universities or nonprofits, et cetera, that might have unused safe space that we could then meet in instead. We need to be able to walk through and verify safety measures before anyone begins in person in a hybrid model. And certainly don't believe that all teachers should be expected, even if we do start remote, to teach remotely from their school buildings. That should absolutely be voluntary and not a forced requirement. Again, when we only have 35 schools that even have HVAC systems in first place, it seems like unneeded exposure and not in line with the governor's call to work from home if you can. Again, we believe in a team-based approach for all remote and hybrid learning. We need flexibility, small BPS learning communities, flexibility to have not just one model for hybrid for everybody, but a better model for hybrid. Again, that's based on all the values that we shared previously. And we need to let educators opt in. And so there are so many educators that already have, I've heard from so many, I know others have too, that this is really a life or death decision. And we should not be in this position in first place. It's a massive failure of the federal government and in which our country is now placed the burden of reopening the economy on the backs of teachers, childcare workers, and people of color. But that's not okay. And we need to do better. And there are definitely educators who want to go back in person and are willing to take that risk when all the other safety measures are in place that can be put in place. But it should be an option. People should not be asked to risk their life or life of their loved ones under inadequate conditions. And then lastly, we do need to start small. A delayed start is better than a disastrous start. And if we can start small, observe and revise before expanding in-person learning or having everyone start hybrid all in person at once, we think it is a recipe for failure. And we want to actually be successful. So we need to track learning, we need to track health, we need to evaluate, make revisions to the model before expanding. We need to build trust. Trust is greatly lacking right now in this district. And if we can roll out in a thoughtful way, then that will help us to build trust and have, I think, a more effective school year. So again, we want to come back in person, but it has to be safe. We need to understand the health metrics. There's got to be flexibility for educators who everyone is working. We're all going to be working full time. But if they can work remotely successfully, that should be an option. So I will stop there, but I'm happy to answer questions.
I appreciate that, Jessica. And what we'll do is have some brief statements from our other panelists today and then go to questions.
Absolutely. And I apologize. I needed to hop off for a second, but I'll be right back.
Perfect. Appreciate that. And just if you even want to text me when you're back, I'll make sure that I let you right in or just hide yourself. So I think we've got next on our list for comments and a brief presentation is Sam Scarpino. Sam, would you like to introduce yourself to the group and share your remarks? Oh, I just lost Sam. So we're going to move on to our two student members from the Boston Student Advisory Council. That's Fabian and Kamani. And I think I'm going to start with Kamani, but if the two of you would introduce yourself and read your shared statement. Welcome, Kamani.
Hello, thank you. Good evening, panelists, and those of you who are zooming in. My name is Kamani, and I am a member on the Boston Student Advisory Council. Phoebe?
Hi, I'm Fabian, and I'm also a member of the Boston Students Advisory Council, and I'm from Brighton High School.
Welcome to you both. Kamani, did you have a statement to share on behalf of the two of you?
Yes, I did. We both collaborated on it together.
Excellent. Please share.
So as we mentioned, we're members of the Boston Student Advisory Council, also known as the BSAC, and we are also members on Youth on Board, also known as YOB. We believe we speak for many students when we say that these past several months have been both hectic and scary. Back in early March, many districts across the country, including our own, decided to shut down their schools and transition students to online learning amidst the pandemic that is still ripping loved ones away from families and friends. A decision that ensured the health and safety of our students and families in BPS. It's no secret that this transition wasn't easy, nor was it completely effective. Many students throughout the district spoke of a loss of learning and motivation to learn that was supported by some parent and teacher observations as well. Phoebe and I even experienced this ourselves, some of our experiences being worse than others or better than others. Overall, it was and has been extremely difficult. To get out of bed and realize that your new work environment is within a couple feet away from you is both daunting and strange. We had to get out of bed and sit down in front of a screen for several hours while our teachers talked at us. In addition to that, we were faced with one of two issues. It was either our teachers were giving us too little work to actually understand and retain the material they tried teaching us, or they gave too much work that overwhelmed us to the point of exhaustion and frustration. This was a major issue that many of our friends and students throughout the district expressed. So what do we want? Or should I say, what do we need? I want to first acknowledge and thank the superintendent and Tammy Pust for meeting with BSAC and many other BPS students on 2 occasions to hear about our experiences with remote learning and to also share our thinking on the fall reopening plan. Some of what I'm about to share, we have also shared in these convenings. For starters, we need more student voice incorporated into the conversations and policies around how online or physical learning is going to look this upcoming school year. We're the ones expected to go through the actual learning process of sitting in a classroom or on a Zoom, taking notes and doing hours of homework. Too often, there were recounts of teachers that would hold a Zoom session just because they had to, or those who would hold one but didn't have an effective lecture or presentation put together. This type of online learning puts students at a huge disadvantage. So we're advocating for teachers to be required to have a well put together lesson plan that effectively conveys the content of their lesson for the day. This will help engage students, whether they're on a Zoom or in physical classrooms, while also ensuring that they receive all the tools they need to be successful in that particular class. Furthermore, we want teachers to understand that stress and immense responsibility that us teenagers and even smaller children carry every day. There are times when doing a 2 to 3 hour homework assignment for one class is just simply unreasonable. Some teachers must understand that giving hours of homework doesn't necessarily mean that high levels of learning is occurring. In other words, a 1 hour high quality assignment is essentially better than 2 hours of busy work. With that being said, we actually don't think it's too complicated to give students an above average educational experience during this time of COVID. The expectations have to be high on teachers just as they are for students. With effective lesson planning, strategy, and empathy for students' lives and circumstances, the learning environment, whether it be online or in person, will be efficient. Now, as for the discussion on whether or not schools should reopen in the fall, BSAC and other students and families in the district don't necessarily believe that it's safe to return to the school buildings. And as the superintendent stated early in her presentation, there are those students and families in the district who do want to return to schools this fall or want a mix of both. The Northeast, Boston being included, has done an extraordinary job of flattening the curve and lowering the rate of transmission. However, that doesn't mean that it's safe to go back to physical learning. With the cold weather approaching and flu season coming with it, school buildings would serve as high transmission grounds for students and faculty to either contract the virus or be susceptible to it. Not to mention, the CDC already came out and stated that the symptoms of the flu are almost synonymous to that of COVID-19. This is troubling. And as a result, we asked the district to rethink their position on implementing the hybrid plan for this upcoming school year, and to instead start off virtual for the continuance of students and faculty's health and safety. Furthermore, to make sure that students aren't given the bare minimum when it comes to the education, but the utmost quality. Some questions and concerns us students have are as follows. How much time will be expected to spend doing work outside of mandatory instructional hours for students? How will work be graded? How can we guarantee that the new grading system doesn't negatively impact students' transcripts, academic reports, or even their GPAs? Will teachers still be held to the same standard, if not higher, when teaching virtually? How will students receive textbooks for their classes? How will we know if a student has or hasn't contracted the virus in school buildings, since so many young people are asymptomatic? What mental health resources are in place for students working from home, especially under these stressful circumstances? What are we doing for our students who have IEPs and truly need that in-person learning experience? What are we doing for our seniors, like myself and Phoebian, who have to juggle with not only schoolwork and other responsibilities, but now college and scholarship applications, with our guidance counselors being further out of reach? These are just some of the questions that Phoebe and I and other students are dying to know the answer to. Nonetheless, we appreciate the district's tireless efforts on this very complex and difficult situation and hope that they can soon reach a decision that appropriately addresses almost all of the concerns being voiced by the people in BPS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kamani. I look forward to seeing you in regular action with the Boston School Committee this fall. Next we have for our presentation is Jonathan Haynes, Boston Public Schools nurse. Jonathan? Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jonathan Haynes, and I'm a school nurse in the Boston Public Schools. I'm a member of Nurse Faculty Senate and was involved for many years in the successful effort to win language in the BTU contract with the district that guarantees a minimum of one full-time nurse in every school. This is the first year that we'll have a full-time nurse in every school, and sadly, it's none too soon. If I were asked by a parent or student today, are our schools safe to reopen? It would be my duty as a nurse to place the health of my patient above all else and to answer no. That's the moral, ethical, and legal responsibility that I and all other school nurses bear. It isn't the fault of the current superintendent or of the city council that our facilities are obsolete and in disrepair. However, it is the responsibility of everyone involved to face this fact openly and honestly. Decades of injustice in our tax system and our public education funding system created these conditions. But to ignore these conditions right now is a direct threat to the health and well-being of Boston Public School students, families, teachers, and our broader community. Now is not the time to paper over our problems. Now is the time for honesty, thorough investigation, and for transparency. The district has so far been neither honest, thorough, nor transparent. Unions, parents, and students have been told to stand aside while the district waits for DESE guidance. What does DESE know about the real physical conditions our students learn in and our teachers teach in every day? We're the experts on these buildings. Why were we shut out of the assessment process? Because we and everyone we work with in our buildings are experts. Nurses have been advocating vocally for a seat at the table in decision-making about what will make our schools safe to reopen. And using a continuing process of discussion and debate, school nurses through our Nurse Faculty Senate have currently arrived at 5 main points of concern at this time. First, we need policies that are consistent with safe nursing practice in regards to all health and safety issues in our buildings. And these need to be reviewed, modified, and approved by the nurses who are working in the schools. And I'll point out, safe nursing practice is not just what nurses do, but how the buildings are organized, what the general safety and health conditions in the buildings, and how safety protocols are actually implemented. Secondly, we need rapid testing for quick identification of COVID-19 for our students. Let me say clearly that rapid testing is not currently available to us. We do know, however, that both children with symptoms and students without symptoms can carry the disease back into the community. Even talking about hybrid as the primary option in the absence of rapid testing is irresponsible. Without rapid testing, the game we're playing with COVID is less like hopscotch and more like Russian roulette, because we don't know which student does and does not carry the disease with them in and out of the school. We need sufficient protective supplies, including fitted N95 masks for nurses and other appropriate protective gear for all educators who need them. This equipment is the responsibility of the district to provide, and in its absence in a school should be criteria that that school cannot accept students. In regards to facilities, we need adequate ventilation in all areas. And with all due respect, one window is not the answer. We need a question. The question is, what is the air exchange in these buildings? What is the air exchange? What is the quality of air? How is air moving through the buildings? Because the CDC said something about one window, that has really nothing to do with the reality of how air is circulating in our buildings. We need cleaning and sanitizing procedures that are safe and are strictly enforced. Isolation rooms and safe waiting areas near health offices, and it sounds like the district has made a lot of progress in this area, I'd say. We need working sinks in all health offices. We need soap and paper towels in all bathrooms. We need working windows, more than one per room, and safe drinking water. And it sounds like, again, there's been some progress on that point. Air quality and ventilation assessments must be done, but they must be also verified by independent assessors, and all results must be made public. We need safe, clean buses and protocols that protect our bus drivers and our students on the long rides to and from schools. We need to increase staffing, including hiring more substitute nurses and teachers, hiring more psychologists and social workers, hiring more custodians and other staff in order to support all students and to correctly implement all safety protocols. Finally, I'd like to register concern about the focus of much of the discussion as presented by the mayor and the district so far. It's a fallacy that, in regards to COVID, prevalence in the community is the only or even the primary factor to consider when determining whether it's safe to reopen schools. Because if we do not have safe schools, if we do not have realistic expectations for students and staff to meet to achieve safety in their day-to-day interactions, excuse me, if we do not have safe, accurate, rapid testing to confirm cases in a timely manner, and yet we reopen schools, we will spread the disease. And we'll spread the disease into the communities that have already been hit hardest by COVID. Should we wait for very low numbers of cases before even considering reopening schools? Yes, that's obvious. Should we take into consideration that once schools open, the disease will possibly spread? Yes, that hasn't been discussed enough. COVID has hit communities of color in Boston hardest. Let me ask this question, which I think bears examination. Studying this type of question would reflect a real commitment to understanding and to responding to racism as a public health issue. How would the spread of the virus in communities of color been affected if Boston Public Schools had closed on March 6th or on February 28th instead of on March 13th? How many lives would have been saved? How many hospitalizations would have been avoided? How much human suffering was caused by this delay? Let us consider these questions equally when thinking about when it is safe to reopen schools. Let's remember that schools have to restart in September. They do not have to reopen. When considering the separate question of reopening, we must all commit ourselves to honesty, to transparency, and to safety above all else. Safety in our schools, safety for our students, safety for our staff, safety for our families, and safety for our communities. I submit to you here today clearly and with the full weight of my duty as a nurse to place the health and safety of my patients above all else, that the only safe way we can restart Boston Public Schools in September is with fully remote learning. Let's start safe, let's get remote right. Let's do everything we can to stop the spread of this horrible disease. To proceed with all necessary caution is the bold thing, it's the safe thing, and it's the just thing to do. Thank you so much for having me participate today. Myself and all of our BTU school nurses look forward to working together with City Council members, any of you, for the health and safety of students, families, and communities of Boston. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan, for being with us this evening. Next, we have Dr. Downs, who is a school psychologist at the McKinley Schools. Victoria, welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello, all City Councilor members. My name is Victoria Downs, and I'm a school psychologist at McKinley Elementary School, McKinley Middle School, McKinley Preparatory High School, and McKinley South End Academy. Today, I'm here representing a dedicated group of school psychologists and social workers of the Behavioral Health Department of Boston Public Schools. As we think ahead to the start of the new school year, we are reminded of the disruption in schooling, months of isolation, fear, and uncertainty that our students and their families face during this pandemic. Whether our students return to school buildings or some hybrid model of virtual and in-person learning, there remains a significant amount of anxiety and apprehension for everyone in our larger school community. The social and emotional aspects of transitioning back into the school setting and universal trauma to students and staff cannot and should not be taken lightly. As leaders within the mental health field, district social workers and school psychologists are on the front lines for emotional and behavioral management. However, there are many other services we provide to the students of Boston Public Schools. Our department is responsible for psychoeducational evaluations, sociological assessments, and counseling services for students. Our department is the primary crisis response team in the district. We are members of our school student support teams where we help lead the work of multi-tiered systems of support, which is MTSS. We know that it will take a collaborative and team approach to address the post-pandemic needs of our students and families. When our schools closed in March, the behavioral health department rose to the challenge as the needs of our students increased exponentially. Since the closure of schools, district social workers and school psychologists have made more than 12,500 contacts with families, with over 2,000 of those contacts in the first 2 weeks of school closure. Additionally, telemental health sessions totaled almost 4,500 for our students. As we are on the cusp of a new school year, we are presented with an additional challenge. Due to the pandemic, all psychoeducational evaluations and sociological assessments were paused. As of June 20th, there were 2,657 evaluations in need of completion for our students by our department. Currently, we have 76 psychologists and 6 district social workers to complete psychoeducational and sociological evaluations, counseling sessions, respond to district crisis, leading our social emotional curriculum, and helping lead MTSS with student support teams. Our request for an increase in our staff, as well as safe and appropriate spaces within school buildings to provide services are necessary. Without it, many school communities will struggle to receive the appropriate amount of assistance and support that they will need. Additionally, the members of the behavioral health department have been advocating for 1 school psychologist and 1 district social worker in every building for the past 6 years. As advocates for social justice and equity, we must work to direct the appropriate resources and support to students and families who are impacted most by this crisis. In order to best serve the students of Boston Public Schools, we need additional staffing and safe and appropriate spaces. This is the time in our history that as a district and a city, we have the opportunity to rise up and do what's right for the students and families of Boston. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Next on our list, we have parent Imaris Matias. Imaris, welcome.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Okay, so I'm Maris Matias, a parent at Osha Gardens and part of the parent council at the school and parent mentor on St. Stephen. I'm here to provide you a little bit of info and explain the needs of the Osha Gardens. At Osha Gardens is about 900 students, 68 teachers, 1 full-time nurse, 1 counselor. As I know, having 1 counselor at the school for 900 students is not enough. I think Osha Garden should have more funds and for more social and emotional support. As we know, we're in the middle of the pandemic crisis, and our kids need social and emotional support because this is a problem that affects the whole family, especially on kids who can socialize with their classmates and friends. As a parent, I have many concerns about opening a school. As many parents, we have so many questions about what the district has to make to this school function in all capacity. Are we having more counselors? What about social workers? Are we having more nurses? It will be a better training for remote education. Are we going to be able to see what the district plans for the full remote education? This school needs all the help they can need. Without that, it is impossible for Osha Gardens to provide all the help that our children need. Since it is possible that we have not yet heard that the school has begun to clean deeply for healthy and dignified reopening. I recognize that some children need physical assistance due to their condition, but the plan of expose the teachers and staff who work with these children, I believe the children and teachers deserve respect and consideration. As also, the teacher needs to be able to have a better communication with parents. Our kids' education should be more as a team work effort between teachers and parents to work united. As parents, I worry about my child's safety. For me, hybrid option is out of the question. I don't think our schools are not prepared for this massive impact of these changes. Keep it in mind, the precautions are not 100% effective to, to require the social distance and the spread of the virus. This is not for our kids, it's also for the teachers and the working staff and their family safety. Please think about it and realize it what is better for the kids and family. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matias. Next, we have Andre Francois, who is the president of USW Local 8751. Andre, are you with us?
I sure am with you.
Welcome.
Good evening, councilmen and councilwomen, panelists. We want to thank City Council Ricardo Oyo and City Council Anissa for inviting us to be panelists in this, because you two were the only one that invite us in something. Because for a while we've been asking to be at the reopening planning table, but to date we haven't had that chance. Although late, we're still looking forward to be at the planning table, because they treat us like second-class citizens or outsiders in this whole thing. Our buses hasn't been disinfected, hasn't been doing anything. We have a company that is a Ford. The company hired a Ford company. We cut them. I hired a Ford company that they getting money reimbursed to them for disinfecting the buses and the bus yards and everything. Doing the from March to June 22nd, we had a food delivery program we were doing for the mayor. We were only doing boxes of food. We weren't doing children. The precious cargo, what we call our children. We're not only bus drivers. We are parents. We are grandparents. We would love to see how our children, our students go back to school in person, but you don't have any safety protocol, any help, especially for the school bus drivers. We were forgotten in all the discussions. Tonight I heard that the superintendent says a couple of things, help for the bus drivers, but they never told us how they're gonna do it. We never have any meetings with them at the table. Recently, they wanted to talk about a bid. So we have some demands to do. We concur with the Boston Teachers Union. We concur with the nurses that we demand that we have Boston Teachers Union nurses at every school facilities, including our bus yards, because before we go pick up the children, and in the morning and in the evening from school to take them home, we got to make sure that we are healthy. To go back to the March to June program that we were doing food delivery, we had, right before that, in the middle of that actually, in the month of April, we had 4 members. There's no entities in here tonight that can say that they had 4 members died during this pandemic of the COVID-19. It died because they were infected by one manager from the company that disappeared doing the whole thing. Disappeared, never came back. We had to take it on our own hands, our health and safety. We put together a ESOP, an emergency standard operating procedure to make sure that everybody wearing the mask, washing their hands, wearing gloves, the temperature taken every morning when we go to deliver food. We had to do that, and the underlinks that the private company used to do a little bit of managing for them, they kept taking our signs down. We had to call the mayor's office and let them know that they refused to accept it. We sent this to our ESOP to Boston Public Schools. They ignored the whole thing. So we demand that they adopt our union plan health and safety procedure to make sure that everybody is healthy and safe going back. That's why we said in our statement, there won't be any school reopening until all that taking place. Because they're talking about the buses. They're saying it's gonna be one child per bench. They're having people from DESE that don't even know anything about a school busing, how it's configured and everything. So the one child per bus, I mean.
Mr. Francois, I think we've lost you. Mr. Francois? Mr. Francois? Okay, well, if Andre, if you
Out of the room, out of order. So we demand that the company hire professional company that can disinfect in the buses, disinfect in the buildings, and we demand that we have nurses at the bus yard, at all the school facilities. So I can tell you that.
Mr. Francois, I've lost you again. I think that we appreciate your point, and I'm sure that the questions will come up during council questions. Thank you very much for your testimony today. Next, we have
Noise Valbuena, we had Edward.
Mr. Francois?
Eve Edwards, yes.
You've gone in and out a few times. If you would like to check your connection, I'm going to move to the next panelist and we'll come back to you. But if you could check your connection, we've lost you a few times, but I think we do hear the message that you're delivering and the concerns of yourself and your members. Thank you.
I would appreciate you come back to me because I had a couple more things to tell you.
Perfect. Let me get through the rest of the panel. Stay where you are, or maybe find a better spot with some internet accessibility. Kafunda Banks, you are next. And then we have Gloria West. Kafunda?
Thank you so much. I apologize that my video is off. My laptop has trouble doing two things at once. But my name is Kafunda Banks. I'm from the ABA. I'm an ABA specialist at the Curley School, K through 8 in Jamaica Plain. And I wanted to talk about the vulnerable population that we work with. I work with the inclusion students and the children on the autism spectrum disorder. And our population is extremely vulnerable in the sense that our students can often be immunosuppressed. They're vulnerable to infections, chronic inflammation, and autoimmune reactions. And our job, we work extremely close with our students, physically close with our students. So we assist with everything from academics to reading and arithmetic, and also to those living skills such as toileting, washing hands, brushing teeth, changing diapers. We often are working 1 feet within reach of our students so that we can physically assist them and guide them to complete tasks or to get to correct answers. Our students have behavioral challenges, which sometimes requires us to be hands-on. And we can also be in the situation where we have to physically hold students for their protection or for the protection of others. So safety is really paramount for us, and this need for us having appropriate PPE gear, and also extending beyond what's being presented, beyond mask and gloves. As I said, we are working extremely close with students. We get in contact with all kinds of bodily fluids, and our caseloads are such that I can be in 5 different classrooms and I can have 17 different students on my caseload. And so it would be appropriate for us to have PPE gear for 1 classroom, but that same PPE gear may not be appropriate for me to carry on into the next class. So for those 5 different classroom settings, may require for me to have different gear for each of those settings. And so for me, just being 1 person and being in 5 classrooms for 170 days throughout the year may require me to have 850 different changes of PPE. There's 12 ABA specialists at the Curly. So for 12 people who need different gear each day for 170 days, that can be 10, I think that I got 10,200. And that's just 1 classroom. So we are really needing to make sure that we have what we need in order to keep ourselves safe, to keep our students safe. And it's not appropriate for us to run out of those things like we run out of soap and paper towel routinely within the school setting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Banks. I appreciate your presentation. Next, we have Roxy Harvey, who's the chair of the Boston Sped Pack. Roxy?
Thank you. I also have my camera off because similar to my child who was doing remote learning, our home Wi-Fi cannot handle having the camera on and also accessing other services. But I'd like to speak honestly about what the Boston Special Education Parent Advisory Council has been hearing from some families, and to just express some of the needs that are there. Because we have been talking to the district about there's some students with disabilities that require in-person learning, whether it's going to be in school, in community, or in home. The 5-month period from March to August, which I include the remote extended school year services timeframe, did these children that require in-person service a great disservice because they received nothing during that time frame if they could not access remote learning. To be clear, we are advising that there should be family choice and all discussions should be centered around the needs of all the children that Boston Public Schools serve. We want all children and those who work with them to be safe. We want the city of Boston to prioritize children that are in crisis and in need of behavioral services, occupational service, and other related services, and in-person learning to give those families agency and choice. Currently, our families can decide whether they want to go inside a restaurant, sit down, take off their mask, and eat a meal, get their nails done in a nail shop, get in-home ABA services from private companies, get there and go to the casino or the gym for a nice little workout. But they cannot choose to have their child receive in-person services to help stop the dysregulation and severe regression in social skills and in various other areas that these children are suffering in. Furthermore, if you are part of the Boston's haves, you can pay the funds to enroll your child in a private school for in-person lessons, or better yet, pay into a pod system for those who can afford it or are lucky enough to be part of a grant that is funding for in-person pod services. I really asked myself, what does this say about us as a community and the achievement and social economic gaps that continue to grow in the city of Boston between the haves and the have-nots? Some families have literally shouted from the rooftops that there is a smaller population of BPS students that remote learning did not work for. So how long can we ignore them and tell them that we will continue to get either all remote learning or 2 days of something that we know is not beneficial for their needs and does not work for them? There's been repeated guidance on prioritizing students with disabilities, English language learners, and those for whom remote learning does not work. The guidance was clearly ignored for extended school year, where families that had IEPs received an email during the last week of ESY asking if they would send their child to an in-person ESY program. Most families did not bother to answer at that point because it was basically almost over. But approximately 43% of the 500 responses said yes. Obviously, at that point, it was too late for in-person ESY services, but that should have helped the district understand that if there is a need for in-person services for some children with disabilities. You would think that the next step is figuring out how large that need is at the school level and starting to look at something like the primary disability levels on each IEP and speaking to the IEP team, including the families who are equal members on the IEP team and can speak directly about their child's specific needs. To develop a truly comprehensive model that does not ignore small populations that cannot access a service, you have to genuinely engage families, listen and make adjustments or acknowledge where you can or cannot make modifications so families know that you heard them, you actually listened. You weren't just in a room while they spoke. Now we are approximately a month away from the start of school and basically the same approach is being used. Most families have not been contacted by their individual schools. I received an email yesterday from my child's school that quote said, once we receive a clear final plan from BPS, we will host a series of meetings for families and staff to share ideas, ask questions, and make some sense of the plan. And then I look on page 20 on the draft plan where it states, for all students who receive special services, either EL or special education, educators will determine the best programming for their students through the IEP or LTF teams. And these will be monitored by the child's teacher and support team. Students in this model will determine the amount of in-person/remote days per their plans and will be provided that instruction from 1 to 5 days in person or remote respectively, blended at home and in person as requested and as logistics allow. Logistics allow, this may suggest that if a school has too many vulnerable students and the students will not have the opportunity to provide in-person services for all of them. Because some schools are heavier weighted with lower income English language learners and students with disabilities. So I'm asking everyone to stop using children in a crisis as political pawns and holding them hostage for needs and for us to start focusing on their specific needs. I've read the BTU plan and it's well-developed, thought out plan that has many great points. But that does not mean students with disabilities should have to wait to get services that they're in desperate need of until all those demands are met. You know, there is a plan for if you feel unsafe sending your child into in-person school, you're all set because we have a remote option that everyone has they can make that choice to do all remote. I am one of those individuals that has a Black Hispanic child that is labeled as a PL3, which is a high needs disability child. And as I'm hearing people say that if you send the Black and brown kids are being sent to school to die, you cannot tell me as a parent that I am sending my child in to die if I choose to make an informed decision and send him for in-person services while everyone else is at the park, the beach, in-person summer camps and other places. There is the all remote learning plan and the hopscotch plan, but they may take care of the majority of students within our district, but we have to also think about those smaller populations. What about students with disabilities and other vulnerable populations that it does not work for? How can we continue to turn a blind eye to children regressing and in crisis as families are being torn apart? I really want to know what the clear plan is for those that have individual education programs that need OT services, ABA services, in-home services is written into their IEP, and other special education services to allow them to access the curriculum, but they cannot get it through remote learning. And the parent wants the child to attend in-person services in school, in community, or in home with the same precautions we use in all the other places that we currently go into. If the community partners that I've heard on some of these calls are offering their buildings that have good air qualities that are near schools, you know, the part of the discussion may have to be about the specific schools that don't have the space to service some of the vulnerable populations. Could some of these community partner spaces be utilized? Can we be creative to make sure these children that can't access remote learning actually get the services that they're in desperate need of? You know, talk about hospitals, restaurants, nail shops, None of them or the other places we go into close during the week for deep cleaning. COVID-19 or some other emergency may continue for some time, for many years, or reoccur, so we cannot ignore the students with disabilities and other vulnerable populations that cannot access remote learning when the family choice is in person. We cannot continue to try to give everyone 2 days of in-person schooling to make things equal when equity calls for some populations to receive 5 days a week of in-person instruction, obviously with safety procedures in place, if they choose to accept services in that manner. Some of our families need a 5-day-a-week in-person option in school, in community, or in home. We need to have a student focus in these plans to make sure students are getting what they need for their services. So we need to develop a clear plan with options that allow students with disabilities that need and want in-person services to access their individual education program, once again, in school, in community, or in homes, so their needs can be met. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Roxy, for sharing both your experience and speaking on behalf of a number of parents. Thank you. Next, we have Miss Gloria West from the Citywide Parent Council. Gloria?
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I also want to be mindful and let you know that is after I speak, one of my other counterparts is going to answer any questions that may be asked, because I have a school meeting at 7 o'clock that I also need to be on.
I will admit that parent in after you're done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to address the numerous concerns of families during this COVID pandemic. I've been a parent in BPS for over 49 years. Throughout the years, as I am also one of the marginalized voices, I have participated, watched, and learned much about how BPS system operates, how it includes the families, and the inner workings of planning and changing and rebuilding a systems that are not meeting the needs of the students and his families. Unfortunately, the COVID pandemic has brought a very bright light on the inequality focusing on how students are educated or not, how families are supported and treated or not. As much as Dr. Casilius in her first year as the superintendent has tried to break down the systemic strongholds that are racial, economic, and nepotism and biases of students and families it serves, the district's mindset of how to treat our students and families should be like second nature. However, as we communicate our concerns and different opportunities, it is as though we are wasting our time. Our parent-student voice is not part of the equation nor valued. During this pandemic, the family and community engagement should have soared, but yet they went on vacation. Furthermore, throughout the pandemic, on a weekly basis, I am responsible for delivering food, supplies, check-ins, and weekly meetings with parents. I have had discussions regarding their child's education and the experience with the district. For example, some of the issues that have constantly come up: no contact from teachers since March, or when we went on in COVID in March. No contact from teachers or leaderships in the school. No support for families with children on IEPs or 504s. School leaders who do not recognize parent voices. Parents are unwelcome to the school buildings prior to COVID. Ventilation issues within the schools, and most importantly, no trust has been established. We have grandparents with second or third grade to no education raising their grandchildren, some who can't even read. How do we, or do you expect parents to teach their children? Has the Office of Opportunity and Advancement provided workshops to families around math, reading? Many of us are not well versed in the new math and new reading strategies that are required by the district. When a first grader, as of last Friday, when I delivered food to his family, when a first grader stated, "I'm going to go back to school and die, or I'm going to bring it home to my abuela or papa. It's my fault." That hurt me to my core. Schools have no tissues, soap, paper towels, unlike the Boulder building, who's well stocked with supplies, and yet our children in these schools go without. How are you able to look at yourselves, "Oh, right, I'm sorry," because your children are enrolled in the better schools, white privilege reigns. Finally, when Dr. Casillas came on board with a fresh outlook and hopes of changing the culture and shifting the dynamic of the district, the pandemic has shown families that they are continued to be irrelevant. Marginalized students and families' voices are not part of the equation and are still not relevant. There are some teachers and school leaders who have gone above and beyond with their families, best practices. There are some who have not done anything. Until the mayor and the superintendent own the issues of nepotism existing, teachers of color continue to be ostracized and ran out of the district. Accountability is just a word, not actually done with full transparency. The marginalized children and their families will continue to be left out and left behind. Community meetings are not welcome. Parents and students' voices are not part of the equation, and yet the discussion and the plans have already been made. We're an afterthought. Out of all the children I've raised, I have one dropped out of BPS because the staff refused to follow her IEP. The 5 others graduated from BPS. During that period within the district, there was no competition between schools, attendance and test scores, and teachers passionate about working with our children and our families soared. People were not afraid to challenge each other for the betterment of students. The district continues to struggle with departments perpetuating nepotism behind individuals who are relatives who have no professional experience when working with our most marginalized families and students. Stop adding icing and decorations to a lumpy cake and put it in a pretty package and hoping that parents will buy it. You have no sell. Until you are able to empathize with families, not lead from the top down, but incorporate marginalized student and parent voices into the reopening plan, and stop assuming you know what's best. Be somebody who makes everybody feel like somebody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gloria. And I know we've been rejoined by Sam Scarpino. He had another commitment and has returned. Sam?
Yes, thank you very much, Counselor. I apologize for having to drop, and I very much appreciate the invitation, and very much appreciate and share the concerns that I was able to hear, before I dropped and then after I returned. So just very briefly, I'm an assistant professor at Northeastern University in the Network Science Institute, Health Sciences, Environmental Sciences, and Physics. And my research area is trying to understand how infectious diseases spread through populations, why we see diseases spreading faster in certain areas, persisting in certain areas, why we have higher health burden, and then importantly, how we can best translate the things we learn about the epidemiology of these diseases into improved public health decision-making, into plans that will allow us to reopen things like K-12 schools as safely as possible. And so I'd like to just be very brief this evening. I know that there's a lot of interest in having a question and answer, and I know that that many of us are up against deadlines and other obligations for the rest of the evening. So I think from my perspective, the first thing that we all have to understand, I think that this is something that we all know very well and doesn't require any training in epidemiology, is that this is some of the hardest and most difficult times from the perspective of our communities related to an infectious disease that most of us have ever had to deal with. I think really the only comparator in the United States would be those communities that were hit hardest by HIV/AIDS pandemic in the late 80s and early 1990s. And so I think it's very important that all of us remember that this is very, very difficult and made even more complicated by the fact that because COVID-19 is an emerging infectious disease, because this is a new pathogen, we are all learning about this together, from the scientists and medical professionals, public health professionals, to school superintendents, principals, parents, families, and city councilors. And so we need to have the ability to make these decisions and learn and grow together as a community, which is why having these kinds of discussions is so important. That being said, and the reason that I led with that introduction is because there's a lot we don't understand about the transmission risks for COVID-19 in our schools. As I'm sure many of you are aware, only very recently are we starting to learn about the risk of school children transmitting the disease. It's very clear that children, especially under 19, are at much lower risk for acute disease. Obviously not zero risk. We've seen all over the United States, in Florida, Arizona, California, increasing rates of hospitalization for children and teens. We've certainly tragically seen fatalities. And so there is no zero risk, but much lower risk. The biggest question that we had from an epidemiological perspective was whether children could still get infected with the virus and then transmit that virus onto other individuals, onto potentially teachers, caregivers, other family members. There is more and more evidence that children do get infected, even if they don't have symptoms or have as severe symptoms, and that they can transmit the infection to others. Unfortunately, we still don't have a good understanding of where that ranks with respect to adults. Are they just as infectious as adults? Are they less infectious than adults? That's something that we're still learning. And that's very important why we see, coming from the school's reopening plan, the ability for us to learn and adapt as we understand more and more about this virus, and to have the science drive the reopening plans. I think that that's a really critical piece of all of this, that we still just don't know as much as we would like to know around the risk for children transmitting the disease. I think the second piece that's really critically important, and this is something that it's very difficult to understand how we would deal with this situation given the limited testing capacity. But as we move into the school year, if we have in-person education as a part of a hybrid model, and we're relying on symptoms to look for infections, we are going to end up with individuals that have a respiratory infection but do not have COVID-19. We are going to have individuals that have asthma and have symptoms that are very similar to the early stages of a COVID-19 infection, but do not have COVID-19. And this is something that our hospital networks are dealing with right now as they're screening their employees, the physicians, the nurses, the healthcare workers, all the employees in the hospital system, for symptoms that they end up with individuals that have to go through a round of COVID tests because they have another respiratory infection or because they have asthma symptoms. And so I think I would really strongly encourage the leadership to engage with how we are going to deal with a situation where there is a respiratory virus outbreak in the Boston area. Maybe it's influenza, maybe it's RSV, maybe it's another common cold coronavirus that's not COVID, that is confusing our symptom-based surveillance system and leading us to believe that large proportions of students maybe have COVID-19 or will have to be quarantined or tested. And so I think that that's something that that we're going to have to kind of try to understand how we're going to address, just given the fact that we simply don't have the test capacity to be able, nor do we have the kinds of test resources that we need in terms of rapid at-home testing, to be able to really do much of anything different at this point. And so I think from my perspective, from an epidemiological perspective, I'm very encouraged to see that the plan involves a science-based approach that's paying attention to the positivity rates, that's realistic about the fact that as soon as those rates start to creep up above 2-3%, headed towards 4%, we're really going to be at a very high risk. That we are engaging with the fact that, as all of you have mentioned and understand much better than I do, that schools do so much more than just educate in person, and that we need to understand how we can provide those services while maximally mitigating the risks, taking advantage of the things that we've learned in other settings about the effectiveness of mask wearing, the effectiveness of physical distancing, but also being realistic with engaging around what are we going to do if there's an influenza outbreak, if there's an outbreak of another viral respiratory pathogen, and we're seeing lots and lots of students who are symptom positive, but maybe don't have COVID. And then again, just to remind us that it's going to be very important that we continue to engage in these kinds of open and honest conversations, because we are all learning about this, and we need to have the space to learn and be able to adapt. And that's one important aspect that I do see in this plan that's missing in so many other plans. We need to find a balance between uncertainty, which is very difficult for all of us to deal with, but having so much certainty that we have a rigid plan that's going to fall apart as soon as we actually get into the school year. And so I think from my perspective, those are really the three key points. And again, I want to thank the city councilors for inviting me, for organizing this, for the superintendent, and for everyone's incredibly hard work that has gone into all of this. I really can't imagine how difficult this is for all of the families and for all of the leaders that are here, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Samuel. And I do want to recognize that we've been joined by Councilor Lydia Edwards. I do want to move to questions from colleagues now, because we are, again, running up to 2 hours of presentation, which was really thoughtful and passionate and detailed. And I think responsive, especially for the superintendent and Jessica, responsive to things that they've heard in the community over the last couple of months in particular. And would like to now turn it over to colleagues for questions. I am going to hold everyone to a 5-minute timer. We will likely do a round 2 for colleagues. I also want to note for those in the waiting room that are going to testify, please make sure that your ID matches the name that you signed up to testify for, because I won't call for public testimony later for anyone who does not match their name. I will start with the lead sponsor now, Councilor Ricardo Arroyo.
Thank you so much. And I will need that second round. So I'm going to try and keep to the 5 here. And so I just ask that as I ask questions, that the answers attempt to be as short and sweet as possible so that we maximize the amount of time, because there are a number of questions. My first one is with asymptomatic symptoms, asymptomatic carriers. I don't even know what the question here would be, because frankly, there's no plan in this plan that incorporates them. So right now the plan requires at-home testing for symptoms. It also requires teachers to essentially, or nurses, to spot symptoms in class, right? So whether or not somebody's showing the effects of sniffles or fever or cough or sneezing, and to sort of isolate and move those children out. But it has nothing for the 20 to 25% of students or faculty or bus drivers who won't show symptoms. And I don't know how this plan intends to do that. And the reason I say that is there's no mandatory testing. And not only is there no mandatory testing, on page 29 under protecting BPS health and safety requirements, it says COVID-19 testing is not required for initial return. Because the COVID-19 virus can be contagious from carriers who do not yet have or feel any symptoms, fever is not always the first indicator of infection, which tells me that this plan recognizes asymptomatic carriers. It just doesn't have a solution for them. And so what is right now, and if the answer is it's a work in progress or we don't have one, what is right now the plan to identify asymptomatic carriers, whether it's in faculty, whether it's in bus drivers, whether it's in students and families?
Thank you, Counselor. I'm going to go ahead and call on our nurse. I don't know if you have to let her in, Anissa.
Suzanne is with us, sorry.
Hi, thank you. And I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be here. I think you bring up a great point about, asymptomatic and pre-symptomatic transmission. The important thing I think to remember is the mitigation strategies that are in place across the city and the state and the country right now, which is the social distancing and wearing the masks in order to prevent the transmission of all of our, would you say, secretions, if not, and so I think that increasing hand hygiene, etiquette, teaching, all of those pieces work together to reduce the risk of any transmission, whether it's symptomatic or asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic. There is, as I'm sure you're aware, there's no real way to identify asymptomatic transmission unless you do testing. So what would happen is a person would be referred to testing if they were a close contact. They would be referred to testing if they,
so can I interject really quick? Because close contact requires contact tracing. And I want to get into that in a second. I recognize the 5 minutes. And so there's a number of different questions, but I'll leave this one for the asymptomatic contact tracing.
Sure.
If we're talking about somebody who's asymptomatic and is spreading this disease, and I'll give you I'm a district counselor in Hyde Park, Rosendale, and Mattapan. Most of my students are taking buses, public buses, MBTA buses to a hub, which is Forest Hills, hopping on a train and going to multiple schools. So we're talking about contacts with the general public. We're talking about contacts with other students at different schools. We're talking about contacts with MBTA related personnel. There's no contact tracing that's even possible for that because nobody's putting their names or their numbers into a phone book or into some sign-in sheet when they get on the buses. And so if somebody's asymptomatic and they're spreading this disease on the bus, whether they're faculty, whether they're MBTA, whether they're students, and then we have several students on that same bus going to different schools who have now had a contact. We have students going to Forest Hills and now they're meeting up with all of the different buses in the neighborhoods, going to this one hub, getting onto trains and having contacts. None of that is getting traced. There's no tracing that. And so in 2 weeks or a week, we might have some students or faculty who show signs. In others, we won't. And so generally speaking, we're always going to be behind the curve. There's no way that we're going to catch asymptomatic folks until they've already spread this virus to somebody who is symptomatic, because unless we do mandatory testing, there's no way to actually confirm an asymptomatic carrier. And this plan has nothing to force testing for asymptomatic students, even though the science says for our college returns that they have to do mandatory testing every 3 days to be on campus because they understand that safety requires that. That requires identifying those folks before they spread it, not identifying the spread after it's already occurred.
With all due respect, sir, I think what I would say is that currently all the things that you're describing are happening. And so we are all throughout the city of Boston and through the state of Massachusetts, the United States, we've seen an increase in mobility across all areas throughout the country. And so I think the important thing to remember is that we have to take into consideration all of the mitigation strategies that have been established for us. And we need to work with the Boston Public Health Commission to make a solid plan for determining who our close contacts are, because sustained close contacts within 6 feet or less, 15 to 20 minutes, face-to-face for an extended period of time. So when you're discussing some of those other considerations, that isn't always an aspect that we would consider.
It's absolutely not possible. Like, the reality is, if I asked you right now, because I had to prepare for this hearing, I actually called the MBTA. Do you know what the MBTA's minimum passenger requirement is? It doesn't exist. It's up to the individual bus drivers. The bus sizes don't change, but individual bus drivers get to decide the minimum amount of people that get on a bus. The mask requirement, they're not actually allowed to ask why you don't have a mask if you say it's for a medical purpose.
Counselor,
No way. If I can just finish this one thought, and then I'll see time for.
Because we are up at the time, and that's about the tea.
It's not an acceptable answer to me.
Well, why don't we get you one, Counselor, and we'll go back to talk to the Boston Health Commission, and we will address that again with them, and then we will get back to you on an answer for you.
What are you addressing with them? What did I just ask that get addressed? What I'm saying is specifically you can address it. I mean, you don't
You want to know about asymptomatic transmission.
Yes,
and
but
so I will consult again
So
with the experts and get back to you.
I can't have us talking over each other because then we don't hear questions or responses. I think Councilor Arroyo, there's a very clear question there for the MBTA that we should forward off to them to have some understanding about what their policies and procedures are, because that will impact our students.
This plan's due in 48 hours, right? It's due by Friday. So I just think what we're talking about, I understand the needs that we have right now for families and parents. I also understand that needs don't make plans safer. Just because we have acute needs doesn't actually make the plan safer. It just means that we're telling people that they have to risk their actual safety and health to meet those needs.
I appreciate that, Councilor Arroyo. I'd like to go to other colleagues for questions. We'll have multiple rounds. Next, we have Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, are you with us? We may have lost Councilor Braden. Next, I have Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, are you with us? And then following her will be Councilor Baker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess one question, I'd love if the superintendent could expand a bit on how we're thinking through the plans for special needs students, because I think that's obviously a broad category and there's lots of different IEP specifications within that, but it's a concern that I've been hearing again and again in the context of these very fraught, difficult conversations about what makes sense for the whole district is just that for students for whom, remote learning is no learning at all, how are we meeting, their need and right to an education? And that's something I've been getting a lot of questions about. So I would love to hear more from you on it.
Thanks, Counselor. It is heartbreaking listening to our special ed parents who need services. And this was especially heartbreaking when we had the sheltering in and we weren't able to provide services, and they were also not able to get them from the state and others. And so I know that it was extremely challenging. Now, as we begin to move back into support to our families, we will be meeting with them and trying to meet the service needs that we can, as well as any compensatory needs that we need to provide as well. And then the evaluations that are due that you heard the psychologist talking about earlier. So it is really by a case basis, and that's why it's in the plan that way, because every student comes with unique disabilities and unique needs and unique services that we will need to provide for them.
And has there been any thought, I noted Jessica mentioning, just that we have some teachers who expressed a willingness to be back in person, and she noted that depended, of course, on kind of the safety and health context of the buildings. And I just wonder, are we thinking about novel, creative ways to partner up some of our teachers who might be up for being in person with our students who most need that in-person support? I'm just very aware that our whole system is not built for this strange situation that we're in. And I'm curious how much we've talked through that possibility, including with the BTU.
Yeah, it's just really challenging. And so we're still really working with the BTU around the staffing protocols. And so I can't really speak to it right now because we're still working with them on all of the particulars.
Okay. Jessica, did you have any comments on that?
So I do want to share that in March, we had asked to start talking about this because we were concerned about the backlog of compensatory services in particular. And we had submitted a plan to the district for how we might be able to start piloting. And I shouldn't say pilot because no one should be an experiment, but how do we start planning for our special education students in particular over the summer and through ESY. Unfortunately, the district was not able to take us up on our suggestions, but we do want to continue to work with the district. And what we have shared is, again, that we believe in student support teams being able to work with families to identify what services need to be addressed. And I want to clarify too, and I want to appreciate, I believe it was Roxy Harvey from the SPED PAC and her perspectives, but I think there's a little misunderstanding with our plan. We actually specifically talk about flexibility so that those schools which are ready to start having in-person services can do so. And we've actually specifically said if that means the facility of the actual school they're assigned to is not ready, we need to be looking at outside partners and outside places where those compensatory services and the needs of the IEP are being met as well. And if that means before the 21st, we're certainly open to that. But I think that's why we've been saying that we need to start planning now for those creative solutions to those issues and figure out how we work with partners to get this done.
Thanks. And on the outdoor space front, I'm sort of curious. I mean, I think, we've all learned over the course of the pandemic how important the outdoor versus indoor kind of, air circulation distinction is. And obviously we're limited by our weather here in New England. But I am curious. So there's sort of separate issues. There's Jessica just referred to the possibility of using partner spaces that are indoor, but might be better ventilated and better, suited than our BPS buildings. But I'm just curious on either the district or BTU front, what thinking we've done about potential, like kind of experimental outdoor spaces, again, maybe just for some, like, not necessarily that we're good, not that I imagine that we would be able to go to 5-day-a-week outdoor school here in Boston or something, but just kind of how would we incorporate an element of that?
So there will be a number of creative ideas that come out of, our teachers getting in these schools with our principals and having this time to plan. I think that they're going to come up with all kinds of ideas to do, as well as our Chief of Community Advancement has been working with Boston After School and Beyond on a partnership model and looking at the summer school model that we had with partnering with our partners and how to work in out of school time. So we're hopeful that that pilot that we did this summer will be something that we can emulate during the school year, and we are actively in those conversations right now.
And that has absolutely been a part of our solutions as well, and looking at how we can use outdoor spaces. And we are interested in, again, our team approach and our pod approach, where we have teams of teachers who might be able to work together with using some of that outdoor space, or even, and this is something I think that the district and I, or the BTU agree on, is the need for building relationships first. And if there's a new school year, the importance of relationships for remote learning is just one of the major lessons we learned in the spring. And so if that means being able to do trainings with, for example, the Parent-Teacher Home Visit Project and doing virtual home visits, and then if possible, even having in-person outside where it's safe, et cetera, then that might be a possibility, but it needs to be voluntary. And again, we don't think that all staff should be required to go in for remote learning or expected to put themselves at risk.
Thank you. We did hit up against the time. I think Mr. Francois has his hand up. Is that a response to Councilor Bach's question? You're on mute, Mr. Francois. Mr. Francois, you're on mute.
It's not in response to Mr. Arroyo's question. It's I realized that I couldn't be heard earlier because I had a bad connection. And now that I have a better connection, I'd like to get a shot at finish my statement.
We heard most of what your comments were. What I'd like to do is go through a round of colleague questions, because some of their questions
Maybe there will be a question for me, then I'll have a chance to talk about some of the things that I forgot.
Thank you. I appreciate that, but we will come back to you.
Oh, thank you.
Councilor Mejia is next. I no longer see Councilor Baker on my screen. Councilor Mejia?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. And thank you everyone for being here tonight. I have lots of questions and I only have 5 minutes, so I'll just be really thoughtful in that. I'm just really curious, and I just want to say even before I ask the question, is that the fact of the matter is that we're now in August, and in March, we shut down, and here we are having a conversation about something that's supposed to be happening in the next 3 weeks. And that just is really alarming to me in terms of planning. Families can't plan, parents can't plan, students and teachers. And so I think that it's really unfortunate that this is where we are right now. But in terms of my questions, Dr. Casillas, for the last 3 or 4 weeks, we've been talking about opportunities to create spaces for remote learning to happen safely. And I'm just curious, in terms of this hopscotch model that we have yet to determine whether or not we're going to be using, what are some of the alternates? If families, working families in particular, if we do Monday and Tuesday inside of school, I'd like to know what your plan is for working families on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays in terms of like planning. What does that look like?
So we're still working through that, Counselor, in terms of the other 3 days that would be out of school time. Again, I talked about partnering with the Boston After School and Beyond and our many partners for families that might need additional support or childcare options for their family while the children are facilitating their learning if parents are not able. And so that's just a real struggle, and it is not ideal. I know that. With faith-based organizations as well.
Yeah, so no, I appreciate that. I guess can you close the door, please, Annalise? Can I help with driving? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just curious. This is what happens when you're trying to do remote learning, working from home, and you have kids, right? And so just bear with me. I'm just also curious is that, you know, the city is resource rich, but coordination poor. And my question is then, you know, we have access to these, you know, we have access to community centers, we have access to these community partners. What is the holdup in terms of utilizing their space to provide learning during the day?
Yeah, I think that it, you know, there's a number of complications that we were able to work through when we did Boston After School and Beyond, which is, you know, just how do parents sign up in terms of registration, the space and the licensing of the space and making sure that it's an appropriate space and health and safety and all of that, data sharing agreements that would need to be approved, staffing issues, background checks, you know, just a number of concerns that we would just need to work through. Not that any of those are insurmountable, but it's also how do you just create a complete different structure for out of school time that maybe hasn't existed before. And so it's just going to take some time as we begin to think about those other options.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep coming up with this because I know my time is going to be limited. I just feel like time is not out of our hands. And I'm also curious about this whole notion that everyone has been heard and that there's been opportunities for all voices to be at the table. But from what I'm hearing from a lot of spaces is that educators haven't really been at the table informing the decision-making. You know, educators are also parents. I've also heard from students and parents and others that they don't feel included in the process. And so if what I'm hearing out in these streets is not reflected of what I'm seeing in the PowerPoint in terms of how many people you have reached and engaged in the process, I'm trying to understand where is this disconnect in terms of real community and family engagement, which also includes our educators.
Well, we have been including, as you saw in the PowerPoint, certainly we will continue to process and get feedback as best that we can. We are doing all that we can to reach out to families, to teachers. There's working groups that are working. I did focus groups earlier in the spring or later in the spring in June. So I think it's, you know, really, it's just going to be an ongoing process as we learn and grow together.
And then this is my last question, Councilor Asabi George. I'm just really curious about the relationship between the school committee and you as a superintendent, right? If you are the superintendent, in my mind, you should be able to be the leader that is making decisions on behalf of the 55,000 students that you are responsible for and you represent. It seems to me, though, oftentimes is that there is a level of, and I understand the way the power structure is created, that the school committee definitely in many ways is your boss, but I'm just trying to understand when you talk about listening to everyone, I'm just curious about that power structure and that dynamic that really prevents you, Dr. Casillas, from doing all that you can for on behalf of the 55,000 students that you represent. What can we do to support you in developing your leadership and your voice in this decision-making process?
Well, I think that, you know, everything's a collaborative decision with the entire community, right? And the school committee has been supportive. And so we would just continue to move through. These are really uncertain times and really challenging. So I appreciate the accountability. I appreciate the continued push to do more engagement. You know, we did have over 40 community engagement with 4,000 people attending. I realized we were presenting information, so we shifted about midway through to take a lot more questions. We did surveys, we had open response that people could email us and provide feedback. It's just hard with 53,000 families and then to reach out. And earlier during the remote time, we also used a new technology called Hub Dialer, where we called families personally to ask them if they had a computer and Wi-Fi. And I think, you know, continuing to use that kind of strategy so that we can reach more of our families who maybe aren't connecting online or aren't able to Zoom. And just that personal touch with that Hub Dialer has been a strategy that I've really appreciated and been wanting to use.
Councilor Asabi George, are we going to have another time for round two?
Yep, absolutely. Councilor O'Malley. Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, everybody. It's great to see all of you and appreciate, obviously, the interest. I will try to keep it brief. I know we have many pressing questions and do want to hear from stakeholders. teachers, parents, students as well in the public testimony. And I think it goes without saying, but I just want to sort of start these comments by saying all of us are absolutely on the same page. We all know that we may have differing point of views on the best way to go forward, but we're all going to the safety and the health of our students and our school communities is paramount. Obviously, that goes without saying, and I appreciate everyone working really, really hard in these unquestionably beyond difficult times. So, Superintendent, in one of the slides, you talked about the key date of the 14th, which is this Friday, is the filing deadline where the districts need to present their plans to DESE. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that subject to, talk just briefly, is that we obviously, I think the answer is no, we wouldn't be locked into that. A lot of that would be, I assume that you're considering the plan now, the sort of the hybrid approach, mindful that data and health and trends and quite frankly, the inability to maybe meet some of our self-imposed metrics could change that before September 21st.
It is an evolving plan. It's just, you turn it into so that they can see that you've thought through the things that, and that you have with the complete understanding that it is evolving and emerging and may change at any time with added new science and added new capacity. So our plan will absolutely change because it's just the times we live in.
And so was the plan going to be similar to what you shared with us today, or I'm just sort of the mechanics of it? What exactly is the plan entail from the 50,000 foot view? Would it be something like this, a 24 or 25 page PowerPoint that sort of goes through what we're looking at, or is it something a little more
It'll be very
specific?
similar to what we released last week, but there's also a template that goes along with that and information about it. So it'll be mostly of the information that we shared in the draft one, but then there's additional information around the protocols, safety protocols, and some additional updates that we're going to be making for the draft 2, and that will go into the department this Friday.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I know that you, and I appreciate, I've sat on a number of the Zooms. I know my colleagues have, certainly the chair of the committee has some of the stakeholder opportunities. And I know that you've done many surveys as well. I think it's about just under 20,000 responses of the family surveys through the end of July. And is that continuing? I mean, I assume the goal is to get to 53 or 54,000 surveys, get everybody.
That's right. I mean, we will continue to survey them throughout this entire process because getting their feedback is really important. The thing that we need to do and just continue to be mindful of, I think that Councilor Mejia was bringing up, was just that we want to make sure that we reach all of our families,
Precisely.
our students, and those who maybe aren't having as much access as others may have.
Precisely. And President Tang, I know that you've been obviously working with your membership as well. And I know you may have stepped off. It's fine if you did. We can, or I think you just unmuted yourself. But how's your outreach been to your membership in terms of similar questionnaires and taking sort of the temperature? I know I've received some emails and some communications from you and your team, but are we at 50% of your membership has weighed in? Is it higher than that?
Yeah, actually, it's close to 50% at this point.
Right.
We have over 4,500 active members. So we're certainly getting there, and we'll continue to push out our survey as well. But the interesting thing about our survey is that even between 500 responses and 2,000 responses, the results haven't actually changed. They've been very consistent throughout that whole time.
That is a very good excuse for polling as a science, not an art. So that's good to hear. And I assume you're going to continue as the weeks progress to reach out to more and more of your members just to make sure.
Absolutely. Actually, even just earlier today, we had a town hall. We've had several events with hundreds of our members attending, and we'll continue to get our feedback and from our members as well. And this is something that we've advocated for too, was to early on survey our members and also the families to figure out what the different needs were going to be so that we would be fully staffed for the fall. We have very big concerns about being able to fully staff because we were already understaffed even before the pandemic.
No, that's a fair point.
Counselor, also Jessica and
Please,
I have convened working groups of school leaders and teachers, have been very, very well received as of July 24th in 12 different working groups, and those will continue on.
Great. No, I appreciate that too. I do. Both of you guys, thank you for your leadership and working on that. As it relates,
Thank you,
I'm
Counselor.
sorry.
That's our 5 minutes. Sorry about that.
Fair point.
Another round. Counselor
Fair point. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Campbell.
Thank you, Counselor Asabi George. You don't mess around, so thank you for keeping us all on track. And thank you. It's awesome. And thank you to all the panelists, of course, Superintendent, the administration, Jessica, all the stakeholders, folks representing our bus drivers, our nurses. Really appreciate you guys participating tonight, but all of the emails, the calls, it helps to inform our position and advocacy, at least mine. I also want to thank my district families and residents for reaching out. I've already gone on the record already to say I do not think we're ready to return to an in-person instruction model. I do not think the hybrid model is the best way to go. And I know, Superintendent, we've talked candidly about this, either recent studies that suggest the model is unworkable with respect to the pandemic or not practical. So I really think, you know, we're kind of, I think, a bit distracted focusing on the fight of in-person remote versus let's do remote really well. And let's look at the gaps. Let's look at what didn't work for our students. Let's look at what didn't work for our teachers, our educators, improve those immediately. And then talk about a phased in approach of some sort with respect to those who we deem that need it most. That could be pre-K, English language learners, special needs students. And that, of course, depends on the pandemic. So I'm on the record already. What I would like to focus on is the one group of folks that clearly is essential right now, is important to sort of prioritize, is our essential workers, right? Folks who have to go to work and are finding it difficult to do remote learning. And so I'm curious, what is Boston doing to look at possible spaces or childcare places with our partners where folks can bring their children to have a remote learning experience, but also be able to work? I know San Francisco, New Orleans, New York, LA have done this. Curious if we've done this here or considering doing this here.
Counselor, I don't have an answer around childcare, but I will get it to you.
Okay, I'll follow up on that because for me, that's critically important as we think about the remote learning experience. One of the gaps is those folks who have to go to work, who are on the front lines. And we know that there's some daycare providers that might be available, but not many. So how might we set up partners where they can only care for the children, but also provide remote learning experience, working with teachers, et cetera. Other cities have done it, so I think we should here. Another question I have is, so what's the status currently of the remote learning agreement?
That was through the end of the remote spring to the end of the year.
So does it have to be reevaluated if regardless if it's hybrid or not, we're going to have remote learning experience. I'm curious, will the public, educate, not just educators, of course, but parents and families be able to weigh in on that process?
Well, we are at the table right now with our union partners around all of those aspects of the contract.
Okay, because I know this came up before in the first round. We had a lot of folks saying, well, I'm not at the table. I want my voice to be heard, which of course is critically important. So if we're going to improve the remote learning experience, would love for some public process or some way that folks in the community can weigh in as to what they thought worked for their remote learning experience and what didn't. Similar to almost what Jessica and the Teachers Union have done with the surveys. Might we be able to do some more surveys or something else to allow folks to participate in the agreement process? That's come up quite a bit with some folks in my district.
Yeah, Counselor, we did a pretty deep analysis of remote learning. We did survey teachers, we surveyed students, we surveyed families. We also, I did focus groups with Jessica on that from May through June. And so I think that we did a full data analysis on that and we released that, I think last week. So
my goal is really looking at, I know soon she's going to tell me to stop talking. My goal is really to look at whatever the new process or agreement becomes, having an opportunity for folks to weigh in, I think is critically important. Because regardless of how we feel, every stakeholder should be at the table and allowed to have their voices heard. And then my last point is, why I want us to also focus on remote learning is this is an opportunity to really evaluate various curriculum, various things we could be changing given this moment. I've had a lot of constituents. I have to give a shout out to Judith Baker in my district, who've talked about what does it mean to have a curriculum that is anti-racist? What does it mean to change some of our curriculum given the time period and what we're talking about? The collective trauma we're all going through. Some of us understand the root causes, some do not. Some of us learned it, some did not. As a BPS student, I didn't learn much, frankly, with respect to systemic racism and all those things when I was a student. So I think this is also an opportunity for us to adopt remote learning for the fall and really begin to talk about other things we could be changing, whether it's curriculum or other things that folks are also asking us about from our respective communities and districts.
Thank you, Councilor Campbell. I don't know if you have
Councilor Sabi George.
a brief response to that, Superintendent. I think that was.
No, I just appreciate, the comments of really making sure that people are at the table. Some of the issues are negotiated with the union. So, and then I think that just, continuing to improve remote learning is really, really critical.
Oh, and shout out to Jessica Tang and with respect to the school police and the union's work on that, critically important. So thank you. Thank you, Councilor Sabi George.
Very welcome. I think Jessica wanted to respond though to some of your question and comment, Councilor Campbell. Jessica?
No, I appreciated that. I just wanted to say that we're amenable to open bargaining. And so if others want to participate in our negotiations, I just want to say too, from the start in the spring, I think there was some kind of narrative that we were holding up negotiations, and that is absolutely not the case. We have always said from the spring to the fall to today that we are open and ready to negotiate any day. Including the weekends too. And so any delay on the MOU, I'd like to clarify that it was not on our end. We were wanting more dates, but I will say that we finally today got dates. So we'll be meeting every single day the next few days. But that was not because we were delaying. We wanted to get this done sooner rather than later. And in fact, we still think we're behind already. And that a lot of people don't realize that August is when educators start planning. And without clarity on what the plan is going to be, it is really hard to get the planning done in time to have a good start. So we're ready to go.
I just said thank you, Councilor Campbell. I'm going to take a moment of privilege here as chair and just ask, you mentioned the bargaining unit, President Tang, I should refer to you in your appropriate title. Have we looked, has there been any analysis with the bargaining units? Maybe Mr. Francois can help answer this. If we were in a full remote scenario with school for the majority of this school year or a significant portion of this school year, thinking about the production of a vaccine for our student population, for our residents here in the city of Boston, our teachers and our students included, what could be the impact on some of the bargaining units? If we are remote, are we talking about potentially, I don't know whether this is for you, President Tang, or for you, Superintendent Cassellius, are we talking about laying off or furloughing providers of services that aren't necessary if we are fully remote?
My position is very simply, absolutely not. The district can't afford to furlough, our students can't afford to furlough educators. Again, we were understaffed before the pandemic.
I'm thinking about, but if we're in remote learning, that would imply that our teachers would be engaged. But I suppose I'm concerned, Mr. Francois, about our bus drivers, or about our lunchroom monitors, or about some of our other employees within the district that are non-teaching staff. Would we then be looking at potentially a situation where we're laying off or furloughing if we are remote?
Well, I think that is a really tough decision, Counselor, but it's a $1.4 billion organization, and obviously when you're in remote, it is a different situation. And so you have to figure out what do those folks do if their position is specific to seeing kids in the building, that's not under consideration right now, but it would, you know, it is certainly, if it continues on, I think that there is absolutely a repositioning that may have to happen. You know, it just, but that's not something I would make in a decision on my own, obviously. You know, I think it is, and not one that I would take lightly either.
Mr. Francois, and I should have gone first, and I'm using my time now, and then we'll go to Councilor Wu. Mr. Francois?
Yeah, mute myself. Yeah, for people that speak against remote learning, the minority of the people that speak against remote learning, I can tell them it will be unconscionable to say that we're going to go remote learning for a long time. We only want to go remote learning to give the powers to be enough time, some time to make it very safe for everybody involved. Because like I said earlier in my statement, that we already have 4 people that died, and one management staff makes it 5. And the 4th one I didn't say who it was somebody by the name of Bill Doley, one of our veterans. I said the other 3 that died. So those people that are against remote learning, they need to read our website, get on our website, or call us, the expert in transportation in busing. They will learn that they will be begging people to go remote learning for now, because it's a plan that is set to fall in its face, because not having safety ready. This is why we ask, talking about layoff. Mind you, we're not a public union. We're working with a private contractor. We're not city unions. So that'll be hard. One of our demands is that they make it safe. They hire professional companies that can disinfect the buses, the bus yard. Having the other demand is having school bus union. BTU nurses at the bus yard, because those parents that are against remote learning have to ask themselves: Is the bus okay that my child going to be sitting in the morning, sitting in the PM, coming home? Is the bus driver is protected? Is the bus drivers all right? So all these questions have to be answered. They have to have the company actually adopt our ESAP, the emergency standard of operating procedures, because that one here is the best there is, because we had to do it. We had to stop the death in our ranks. After 4, we said no more death, not one more death. So it's for everybody. So it's for the children, it's for us, the bus drivers, it's for the bus monitors, it's for everybody involved in this situation. So we also demand full pay and benefits, because we have to live while they're trying to make everything safe for everybody. It will be a short time if it's remote learning. As long as they start getting together, working on the buses, on the school bus yard, with the bus drivers, giving us protections everywhere at the schools, at the schoolyards, working with the Boston Teachers Union. We are expert on their end. They also have to have the buses. Each child not each child in one seat. They have to skip the seat. Actually, if they don't remove one seat, they have to at least skip a seat, so they can give them the proper distances that they're talking about. So all that has to be taking place. That company has to let us be a part of the ESAP, our own ESAP. We created that to protect ourselves they can't be in the way of doing things. They're already in disarray. They don't even have a general manager right now. It's a mess over there. After they disappear, they try to do everything to cover up their mistakes, their problems. They disappeared. They were like ghosts, and we were running the whole operation for them. So
if I could ask, you know, it would be very helpful. I'm sure it would be helpful for me, and I'm certain for my colleagues as well. If you could actually outline some of those specific concerns, because you've had a few that you've reiterated, and I would appreciate that, and I'm certain my colleagues would too. I'd like to move on to Councillor Wu. Councillor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you also, Mr. Francois, for sharing that. We so appreciate it. I'm just going to move. I'll start with Madam Superintendent first, if okay. So just to know, you know, I had a number of types of engagement also with various stakeholders in the school committee, and then worked really hard to summarize the recommendations and questions and kind of reflect that back into a longer document that I had sent to you all. I did, you know, the only person I heard back from was you saying that you had received it, but I didn't get any formal response. I don't know if I could highlight some of the questions that I had raised, but I don't know if you had a reply before then.
We can make sure that we get you that reply, Councillor Wu.
Okay, I don't need it for, you know, formality's sake or anything like that. I just want to make sure that because I was conveying so many other people's feedback and questions, that I would love to be able to show that there was some actual reflection on it and meaningful engagement with the ideas that were shared. So picking down a couple of those. One was the call to have the full number of professional development days available through applying for a waiver from the state. Has that been done?
Well, we announced that today that we are going to apply for the waiver. I did not say the number of days just yet.
Is it the full number of days?
I have not said that just yet.
Okay, so you don't know, or you're just not willing to share, or I don't understand the frame of the answer, I'm sorry.
Well, we're still talking with our union partners about the number of days.
Okay, if you could, in the response to the letter, then clarify, because the ask is for the full number of days.
Right, I understand that.
Secondly, in terms of water available for kids, I did see that in the presentation you gave earlier, you mentioned water coolers being fixed. In the draft reopening plan, it had said that because there are not touchless features, kids would not be able to use it, or the implication was kids would not be able to use it. Parents had to send them to school with reusable filled water bottles. Is that still the plan?
They will have cups available as well.
Okay, and then is the bus plan still the same as in the draft reopening plan, where you will potentially shrink the walk zone, or sorry, expand the walk zone to shrink the number of families that will qualify for bus service?
We don't know that just yet because we need to first survey our parents to see how many are going to be using bus transportation, and then we'll have a better answer to that about the capacity that will fit on our buses for the routing.
Okay, and when will that likely be?
Soon as we survey our parents and understand their preferences, and so hopefully we will be surveying our parents within the next week.
Okay, so potentially a bus decision in, you know, sometime after the next week.
And then yes, then
Okay.
we'll know the answers to the capacity that can fit on our buses.
Okay, and then in terms of, I know you had an exchange with Councillor O'Malley about what would be submitted to the state on Friday and how that would still essentially be a draft plan that potentially would be adjusted. We have not heard any definitive decision on whether school will at least start all remote. When do you think that definitive decision will be made?
Well, we're really counting on the science here, and I'm not sure there is an actual definitive. We can make the decision. I mean, right now the current science shows that we would be opening hybrid and not all remote. And so if that changes, then we would have to change to remote. What's still unknown is how we would do that hybrid, if we would phase that in or stagger that into some way. But right now at current, we are planning hybrid. And to survey our parents and find out the capacity and the number that are going to come, and then be able to move forward with that.
Okay, I'm trying very hard to stay calm, and I just want to convey something that is feeling not calm because it's coming out of me as a parent, but also because I've heard it from so many people all across the city that, sure, we all want science to drive this, but this feels like we've been having the same conversation for weeks now. And what parents and teachers and students, and I assume administrators need most of all, is a shred of predictability in the process, so that we cannot leave it as the decision is, we're going to wait until a week or two before school and see what color we are in the yellow, green, red. We need to decide as soon as possible what is safe. And if it means that we're deciding this week or next week, and the safest way to guarantee, or the best way to guarantee safety, given that we're deciding now and we don't know what it will be, is that we know for sure it's not going to be green. We know it could be yellow or it could be red. And therefore we should just commit to having the remote start to give us the best possible chance at stability. I also just want to emphasize, I'm incredibly frustrated that these are the only 3 frameworks that are still being discussed. I mean, I think what President Tang had outlined before around the ability to use the buildings that actually work, the ability to fully serve the parents who most need to be served by school, rather than providing less than half the amount of help that families who desperately need it will get. It's just splitting it in a way that doesn't serve anyone fully. So, okay, so let me get back to my question list.
So Councilor, be quick, the timer has gone off.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I have 2 questions, which should be quick, hopefully. One is, how do you feel that, when school was closed on March 17th, I couldn't find the Boston specific data for that day, but the Massachusetts data was there were 218 new cases that day. Today, there were 229 new cases statewide. So we are clearly back where we were before. And according to the epidemiologist I've talked to, when there is movement towards a second surge, it is higher and faster. So how does the science of that fit into the decision making?
So, that's a collaborative decision that we are working on in terms of the overall science. Obviously, back in March 17th, we knew a lot less about the spread and mitigation efforts than we know now with the virus. And so,
I really don't mean to cut you off. I get a good sense of where your answer is going. I heard you had a similar exchange with Councilor Royal, so I'm going to try to squeeze in before my time runs out. I don't mean to be disrespectful. My last question is, it sounds like the hopscotch plan is still on the table and you're actually proposing it as the option that is most likely. What in your mind would take it off the table? Because we've now heard from a lot of stakeholders about how it is not feasible, it is not safe, it is unpredictable. What would it take to take it off the table from your perspective?
So from my perspective, we will always have the hybrid A/B model on the table. And because at some point kids need to come back to school, I think the only way that it would come off the table, Counselor, to be just frank, is if the science dictates that it has to come off the table and we need to go full remote. And that decision is a collaborative one with the Boston Health Commission, the guidance from the state, and what the governor decides. I mean, he could close schools if he wanted.
I just have 10 words response, Councilor, Madam Chair, which is please replace what is called the hybrid model, what is the hopscotch model, with a different hybrid model, which I think many more people would want to see, a different version that doesn't have simultaneous teaching and switching off AB. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wu. Councilor Flynn?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Asabi George. Thank you, Councilor Asabi George. Apologize for not being on a video. I'm at Moakley Park in South Boston. Want to say thank you to Councilor Asabi George, Councilor Arroyo, for sponsoring this important meeting. Thank the superintendent and the BTU. What I want to see take place is more dialogue, more communication. I know the superintendent mentioned it, and I know Jessica mentioned it, but constant communication, sitting down, working out details. There's still a lot of work that we need to do. So I think it's critical that we continue ongoing discussions. I also had a conversation today with Miss Titus, I believe her name is, from the Steelworkers. She's head of the bus monitor union affiliated with Steelworkers. But you know, there's those that union also has to be part of the process, along with the tremendous work our custodians are doing, our nurses are doing, but the incredible role of our BPS staff, many unionized and organized labor, they really need to be part of the ongoing discussion. So I just want to say that's a critical part of it. And my only policy concern is if we do not go back to school, I really want to make sure that there is a plan in place for our special needs students, our immigrant students, especially those that are English language learners, and their parents as well. Many in my community in Chinatown, language barriers. So I would really like to get some answers about what type of dialogue and communication we will have with their parents and what type of services those special needs students will get, especially in the Asian community and Spanish speaking students as well. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I affirm what he said.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Councilor Asabi George, and to Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Council President Janey.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you. So first, I just want to start by thanking, and I know the hour is late, but thanking all of the panelists, from Superintendent Cassellius to President Tang, the parents and the young people who have all testified, Mr. Francois, all of you. You know, I have a lot of concerns about the plans as they exist thus far for reopening. And I worry that we're having the wrong conversation as well. I think, you know, I'd rather focus on how we could do something well for those who need it most. And I worry that the plans as they currently exist are stretching everyone too thin and will not serve anyone well. And so I know this is very challenging. So I want to, again, maybe start with that none of this is easy. But I just worry we're having the wrong conversation, and that those who are most vulnerable, and unfortunately those who need classroom instruction the most, perhaps are the most vulnerable in terms of their family situations to in classroom instruction. So this is a very, you know, difficult thing, but from everything I've heard, and I would emphasize, you know, clearly we want, you know, decisions to be informed by data, clearly. But when it comes to this pandemic, the powers that be have always been behind. If we were waiting on, we had to wait until the CDC said, cover your face. People on this council, people in the community have been saying covering your face for weeks, months before the CDC and the powers that be are saying it. So if all we're doing is waiting on science, I think we, you know, they're already behind where we need to be. And when it comes to looking at the map and how we're going to keep young people and our teachers and other staff safe. And so I'm deeply concerned about the plans as they exist thus far. I'm just hearing on the call that the survey to parents around transportation hasn't happened. I had a lot of questions around whether or not we needed additional buses in the fleet, were the routes changing, but it sounds like until that survey happens, we can't even have the conversation around whether the current you know, transportation fleet is adequate. I don't know. When it comes to technology and computers, I continue to worry about who has access and who doesn't. I see in the PowerPoint that there are plans to get more access to those who need it most, but how are we determining who needs it? Is it another survey? Of the surveys that went out, you know, those respondents, was that households? Was it individual? What was it on in the PowerPoint there, Superintendent? Could you speak to that?
I'd have to have my data people tell you if it was households or individual parents, but I can get back to you.
And the other thing, as I look at those who respond and I look at the data by race, you know,
Right.
I see huge. And so if we're leaving this hopscotch hybrid model to just choice, whoever wants to go into a building and whoever wants to stay home, I don't know how you are going to ensure equity in all of that. If it's just this group by race prefers in classroom and this group prefers remote. And so just all of it is just very concerning. I guess for the interest of time and to hear from other folks from the public who want to testify, I don't need to pile on. You've heard from my colleagues already that enough of us have a lot of concern. And again, you know, I appreciate how difficult this is because those who need it most are likely to go even longer without getting in the classroom instruction. I think we're having the wrong conversation, and I'd like to focus on those who need it most. How are we ensuring English language learners, students with disabilities are getting the supports that they need?
Yep.
That's the conversation that I think we should be really trying to focus in on, as well as engage families around their preferences. But anyway, I've talked enough, and I'd really like to leave the rest of my time for anyone else from the public who wants to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the makers.
Can I just respond to one thing President Janey said, and I just want to appreciate her call out for equity. And, you know, we've really been leaning into the equity analysis around these really difficult and complex issues and taking it very, very seriously. One of the things on the table is to look at special populations as well. And one of the things that we're going to do with the teachers, and Jessica and I have talked about this in the time that they come back, is really looking at a home visiting protocol. And is there a way to do upfront looking at the kids who were on success plans this spring who did not engage, and being much more intentional about that touch with the families and the kids who need us the most.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Counselor Janey. I think that we've heard a similar theme in the community meetings too around students that are on an IEP or a 504 or ELLs. Counselor Flaherty, it looks like has dropped off. Counselor Edwards? Counselor Edwards? All right.
Here, I'm sorry.
You are. Welcome, Counselor Edwards.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this. I know I'm the last before testimony, so I have really just one question, and that is there any way that we could have a slower opening and only have exceptions for kids with special needs, or create an exception system for kids with, or for families with childcare needs? I don't understand. I'm genuinely concerned, and I'm curious if the superintendent's or anyone's position. Wouldn't it be worse if we open up and then have to close in the middle of the school year? Wouldn't it be easier to just slow walk this with some exceptions and then wait? That's all. I know everything else I think has been asked. That's all.
So, Counselor, it's a good question, and we are considering it. In the slide, I talk about a phased approach or staggered. I talk about special populations in the hybrid model. You know, I talk about all those options, and they're talked about in the plan. But I do want to just kind of caution us in terms of our expectations throughout the year. We do believe that there could be, you know, I just want to be, again, candid that at any time we have to be ready to shift to remote no matter what, and then to restart back into hybrid or go to remote or to restart. And so I do want people to understand that, you know, because it is steeped in the science and the numbers, those can fluctuate. And I realize how challenging and difficult that is.
Thank you, Counselor Edwards, and thank you for your brevity. I will go back up to the top. I interrupted in the middle, so I'm going to go right back to Counselor Arroyo. And before Counselor Arroyo goes, I would like everyone to be mindful, colleagues to be mindful, that the superintendent was intending on, she had different commitments. She's extended her time with us. So if we could try to be quick in this round, please. Thank you, Counselor Arroyo.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to try and ask a series of questions at once so that you can answer them. And then I'll follow up with a final question if that works so that we can try and keep this brief. We keep saying science-based, and when we talk about science-based and transmission rates, there's a Boston average, there's a state average, and there's a neighborhood average. Today, as of today, the neighborhood average in East Boston is 8.8%. That is wildly above what our epidemiologist, Sam Scarpino, said is an acceptable, where you start to tone things down at 2 to 3%. East Boston makes up 12% of our student population. We have BPS schools in East Boston. By comparison, Back Bay, Beacon Hill, West End, downtown, and the North End have a 1.1% transmission rate, which janks up the average. And so when we talk about where our kids are based, Roxbury, 17%. We have a 2.9 as of today spread rate. Roslindale, 6%, it's 3.9. Dorchester, where 21% of our kids are, it's 4.1 and 5.4%. So when we talk about the guardrails, are we talking about an average for the entire city that doesn't include places where our children and our school districts actually get their students and student population from? Or are we talking about based on each individual neighborhood and the students and the faculty and the folks who live in each one? If the spread rate is close to 10% in East Boston, does that mean BPS schools in East Boston are going to have to go remote? Does that mean those students and those families have to go remote and faculty who live there have to go remote? Or are we saying that because it gets averaged down with neighborhoods that have kids who don't go to our schools, that doesn't count? Is that what the science says? Because the science could say either one, but it doesn't make one more correct than the other. The fact of the matter is, if the spread rate in one neighborhood is 8.8%, those students should probably understand that that community spread rate is unacceptable to reopen. Second, when we talk about what happens in and this is something the plan, I have so many questions that this plan is silent to, and I recognize the time restraints, so I can't get to them. So I'm just going to try and get these out rapid fire. When we talk about contact with a sick student, when a student comes in sick, which will happen, and we send them off to get tested, and your own Tammy Poo said that the science said it takes 6 to 10 days for this to come back. When that happens, are we shutting down the classroom because the child is sick? Are we, in other words, inferring for safety that this is a COVID positive, like we were doing in March, and saying that this is a COVID positive, so everybody has to quarantine? Or are we actually saying, we don't know, maybe it's just the sniffles, and so everybody's gonna have contact with everybody for 6 to 10 more days until we get a confirmation? What's the plan there? This plan doesn't answer that yet. So that's question 2. Question 3 is when we talk about PPE in our facilities. I've been on some of the social equity roundtables that we've had. At the Channing, we've had 15 windows that don't open. At the Bates, we have multiple windows that don't open. We have doors that we were told can't be propped open. They don't even have door stops because of security for school shootings and things of that nature. And so when we talk about the 126 windows, which is a bare minimum, we're talking about just one window per classroom is literally bare minimum for our children. But when we talk about that, are we just talking about 126 meets the requirement for each classroom to have an open window? Or are we actually saying that 126 is the total number of broken windows in the entire school district? And so after you answer that or tell me that there is no answer for that at this moment, I have a final follow-up question. And then, I just appreciate your time. This is incredibly frustrating for me because we're talking about this. I grew up in these schools. I went to BPS. I grew up in these buildings. My family goes to these schools. I have 5 nieces and nephews. They all go to schools in BPS. One has an IEP. My sister teaches in these schools. My mother taught in them for 35 years. This is deeply personal for me. And so when we have no answers for these things, when we have no plan for these things, my frustration, and I'm sorry that it shows, but I can't imagine being a parent and knowing that we don't have plans for what happens 2 weeks from now or 3 weeks from now. And so I gave you those 3 questions. If you could just answer those as best as you can, and then I have a final follow-up and just thank you for, the work that you're doing and for being here to answer these questions.
So, Councilor Arroyo, I share your exact frustration. I was a teacher and a school administrator and, will be in these schools as well myself personally. So I know the challenge that we are having, and I know the personal stress that you're feeling, and I feel it too. There's just no way around it. We are not in an ideal situation, and it is incredibly, incredibly difficult. So I ask for your patience as we try to deal with the major complex issues that are given because of this virus, and the planning that's necessary and the collaboration that's necessary with our medical professionals. I will get you in writing what we are doing on all of these protocols around PPE, around sick kids, around windows, and make sure that your questions are answered. And those will be also in our plan on Friday so that the public can see them as well, so that transparently they are addressed. I think going through all of those protocols right now will eat up all of the time. So I'll just make sure that we get it back to you. But I do share in your same frustration, and go ahead and experience it. I experience it every night in my kitchen, the exact same that you do.
And I want to be clear, I understand the hard position that you're in. I know that this can feel maybe personal, like it's going directly to you, and it's because you have the decision in your hands with the mayor. And so my final question, and I appreciate the time frame here, is on May 26th, I had you here again for the budget, and that conversation was directly about how this budget impacted reopening. And I asked you directly, is there any one thing that would prevent you from reopening schools again? And your answer was, and I quote, "Our children have to be able to return and their health and safety be guaranteed." That's the hard box that the mayor and I want to be able to check off. That was the one thing you needed. Can you check that box off right now with this plan?
Well, with the health guidance that I've been given, Counselor, I have been following that health guidance, and it does say that we can check that box in order to have it ready for hybrid right now. And that's the box, that's the national standard as well, where you see schools not opening up. Even New York City is opening up their schools because they're at the lower rate. So following the guidance is the best medical advice that I have, and then following all the mitigation. The best thing that the community can do right now is wear their mask, socially distance, do not gather with big crowds, do not have those barbecues and celebrations. Those are the things that are going to contribute to this going up. Don't go to the beaches, without proper distancing. So I think that those are the, all of us right now are contributing to whether our children can or cannot go to school safely in the fall.
Thank you for attempting to answer these questions. I can't say that I am satisfied with saying, we pick and choose what science we follow. The reality is you have to follow the science. If you're saying you're going to follow the science, you have to follow all of the science. You can't pick the parts that make one plan work or the other one work, or the other one not work. That's not how this works. And so I hope we get some answers to the questions I asked. I hope you can get those to me. And I appreciate your time, and I look forward to hearing from the community as we move forward, or any other counselors who might have needed a second round. Thank you again. And thank you, Madam Chair, for being patient with your time.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Braden? We missed you in the first round. I'm not sure if you're back. Councilor Bach? Councilor Bach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question and then a comment. I guess the question is, maybe this is, I'll first direct to President Tang, and then if the superintendent has a comment about it. I do share Councilor Wu's concern about the hopscotch model, and specifically why that's what we've chosen as a hybrid. It seems to me like both the parent predictability issues that Councilor Mejia brought up, and also as a teacher myself, admittedly at the university level, the idea of simultaneously teaching to a screen and teaching to in-person people seems pedagogically unworkable, honestly. So I would love to hear both President Tang's take on that and Superintendent sort of why that's the paradigmatic hybrid model that the district is going with right now.
So I don't know who wants to go first, but do you want to go first, Jessica?
You can go first, it's fine.
Okay, so one is to obviously we want children to come to school and to socialize and to be connected to their peers, to their teacher, and to their community. I think that there is an underlying kind of misunderstanding around simultaneous teaching and really working with kids in remote and in the classroom at the same time. And we do that because we can only fit half of our kids in the building, and that's why we have them in two different groups. If I were a teacher, I would be using the technology as my main vehicle in architecture for my direct instruction. So kids would be remotely online in front of me and also remote. And then they would have time for independent practice, small group, and other activities. outdoor play and things like that where they could turn down their screens.
Is that, if
Yeah,
you're
you
done,
can
I
go.
can.
You can go,
Okay.
Jessica.
Sure. So we have taken a very firm position, as I think the majority of counselors have, that we need to start remote first. And I want to be very clear too. We do want to move towards as many in-person interactions as we can throughout the school year. And what I'm most concerned about though with the hopscotch plan is I keep hearing things like, oh, well, we're not going to make a decision until we have the health and metrics in place. One, we still don't know exactly what those health metrics are. But two, regardless of the health metrics or what's happening in terms of community transition, even if there was none, the hybrid plan is a bad plan. It is not good enough for our students. It is not focused enough on equity, and it is not pedagogically sound. We did, to the district's credit, see a demo of this, and I think a lot of us were open-minded to figuring out, oh, maybe this could be a work thing. That demo did not go well. We had teachers who, and again, to their credit, they did invite us to it, but we had teachers and school leaders who are technologically savvy, are very good listeners, very good students, and were trying very hard to understand how it worked. And it was, if it was meant to convince us that it would work, it actually, I think, had the opposite effect. And I've pushed back on this a lot. And what I've heard is, well, private schools and parochial schools across the country have been able to do this. And what I have to say to that is, well, if we only have 10 to 15 students per classroom, and we have the resources and facilities that a lot of the private schools have, and we have no special education students, no EL students, no students with a lot of other high needs, then maybe in certain situations that could work. But that's not our reality. So just because it works in private and parochial schools sometimes, and I still think that it's a little questionable there, that doesn't mean it's going to work for us, nor is that the best plan. And so we are not opposed to a hybrid approach. We want students to come back in person. We want to be back with our students. It has to be, number one, safe, but two, it has to be a better plan. And so our message should be decisive and clear right now. Instead of having everyone in limbo and in a state of anxiety and stress, we need to say, we are beginning remote. We are going to do it really, really well because we're going to plan for it. We're going to quickly identify safe places and ways that the students who are most in need get the services they need as quickly as possible. And we are going to provide high quality remote instruction for everyone else. And we're going to work with our partners so that there's still opportunities, even for everyone who's going fully remote, to potentially be in pods or cohorts in other places where they're getting additional supports from our partners. That is what we have been saying. And so my biggest frustration right now too is, there's been a lot of talk of, well, there have been opportunities to share, et cetera. But it is one thing to be heard, and it is another totally different feeling to feel like you've been listened to. And I think we would feel like we've been more heard and listened to if what we've been saying for months now is actually reflected in that hopscotch plan, but it's not. It actually has elements of everything we've heard does not work with remote learning. And again, we did have some remote focus groups in the spring. And I think that it was our frustration, is that through those focus groups, what we shared is not reflected in the plan. So that is why we're fully against the hopscotch model. It's not a good model, whether or not there's low transmission rates in the community. We've got to do better.
Thank you, President Tang. And thank you, Councilor Bach. I see that we've been rejoined by Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a quick comment more than a question. The unpredictability of the trend raises a big question for me. We, especially in where I live in this neighborhood, we're expecting 17,000 out-of-state students to come back to live in the neighborhood, and they will be using public transit along with our high schoolers. And I really worry about, it sort of leads me to think about the need to start remote just to see how things settle down as this huge number of out-of-state people come back to live in our city. It's like it's a big jigsaw puzzle that sort of expands outside the BPS, but there's so many other factors in play. So I'm wondering, is there a specific plan for students who are going to be using public transit to come to school?
Well, they'll be going on their buses during the normal time. We are working with the MBTA counselor on routing And so they'll be following the same exact protocols. I know that MBTA just came out with a safety video, and we will be instructing our students as well about proper social distancing on public transit and proper masks and hand washing and all of that.
Thank you. And special supports for our special education students. I was wondering, is there a plan to give more additional support for those students to help them keep up, but they're not able to access the distance learning apparatus just as well as other students?
Yeah, we will continue to work with students in their IEP on a case-by-case basis and their services that they need.
And the related service providers will be able to support them?
They will be able to do that in the school building. If we're back at school, we will have to work on a case-by-case if they're not in school.
Okay. The other question I had, if you have staff who have got pre-existing conditions or who are at high risk, will they have the option of just teaching remotely rather than doing the hopscotch model and being in a classroom with students?
We have exceptions for the teachers through our Family Leave Act, through the Coronavirus Family Leave Act, and through current policy. And so they will apply through our Office of Human Capital for any exceptions based on our existing policies and the federal guidance.
So will they be furloughed, or will they be out? Will they be teaching remotely, or will they be just not teaching? How's that going to work?
That's yet to be determined in terms of their leave and what that would mean.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. Councilor Mejia.
Yes. So Dr. Casilius, just in the interest of the little bit of time that I have, I'm just gonna ask for yes or no, okay? I don't know, no explanations, please. I'm just curious about whether or not the plans have been translated in multiple languages, yes or no?
Which plans?
The reopening plans, the 63-page document that we have been seeing floating around.
It is currently being translated.
Okay, so it's okay. I'm also curious, the reopening plan also states that students who do all remote learning will not be considered fully enrolled for at least half the first semester of 2020, 2021. Can you talk about that at least part? What does that mean?
Every student who is in remote or in-person hybrid will be considered fully enrolled.
Okay. All right, but what if they do all remote learning?
They are fully enrolled in all remote learning.
Okay, so there's no at least part to it. Okay. I'm also curious in regards to, in your plan, you talk about parents doing temperature checks. I'm just curious as to whether or not every family is going to be provided with thermometers. And I know as a parent, and I'm going to be honest, you know, there have been times when my daughter has had a fever and I have to get to work. You know, I give her a little bit of Motrin, and you know what? I'm not the only one out there. I'm keeping it 100%. I know that parents, when you have to work, sometimes you send your child to that nurse and you hope and pray that that fever will go down. So I want to ask you, knowing that is to be the possibility, how can we trust and verify that parents are going to do their due diligence on making sure that they're sending kids to school that are healthy?
Well, it's going to take all of us, Counselor, adhering to these really strict rules. And, you know, nurses are pretty good and teachers are pretty good at observing if a child's just not themselves and sending them to the nurse where then they could have their temperature taken. So nurses and teachers will have protocols to be able to observe their students and better understand if they're feeling well or not feeling well.
All families and students will have thermometers provided?
I don't think there's a plan for that currently. I can double check, Counselor, but I do know that, you know, that we're trusting our families to abide to to the public safety of everybody. I just don't think that.
What I find startling with that whole notion though is that we're trusting parents to do right, but then there are teachers who don't know what physical distancing and social distancing is going to look like in their classrooms, and they can't trust and verify that. I saw a video earlier tonight from Michael McGuire, who's the teacher at the Boston Latin Academy. He couldn't get into the school to check to see how it's being prepared. And if people are saying that even during normal circumstances, our schools don't have soap, and oftentimes we don't even have running water in certain spaces, like how can we then provide families any sense of comfort of knowing that schools are going to be ready to be open and prepared to receive our children?
Yeah, I realize that there is a lot of lack of trust given previous accounts of not having soap or clean bathrooms or that, but I have assure you we have soap and we have cleaning supplies and we have additional custodians, and we are taking this very seriously.
So if we know that transportation is going to be a concern, my question, I'm just curious in terms of like now innovation, right? We have the blue bikes. Are there ways where you all are thinking about partnering up with others so that maybe potentially kids can ride to schools? And also, what opportunities exist to maybe switch things around where kids, instead of shipping them all the way to East Boston if they live in Dorchester, is there a way to allow them to learn in a school that's close to their home?
So I haven't.
We have to think outside of the box at this point. I'm just curious.
Yeah, so I haven't thought about ride share from parent ride share. I mean, certainly parents can choose to do that on their own if they do choose to do that. But I haven't entertained that at all. But I am trying to think outside the box, counselor, and I know that you are too. As for assignment, you know, parents can always request a change in school assignment with the registration office.
And this is my last question. And I know that Councilor Wu went over her time too, but I know she's senior, so I'm gonna let that go. But one last thing is that I'm really curious about what role and opportunity exists to utilize some of the teachers that are not assigned to a school to help support some of the remote learning that is happening. How are you thinking of that?
Can you repeat the first part of your question? I'm sorry.
I'm thinking of a very specific teacher. Her name is Susie. She is associated with Orchard Garden. She's an unassigned teacher right now, and she's been doing such an amazing job at engaging families. Is there an opportunity to help support her in her role to maybe serve as a liaison between some of the students that are in Orchard Garden struggling with remote learning? And I know that's probably a Jessica question, but I'm just curious, like, how are we creating opportunities for teachers who are either unassigned or who are unwilling or who are unable because of due to health reasons or maybe even childcare to still be able to help support the learning somehow?
Yeah, so we do have teachers who are unassigned who will help us staff our buildings for the fall, absolutely. And there may be, you know, this gets back to Councilor Sabi George's question about, you know, repositioning staff in a remote learning environment. And, you know, would we try to work with our union partners and how we look in, if we're in a remote status, the different types of roles, if they're in a role that really requires in-person.
And how will parents make an informed decision? Because you talked about parents being able to make an informed decision whether or not they're going to choose remote learning. What does that look like? I'm just really curious.
Yeah.
If you can help me understand what that looks like.
Counselor, I hope I hope it's that we're able to provide the additional support either through our parent line if they need help, working with some of our partners to help parents make informed decision. If it's while they're in school and while teachers come back, teachers will be able to conference with their students in these days that they have between the 8th and the start of school. So hopefully those will be opportunities here in the next several weeks to be able to have our teachers and our principals work with our school, with our parents, especially our parents who are most in need.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. I'd like to, I know Councilor O'Malley has left us. Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, Councilor Sabi George. And I won't ask, a lot of my questions were also asked by my colleagues. Superintendent, I did want to follow up on a line of questioning from Councilor Arroyo with respect to infection rates and how they differ across neighborhoods. You know, my biggest neighborhoods are Dorchester, Mattapan, and I've been talking to a lot of families with respect to how the infection rate is higher in those neighborhoods. Another reason why folks want us to start remotely, frankly. So I'm curious, how are we differentiating, or how are we taking in consideration the difference in infection rates in different neighborhoods to inform the plan?
So, you know, that is a troubling statistic in our neighborhoods. And the way that we work is really to work with our Boston Health Commission around the community spread, around testing, additional testing in the neighborhood to better understand the numbers. I know Mattapan is a little lower than the other neighborhoods right now, but also possibly under testing. So I think it's just a coordinated effort to be able to better understand that that neighborhood, the specifics within the neighborhood. And so that's what's informing the plan as we talk with the Boston Health Commission and our Boston partners.
And so I know I have specifically talked about, you know, when I'm putting my district lens on, of course, obviously this is an issue that affects everyone across the city. It's another reason why I think we need to be starting remotely because of that. And I do know we are under testing. We are not where we need to be to really understand the magnitude of COVID in certain neighborhoods. So I'll just leave with this. I really appreciated the participation of so many folks who obviously stayed on for a really long time and will continue to testify. But I do think I really would love to see the district make a decision like tomorrow to say, let's do remote, particularly based on some of these higher infection rates, which of course are higher than we would want when talking about returning in person, based on a lot of the concerns around us not being prepared. I know some of the surveys that we want to do haven't gone out yet. I just think we do not have enough time to do it properly. And that if we, as a district, decide to go to remote tonight or tomorrow, we can all roll up our sleeves and immediately begin to ensure that the remote learning experience is equitable and adequate for every family, while looking at ways in which to support our essential workers with some of these pod or partner spaces where children can go to learn because their workers are essential workers. Or we could be doing some of the curriculum changes, all, you know, looking at phasing in person for early ed or special needs students, or those category of students that really need it the most. I even was reading a report just recently of some teachers who are taking their instruction on the road. So those folks who have you know, a small subset of students, obviously we're a larger district than some across the country, but a small subset of students who are actually going to parents' homes and rather than having the students come to them. So clearly there's different models out there. I just would love for us to be as creative as possible with the remote learning experience in the fall, but we know we can't have that conversation if we continue to push the hybrid model. So anything we can do to sort of make a more definitive decision would be incredibly important, because then the hard work really begins, I think, to get the remote learning experience right, which I know is very challenging. So I appreciate you and your team. I know how hard it is. Of course, our educators, our students, and our families, and our teachers as well. So thank you, Superintendent. And thank you, Councilor Sabi-George, for running a great hearing.
Thank you very much, Councilor Campbell. And I know that President Tang wanted to say something. I am noticing that participants who are watching have been raising their hands. We will, I promise you, get to public testimony, and I will stay as long as it takes to get through that public testimony. But you want to follow our procedures here and get through counselor questions and let the panelists, as they need, to depart us today. President Tang?
Yep. I'll be super brief because the union was mentioned, especially around the idea of utilizing our unassigned teachers. I just want to be clear that we have actually proposed that our unassigned teachers should voluntarily be able to, if they have the requisite experience, et cetera, including people like Susie, become what's also known as teachers on assignment, to work with families to prepare the pods. And because they have the educational background, they would have a lot of expertise to contribute to making sure that those students who are having remote learning also have supports outside of the home too. So I just wanted to say that we have suggested that and proposed that.
Thank you, President Tang. Next we have Councilor Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to start by thanking the superintendent. I know we're taking up a lot of your time and you have many, many demands on your time right now. So I appreciate you staying on and letting us go through this with you and express our frustration and ask lots of questions. I think what I really appreciated at the end of my last round of questions was beginning to differentiate between hybrid in general, which is, I understand, vocabulary of the state and how they differentiate between all remote, all in person and hybrid, and hopscotch, which is problematic. So I want to just try to drill down a little bit into what non-hopscotch hybrid options could be possible. First, is that a possibility to have a different hybrid instead of the hopscotch?
Counselor, I believe that we are going to be innovating throughout all of this pandemic situation. I believe that our teachers are going to get in there with their principals, and they are going to have a lot of creativity and a lot of good ideas about how to do hybrid learning better. And we will learn from those best practices and share those best practices. What I think is challenging for us right now, though, is capacity of our facilities and our transportation in terms of the amount of students we can have on buses and the amount of students we can have in our buildings, which is, we have to half them. We can't have that many.
Okay, yeah, that's actually where I was moving towards. So that's great. I wanted to know the specific numbers there. So how many buildings do we have where you feel extremely confident that it has the most upgraded, modern, sort of recently renovated air filtration systems?
We have 32 buildings, I believe. I might be off one or two that have HVAC systems.
And what's the capacity, the normal capacity of students in those buildings altogether?
Every building has a different capacity.
I mean, of those 32 that have HVAC systems.
Right, but every building has a different capacity. So like, I can certainly get you the number of the total amount of students that are in those buildings, those 32 buildings, and I can tell you which buildings they are. I don't have that data right in front of me.
Okay, because that seems to be the determinative sort of limiting factor. And that's where I would love to see the conversation start moving, is if we know that there's a pre-pandemic capacity of, I don't know how many students are, big and small schools all added up, but several hundred, couple thousand students can fit into these buildings. We're not going to think about grade levels right now. We're not going to think about, particular schools and assigned classes. Let's start with that number to understand, what is one metric for how many kids we could take back comfortably and safely if we're, cutting capacity in half or whatever the actual, pandemic adjusted capacity is. And then zooming one level out in terms of buildings, I know that you've said that there have been many, many window upgrades. So what's kind of the next level down, I guess I would say, of healthy, healthy buildings? Maybe not HVAC, I don't know, is there the next level down is tolerable? How many is that?
So I think when I came to Boston, I've been pretty fairly honest about the conditions of our buildings, more so that they lack libraries and cafeterias and gymnasiums, and that's simply because they're just so old. Over 50% of our buildings are from 1940, and I believe that we just have to make a huge commitment to the hard decisions that are going to have to be made to upgrade them into 21st century buildings so they look like the Elliott and the Dearborn.
So right now, though, do you feel comfortable with, under your current hopscotch hybrid model, you would be bringing students back into every single school building possibly?
I am following the DESE guidance that says that if you open up a window in every classroom that is being used in every space that's used by staff, that it is safe as long as they are 6 feet apart, they wear their masks.
Okay.
We have plexiglass that is available between.
Okay, got it, Superintendent. Thank you. I'm just running out of time, so I'm going to try to move along too. So I would love to know the capacity of how many students fit safely in the pandemic in those 32 buildings. And then, of course, overall, we can cut the number in half. What's your estimate right now in terms of how many parents would want 5 days a week in-person learning, given survey responses and everything?
Well, given survey responses, we had, I think it was somewhere in the 30s of parents who said that they would want to be all in person. And it was a smaller number of parents who wanted, it's a smaller number of parents who wanted the all in person. It's a middle number that want the hybrid, and then it's a even smaller number that would want the all remote.
Okay, so it seems to me that the question, okay, I see, Madam Chair. I'm going to summarize right now. I'm not asking anything more. I'm laying this on the table.
Yeah.
It seems to me that the things we need to find out as a district, or just be ready and know, is the capacity, the pandemic capacity of healthy buildings. How many students could we fit every single day in those buildings? And then how many additional parents, in addition to the 30-something% who said they want all in all the time, which we could probably fit, how many additional ones who said hybrid actually would want to go full time? And I think that's where we have the conversation about, are we off by a little bit? Are we off by a lot? And that's a much more productive way of talking about this than kind of clinging to a model that everyone is saying is unworkable, but it's the only thing that we've put on the table right now. Is it possible to move in that direction and get those responses back by email?
I can certainly get you those responses back, Counselor, but we have 53,000 students and they're just simply not going to fit into 32 buildings. And so we're going to have to figure out another option, and that is using the buildings we have, making sure that they're safe, making sure that they're clean. And certainly then you underlie that with parents' choice and assignment and where they want to be, and they want to be with their teachers. They want to be in the school that they chose. They don't want to be across town in the 32 buildings that have HVAC and be completely reassigned. They want to be with the teachers that they love. And, you know, it's very complicated, but I would be glad to answer your question as best that we can.
Great. With data, we could at least put another option on the table.
Wait a minute.
You have to wrap that up. Counselor Flynn, I think you're no longer with us. Council President Janey. Counselor Janey.
Thank you so much. Thank you again. This is a very complex issue, trying to think about how we safely resume learning for our students. So thank you again for everyone who is still on the call. I'm interested in the survey responses. Were we able to find out whether it was by household, the respondents, or not? I had asked on the family response in terms of BPS, and I wonder on the teacher survey, I guess that's for you, President Tang, when you talked about the response there, was that the current teachers or was that the full membership? How did you tease out like the teachers who were in the classrooms from the general membership in this survey?
Sure. So we asked the question. So these are our current teachers. You had to log into the BTU member portal and have a passcode and everything so that we ensured that our survey was just our members. And then we just asked them, what is your role? So
so in the BPS survey that I saw, at least in the slide deck, they also had the respondents broken down by race. Did you also do that by race and by age? I would be interested to see what teachers had to say and whether there were differences based on age, and I'd be interested in what the current percentage of our teaching force is over, let's say 50 or 50.
Yeah, I actually don't think we did ask for that demographic data, but those are really good points. And in hindsight, I wish that we had asked those questions as well.
I'm interested in that. And to the extent, I don't know where we're going to end this conversation tonight. What is pretty clear to me from at least certainly the comments from my colleagues overwhelmingly and those who have participated in this conversation is that there are concerns about the hybrid model, and folks have been at least looking to continue remote learning or to start remote learning for the fall as we figure out a longer term plan about bringing folks together and focusing on those who need it most. My question would be to the superintendent and to President Tang, what does any of that look like? So let's say hypothetically speaking, we were in agreement that, yes, this is going to be remote only. We're going to make a definitive decision, and it's going to go from September at least until the end of the calendar year. And then we'll reassess, you know, as we plan for the spring semester. But what does that look like? How many hours are we talking about? Who's logging in? How do we know that the students, particularly our students who need it the most, whether that's through the home visits? I heard somebody mention home visits. What does the remote learning look like in terms of the amount of time that students will be on a Zoom versus expected to do classroom work and then maybe report back to the teacher? What is expected of the educators? Where are we in those conversations? That's for the President Tang and Superintendent Casalius, I think, are the best to talk about what that is. And I'm hoping that there are conversations that are happening about what this is going to look like, because either way,
Yeah,
we've got to.
Yeah, I'm happy to, but Superintendent can go first, and we certainly have ideas and proposals too.
Yeah, so I mean, these are things also that are being talked about with the teachers right now. And I know that Jessica and our teams have been working on some of these provisions around what the expectations are, but the expectation from the state is clear that students will have a full day. And so they will have a full day
For what that means for BPS.
6.5 hours.
What is it?
6.5 hours. So the students will have a full educational day. Teachers will decide how to provide the instruction like they do in their regular classroom, whether that will be independent practice, which portion of that would be online, you know, but there's the expectation that students are going to have a full day of instruction from the state.
So we have ideas about what it should look like, and we think there needs to be definitely a lot of breaks for physical activity, projects, etc. We think it's developmentally inappropriate for 5- and 6-year-olds and younger students to be in front of a screen for 6.5 hours a day. And so an instructional day does not mean, and to us, being in front of a screen for 6.5 hours. It means having structured activities and structured opportunities to engage in learning activities, and that actually would be detrimental to a lot of students, particularly the younger ones, again, to be in front of a screen for 6.5 hours, and nor should we think, do we think high school
my
students
time is running out. Thank you, President. Yeah, can you hear me?
And now we can.
Yeah, I would agree with both. So if the state is saying 6.5 or whatever, and that it's not all screen time, great. I don't think, you know, I'm worried about the screen time that I've got to do. It's my phone tells me too.
I hear you on that one, President Jane.
And I'm failing in the minimizing my screen time. But the question still is, so what does the day look like? So how much of it is screen time? And I know it's going to be different based on grade. It's going to be different depending on whether we're talking about EL students versus students with disabilities. But what would be helpful to me is to particularly given that we're talking, you know, again, why I know we're not ready. School is set to start in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
If we haven't had clear, if decisions haven't been made on some of these key items, there's no way we're going to be starting school. I mean, I'm thinking of the Labor Day date, but regardless, 3-4 weeks, it's clearly we're not there. But I will feel more confident of how we're going to get there, understanding these answers to these questions about what the day looks like. Clearly, it's not 6 hours of Zoom.
Yeah, and no, we've made a specific proposal to have learning kits available at the food distribution centers too, because we do think that a lot of the best teaching and learning does include manipulatives and materials and creating experiments students can do at home, etc. And so that's why we've asked for the district to purchase materials, when we've come up with a list actually of the different manipulative materials so that each student could actually have learning kits. We believe in expeditionary learning.
And I'm just running
so we have
out.
ideas.
Sorry to cut you off.
I know, no, it's okay. I just want to know we have ideas and we've been sharing them.
I'm looking for, I guess, as soon as we can with specifics on all of it.
Yeah, so we'd love to focus on that.
Specific on what the classroom looks like, specifics on what the school day looks like for students, what it looks like for teachers. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that. I think that we can get some of that feedback back. I will say, in lieu of some of my questions, my experience as a parent of 4 children, the virtual learning that happened in the springtime, with great consideration for the initial several weeks that, you know, lots of exceptions were made in our household and were made for what was happening. But following April vacation and that week after, when we went sort of returned to a more formal process, it was not a good experience in my house for all 4 of my children, to varying degrees of from miserable to medium satisfaction, and medium satisfaction because I simply had a very highly motivated, one of my boys is highly motivated, but it was not a great experience. I do, we've come through our second round here, and I have foregone most of my own questions with 2 exceptions, my comment just now and the question I had earlier. I do want to note and just reiterate, because it came in this last exchange, the importance for us to have a food plan when it comes to food distribution, whether it's remote, whether it's in person, or it's hybrid, that we're still able to distribute food in some way over the course of the school year at our schools and at our community centers. But
And Counselor, we're going to need your help with that. We really need maybe even a letter from the council to the federal authorities and the USDA, because they need to give us this waiver. We really need everybody to lift this up, that we need this waiver and the kind of flexibilities that we had for summer feeding, like I explained earlier in my testimony.
Great, and the superintendent and a few others had asked to be excused at 7:30. We are at 9 o'clock now. If any of our colleagues have a quick burning question for the panel that's before us, especially the superintendent at this point, I'd love to have you ask that. I want to make sure that the rest of the panelists have a moment to share some of their thoughts and responses, because almost solely the questions were presented to President Tang and Superintendent Cassellius. So does anyone have a burning question for the superintendent? Councilor Arroyo?
And it's just one. Thank you so much. I actually just want to echo Councilor Mejia on, if we're relying on an at-home monitoring plan, it really is incumbent that we provide them the materials to do that. And so what can we do? And I'm happy to sign on to any letter, but what is the plan from BPS to provide thermometers and those kinds of safety equipment to our families? And what is the plan for PPE when we know that we have families that are so impoverished that we're talking about really depending on our schools to feed their children? What is the plan to make sure that we're providing PPE and all of the necessary requirements to keep them safe moving forward? And that's really that's it. That's just a question of what's the budget for that? How are we going to do that? What are we doing about that?
We are planning for a burn rate for our little students who come and need PPE, and we are planning to provide that if they don't have it on their own.
And on the providing thermometers, and then just on the PPE, this is something I know Anissa knows very well. The child faces, the adult, masks don't work. They come right off. And I've heard this from parents that it's really hard to keep masks that aren't to size on their faces. What are we doing about that? And just that in the thermometers and things like that.
So I'll have to get back to you on the thermometer answer. I honestly just don't know that level of detail with that, but we'll basically get that back. But we have ordered kid-size masks, and so we know that there will have to be different sizes of masks available.
And I think that the thermometer question is one that's come up a few times and certainly deserves some more exploration. Thank you, Councilor Arroyo, very much. Councilor Bach?
I do want to say, Councilor Asabi George, before we go to Councilor Bach, that a fever does not mean that you have COVID either. So, and sometimes you can have false positives on a temperature check. And so I just want to recognize that, fever is not the only symptom of COVID, and can be the symptom of a lot of other ailments that people have.
Yeah, I do think that the thermometer question is worthy of additional exploration. Just in relation to certainly schools, but in relation to community centers, and in relation to lots of other city sort of facilities and spaces. Thank you. Councillor Bach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. It's really just a comment, which is to say, both to express my gratitude to both Superintendent Casilius and to President Tang for just the incredibly hard work they're doing in an impossible situation. And to say that I'm glad to hear that you all are going to be sitting down a bunch over the coming week. I think we all know that, and I'm definitely finding myself tending in the direction of thinking, I think the starting remote kind of makes sense. But regardless of what we're doing, we know, even when we talk about starting remote, that we've got students who are going to need in-person help, that we've got to just be incredibly creative in this moment. And to me, I hope that doesn't look like layoffs in our system, but it does look to being really creative about how we use all our human assets, and then how we use all the assets in the city, including outside of the BPS budget. I mean, even when we were talking about outdoor spaces and pods, I was thinking, in the fall, there's a Jewish festival called Sukkot, which is based on the whole fact of a whole people having to live outdoors in the desert for several years, and there's this kind of tradition of building like little huts, and sort of recognizing that need to pick up and change your whole life. And I just think we find ourselves right in a crazy situation, but with this total imperative that our students not lose a year of their education. And so I've been hearing from lots of people around the city, how can I help? Is there a way to be a mentor? Is there a way to bring resources? So I really want to lift up the work that you both are doing in an incredibly hard situation. And also say, let's just push through all the paper walls here, around what the options on the table are. Because I do think there's probably a way through a remote start to a hybrid plan that focuses first on the students who most need that in person, and that really creatively uses all of our city's assets. And yeah, I just hope that the council continue to be a partner in that, and know that we're pushing because we're representing so many people in the city who are, like you all, just so anxious and concerned about this area. So yeah, just thanks to you all, and certainly on the FDA front, happy to push on the school food issue. And I know that in the spring, when we were pushing on the electronic EBT purchases, that our Congress folks were really helpful. So I think we should probably be reaching back out to Congresswoman Presley. And I think actually Congressman McGovern, though he doesn't represent Boston, was very helpful to us on some of that stuff. So we might tap him again. So
thank you.
Thank you.
I know that Councilor Mejia has an additional question or comment, and Councilor Wu does as well. Councilor Mejia?
Yes. Yep, really quick. Dr. Casilius, I just first want to say, thank you so much. You have been incredibly patient. And I know I sound like I'm ready to, fight you, but just so you know that I'm here for you and to support you and to push you, because I know that you are deeply concerned about our children. And so really want you to see me as a partner, even though I sound like I'm about to beat you up sometimes, but I love you. My question though, is I'm really concerned about internet access. I know you keep talking about children having access. There's a huge percentage of kids who don't have, about 3,000 kids who don't have access to the internet whatsoever. And this is an opportunity for the city. It's not just for BPS to solve, but there are a lot of Wi-Fi hotspots, but those Wi-Fi hotspots are in tourist areas. We need to really be serious about equity and making sure that all kids can access remote learning. The other thing that I want to just kind of offer for you to think about is that a lot of this conversation has focused on academics. And I understand how important those things are. However, we did not talk about the social and emotional learning and the trauma that a lot of kids are experiencing as a result of leaving and then coming back. We also haven't addressed the learning loss and how we're going to determine how we're going to support that loss of learning. And I'm just really hoping that you all, and it's not just through testing and assessments, but that we have to really hold ourselves accountable to that learning loss, and then figuring out what we're going to do to accommodate those needs. And then the last thing that I will say is that these times really do require us to be innovative and to take risks. And while I understand, I look at the YMCA, if they're already providing support services and you guys are already utilizing them for contracts to do early childhood, we can repurpose those contracts to allow them to serve remote learning in a safe space right around in the neighborhood, right? These are the times, right, that we have to think outside the box and push ourselves to even look at some of the small businesses that have their storefronts that are closed right now. How can we utilize those spaces to create small learning, remote learning pods to help support the educators and the teachers? Like, I'm really pushing you and the city to realize that this is our opportunity to tap in to the resources that we have to support families and educators who are struggling with this hopscotch model. And I'll go on record, and I've said it before, I don't think that the hopscotch model really gets at the issues that we've been hearing out in these streets. And I'm really pushing you all to really listen to the voices of the people to make your decision.
Thank you very much, Councilor Mejia. Councilor Wu, if you could be brief, I'd appreciate that.
Madam Chair, ditto to everything my colleague just said, especially on the supportive, loving, fighting part. I want to ask just to keep pushing towards solutions. It sounded like the biggest limiting factor or sort of perceived constraint stopping us from moving towards a different non-hopscotch hybrid model is facilities. So how are you thinking about ways around that, right? Colleges and universities that are closed and won't be using their spaces, other larger community type spaces, some of the field hospitals that had been stood up, but, you know, quote unquote mothballed. How are you thinking, you know, are you having conversations on along those lines?
Ooh.
I'm sorry, Counselor, on the last part.
Oh, how are you thinking about it? And are you having conversations along those lines to expand the facilities potentially available for BPS?
Well, we're talking to partners about their spaces, absolutely. And, you know, but that was mostly for out of school time to help parents who need the support and help. In terms of expanding our facilities, you know, the current plan is to use our facilities and to make sure they're safe and clean. But we don't have any plan for that now. We do have a bigger project that was part of the mayor's commitment to build PPS that will require a lot of thinking around our facility plan and the information that was done. I think we have a 2017 or 2018 report that was done on our facilities, and revisiting that as we think more about the broader plan around facilities and improvements. I mean, this pandemic has made clear the inequities and the needs of our facilities. And so hopefully once we get school reopened, we can restart those conversations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So Superintendent and President Tang, if you are able to go, I know some of the panelists may have some additional information that they'd like to share, but my promise to you is that I would have gotten you out of here a little bit earlier than this. So I do appreciate the time and the detail that you the time you gave and the detail you shared on both your thoughts, your concerns, and your hopes and your fears, quite honestly, because I think we all have a considerable amount of anxiety on all of it. And I think it's okay to say that out loud. So I thank the two of you for being here with us. And I would like you to leave this panel so I can hear from a few others before we go to public testimony.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Counselor. And thank you, Jessica, as well, for being here and for fighting hard for the kids. I do want to just, I guess I'll just thank you for that.
You're welcome to say more, but
no, there was one other thing, but then like I just forgot what I was going to say. You know, just one of those senior moments, and it was something that I was going to add. I think it was to something that was just said, but it'll come to
how
me.
to find us.
Okay.
Thank you to both of you. And I see Yamari has had her hand up for a little bit. I'm wondering if you have something to share with us while Jessica and Brenda depart my screen. Yamaris?
Yes, just want to like make an kind of an opinion in a question thing. I was just reading, kind of doing a little investigation that happened before. So in 1918, there was the Spanish flu, and Boston refused to close the schools during the 1918. So children started to die. So it's like telling me if we open the schools like during these, it might happen again. because COVID-19 seems to be like is stronger or worse than the flu.
Okay, thank you very much, Amaris, for sharing that. So I'm starting to open up to those that have signed up for public testimony. I know that there are some hands raised. And oh, Mr. Francois, I'm sorry, your hand. Let me finish my statement, then I'll go to you, Mr. Francois. I'm sorry about that.
One last thing.
One last thing, no problem. Just give me one moment. So I am going to start admitting in those for public testimony that had signed up previously. And Nancy and Allison will see that they've just been added in. So in a few moments, Nancy, I'll be coming to you for some testimony, and then Allison to you. Mr. Francois, Andre?
Yes. Yeah, I do appreciate that superintendent says that they're hiring more bus drivers, because we, like she always alluded in the speech when she talked about bus drivers, and she says there's a big number of bus drivers that are 65 and up, and then for those that are 60 and up and has prior risk, prior conditions, health condition that would wants to go, there probably will be a program or some kind of voluntary retirement, because we right now, unlike everybody else, we only limited to 15 bus drivers that can retire each year. So this actually it's a big problem. So some of these people could volunteer to go too if they get offered a good package, something that they can live with. So they have to have that in mind.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I think that's an interesting thing for sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, and I know some of the panelists may have to leave, and you are welcome to exit. There will be no offense taken. I appreciate you sticking it out, and I appreciate your testimony as part of the larger panel earlier. So I'm going to go over to Nancy Lesson next, and then we'll be with Allison. Nancy, if you could keep your comments to about 2 minutes, that would be helpful, because we've got a long list as well as a longer list in waiting.
Thank you. I'm Nancy Lesson, a retired occupational health specialist and member of the Health Technical Committee of the Massachusetts Coalition for Occupational Safety and Health. My daughter is a BPS high school teacher. 4 of my grandchildren are BPS elementary school students. Yesterday, the American Academy of Pediatrics and Children's Hospital Association reported a 90% increase in COVID-19 cases in US children in the last 4 weeks. A CDC report released last Friday revealed that Hispanic and Black children face significantly higher rates of hospitalization for COVID-19. Yesterday, Governor Baker identified 33 communities experiencing moderate or high risk of coronavirus, Boston among them, and some Boston communities have much higher rates than others. Yesterday, a New York Times article about a new study reinforced concerns about airborne coronavirus transmission, stating, airborne virus plays a significant role in community transmission. New study fills in the missing piece, floating virus can infect cells. So this means that indoors, it's not enough to mask, distance, clean, and hand wash. And plexiglass partitions and one open classroom window won't protect from small floating aerosol virus particles. The most recent science must be followed. We already know in a 2017 study of BPS built environment found the vast majority of schools had poor or deficient ventilation. CDC guidance for schools was written without considering airborne transmission and offers insufficient protection. Robust ventilation and filtration systems with MERV 13 filters or higher are needed, but 105 schools lack even HVAC systems. They need portable room air cleaners with HEPA filters and more. Nurses in isolation rooms need hospital design. To protect public health in the midst of this pandemic, time and funding to properly address all deficiencies are essential before anyone, students, teachers, or staff, can occupy school buildings. Thank you.
Oh, perfect timing. Thank you very much, Nancy. Allison, welcome.
Thank you very much.
I'm just starting my timer here. All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Allison Sinersha, and I have been a K-2 inclusion teacher at the Haynes EUC in Boston Public Schools for nearly 10 years. Thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. As a Boston City teacher, I am well aware of the deficits that our children face. And while the political agenda behind the inequities in BPS are a discussion for another night, I feel it's necessary to acknowledge it as the elephant in the room. Clearly, our students need to be back at school, but they also need to be alive to do so, and their teachers need to be alive in order to teach them. Our students deserve consistent, high-quality, remote education until it is safe to be in close proximity to each other. To the decision makers listening tonight, think about the safety of our community and the thousands of staff you are asking to be returning to buildings that are not equipped, that were never equipped with first aid supplies, forget proper ventilation, and one window being open. Educators need to have adequate time to plan for remote learning, and by asking us to teach in the hybrid model, you are asking me to risk my students' lives, and I'm here to tell you this is not acceptable treatment of the children or the families of the city and Boston. I am here tonight for the parents and the students and the community because they are being falsely led to believe that our schools are equipped and ready to serve children during a pandemic. The public is being led to believe that school will be safe when in reality the buildings are not suitable to handle this. Purchasing a few sprayers does not qualify as adequate cleaning supplies. It is a disgrace that our city is considering sacrificing actual human beings to make a political statement. No one should have to die when there are already structures in place to make successful learning, remote learning work for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. Next, we have Michael C. Michael Colanti. Michael? All right, if Michael joins us, we'll go back to him. Aaron Zauby, welcome.
Yes, hi, how are you? Hi, my name is Aaron Zauby. I teach high school electronics and engineering, and I live in Dorchester, right down the street from Tech Boston Academy, where I've taught for 5 years. During the short time I have, I'd like to invite the council, as well as parents, teachers, students, and other community members, to think about the current situation in a new light. As a teacher, what I'm about to say is painful for me to say, and I will likely make many of us uncomfortable. But I believe it needs to be said and accepted in order for us to truly do what is best for all of us. This year, we are not going to achieve the same educational outcomes that we're normally able to expect. I want to recognize that Council President Janey actually began her remarks by hinting at this. We shouldn't feel ashamed of this. It's out of our control. I want to be clear about this. It's not because teaching quality will have gone down, or because teachers are looking for an excuse to be lazy, or because students have somehow become irresponsible, but because this pandemic has made it so that we cannot employ many of the tools teachers and students use that make BPS a district of such high standards. To deny the reality of this statement is to deny the facts and drastically underestimate and undervalue the kind and complexity of the work that teachers and students do on a daily basis. The claim is that the proposed reopening plans answer the question, how can we create a space where students are joyfully learning, both academically and emotionally? Yet so far, they have all implicitly answered the question, how can we squeeze the most out of our teachers and students during this time? Plans generated by answering this question will only continue to result in overworked teachers and overstressed, joyless students. Instead, the question we should be asking is how can we care for the mental and emotional needs of everyone during this time? I implore you to advocate for us. In summary, I'm not here offering a magic bullet plan to solve all our problems. What I am hoping to do is to encourage a shift in mindset that I believe will go a long way towards an equitable short-term solution. And we should remember that this is what it will be, short-term. Accepting that this year we will not achieve traditional quality educational outcomes does not mean that this will be the new norm. It is a shift in mindset that will not only alleviate some of the pressures placed on teachers, students, and parents, but it will also allow us to listen to and support each other through this year. And we may just learn a few new things that make BPS a better school district overall in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Samantha.
Sorry, I'm trying to get to my thing. All right. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Samantha Laney, and I teach 5th grade special education inclusion at the Holmes Innovation School in Dorchester. Frankly, I'm disgusted at the assertion that we can check the box of guaranteed safety. I am a teacher, and I am telling you that I cannot guarantee that in my classroom. I am tired of the weight of these decisions being put on teachers needing to get creative. The guidelines of simultaneously teaching hybrid that the district has proposed are literally impossible. Even if they were realistic health-wise, students' educations will suffer. I am aware that learning has been lost virtually. That loss is nothing that will compare to the loss that will occur when students are expected to learn in a halfway, ill-prepared hybrid model. A concerned parent asked at the last BPS reopening meeting if her student would be taught through a screen by a teacher in a mask who often had to walk away from their computer. The answer to that question is unequivocally yes. That is exactly what the hopscotch simultaneous teaching model will look like. The confusion and misconception is due to a massive misrepresentation about what is happening in BPS. As President Tang said, there is a large difference between being politely allowed at the table and actually being heard. For example, the mayor continues to reference updated HVAC filtration systems. There are hundreds of BPS schools, and as the superintendent just stated, only 35 of these schools even have these systems. And I don't know how it can be considered ventilated with a single window and over a dozen people in a room. Another example is the map that shows the risk levels does not account for the neighborhoods within Boston, where we know Black and Brown communities have been hit significantly harder, such as East Boston, whose rates more than quadruple that of whiter communities like Allston-Brighton. Sending students from higher risk communities to a school at the same rate as the average safety concern is the antithesis of equitable. Kamani and Phoebe and Counselor Asabi George are right. Virtual learning wasn't great, and we need to do better academically and socio-emotionally. But virtual learning can only get better. And I think Counselor Campbell hit the nail on the head that we need to focus on improving virtual learning for the fall in order to create a better and different hybrid model for later in the year. The Teachers Union plan addresses most of the concerns presented here tonight, including the possibility of learning expectations for our special in-person learning expectations for the needs of our special needs students. My students, I deeply urge everyone to read this proposal because really this collaborative decision has been a collaborative decision with who? The public, the city council, the teachers, the school committees, and even the students here tonight have made their voices clear. Virtual learning is the only way to go in September. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samantha, and thank you for your years of service teaching. Next, we have Michael Calante, who's joined us, and Mike Heischman is after him.
Can everyone hear me? Am I coming through?
You are.
Okay, wonderful. I apologize. I just jumped on. I just spent 2.5 hours on a call with the Henderson School for my daughter. So I'll try and be mindful of my time. I do have written testimony to submit. I have 2 children in the Boston public school system. One is 7 and one is 4 at the Henderson who has special needs. I would like to try and echo some of the comments made by our SPEDPAC chairman, Roxanne Harvey, earlier. You know, we're in a place right now where there's a lot of yelling and screaming, and it's obviously a very high intensity, very emotional scenario that we're in. And you know, I can say that I have a child with special needs. She has been immunocompromised for many years of her life. That has put us in the hospital for a very long time. My wife is a medical professional. And for 16 years, I served in emergency preparedness and public health and response here within the city of Boston. So I would encourage all of us to take a step back for a moment. This is going to be with us. This is not an argument. This is not neighbor against neighbor, teachers against other, parents and students. This virus is going to be with us. I've done this my entire career. We should not be talking about a reentry plan. We don't know what reentry will look like. And we know the challenges will not be one size fits all. This is a 2 to 3 to 5 year recovery plan. We need to, and I firmly believe this, and I will put this in my written testimony, we need to be thinking of it like this. This is a long-term recovery plan. So what is this going to mean to our families? What is this going to mean to our students? What is this going to mean to our communities? This virus is not going anywhere. A vaccine is not coming around the corner. And there are so many things that we need to be thinking about related to this in the long term. So I know it's really hard to say, I know it's really hard to think about this way, but taking a step back, I, of course, have a child with special needs. I have 2 children in the school system. I'm very concerned as a parent, of course, just like everybody is. And I don't have an answer at the moment. All I would suggest is that as a community, as a city, as a district, we take a step back and try and reframe this conversation and think about it in the long term. I believe, as the superintendent might have said hours ago, I forget what time it is right now, but I think that is truly what we need to do, because this is a long-term issue. This is not a reentry plan. This is not a reopening plan. This is not a let's figure out what's going to happen in the fall plan. This is a much longer term plan that we need to be thinking through. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and look forward to that longer written testimony. Michael, you are next, and then after Michael will be Elise.
Thank you. A wow of a hearing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I had prepared written testimony, and I am not going to read it. It's superfluous. I'm just going to speak. I'm just going to speak in terms of what I believe. The hearing demonstrates that there are 3 separate worlds. There's the world of the superintendent of schools, there's the world of most of the city council and the stakeholders, and there's a world of people around the people underneath the curtain that are really running things. Andre was talking about no more debts. Let's be clear. The hopscotch plan will kill people. It'll be premeditated murder. We've been living under a system of racist capitalism for 400 years right now. Racist capitalism kills. And this hopscotch plan will make people sick, very, very sick, and some people will die. So I support Andre's demand, no more debts. It's like the president of the United States talks about science as being BS. The superintendent talks about using science and following science, and it still sounds like BS. I just think that we stakeholders have to take matters in our own hands. I'm a member of the Boston Education Justice Alliance, and I believe that we stakeholders have to shut this system down. We cannot allow the reopening of schools. We cannot participate in this murder. I want to encourage the City Council to endorse the Boston Teachers Union's plan. It's a very wise plan. It's a very good plan. And as we can see, there's a language of inclusion, but how does this explain all the teachers and the bus drivers and the nurses sitting in at City Hall, and the union saying, you're not meeting with us. We've been talking about meeting together and collaborating. We hear the language of inclusion and the reality of top-down management. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mike. Elise?
I think that's me.
No,
Hi.
I got an Elise. No, I have Lisa and I have an Elise as well. Elise?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, my name is Elise Pector. I'm a certified industrial hygienist with a master's in public health and 35 years experience in evaluating indoor air quality and workplace health and safety. I am also a grandmother of 2 kids in Boston Public Schools and a member of MassCosh. I want to talk about science and ventilation. You know, it seemed at first that touching surfaces contaminated with coronavirus and close contact with large droplets that sink to the floor within 6 feet were the only way to get COVID. We thought we knew how to control this virus. The science has evolved, but the solutions have not. When we sneeze, cough, sing, or even speak, tiny droplets are released that go faster, farther, and remain airborne in a gas cloud. Many science articles have proved this now. For example, one study showed in a restaurant that people who were downwind of someone who was infected more than 6 feet got sick, while people upwind did not. In another study of the choir in Washington, where people stayed 6 feet apart, they didn't hug, they didn't shake hands, 53 of 61 people became positive, including 2 people who died. Experience with the Biogen outbreak in Boston revealed similar clues. And now we can even measure COVID virus in hospitals more than 6 feet from patients. All right, so what does this mean for schools? Again, the science has evolved, but the solutions have not. First, we know that the disease is transmitted by asymptomatic kids and adults more than 6 feet apart by particles that are too small to be stopped by face coverings or plexiglass. In fact, plexiglass might even keep the ventilation from working as well as it could. We've already heard that the ventilation in schools is inadequate. Meeting DESI requirements for one window is not enough. There's no reason why we should stop with what the minimum requirements are. What we need is more filtration, portable air cleaners, more outside air dilution.
Thank you very much, Elise. Thank you.
Can I add one thing about foggers, which no one else has addressed? Foggers are a bad idea. What they do is they aerosolize pesticides, antimicrobial pesticides. And in fact, what they do is address surface contamination, which we already know is not a major contributor. They do, in fact, add chemicals that could be asthma causing or asthma exacerbating to the air. So I really encourage you to spend that money not on foggers, but on other methods to improve ventilation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elise. Lisa, Ranga, now it's your turn. Sorry for sending you away for a minute too.
So my name is Lisa Ranga. I live here in Boston and I teach first grade at the Blackstone. I want to start by thanking the city councilors for holding the superintendent accountable. I'm really counting on you and you haven't disappointed me, so I really appreciate that. It feels like people in authority don't have to answer a lot of questions lately, and for you to make her answer all those questions was really great for me to see and worth all 5 hours of it. I did have a major speech. I'm not going to give it because a lot of what I said was said. I just want to say a few points. One, I want us to be listening to our school nurses. They are the most amazing. They are full-time healthcare providers, but also they are full care providers for our students. So when they say that we shouldn't go back to a hopscotch method, I trust them completely. Two, the superintendent mentioned the PPE we're going to get. Maybe I've just been in BPS too long, but I don't believe we will ever see all of it. We switched to green cleaners a few years back. My school of 600 students and 50 classrooms got 7 bottles. I think we'll get some. I don't believe we'll get all. And then how do we pick who gets what if we don't get a full school's worth of PPE. Yes, they were early to buy things, but she said it, like everybody is buying it. What happens if we only have 3/4 of the amount we need? Who gets it? And I also just want to touch upon like achievement gaps and like the needs of students and school lunches. Teachers have been thinking about these things, the achievement gaps, the needs of students, getting them the food that they want, getting them the instruction they want. We've been thinking about it for years. We thought about it before COVID-19 and quarantine, and we'll think about it after. So we definitely don't need to be reminded of those things. I do want to also touch upon the fact that us as teachers can do better when it comes to remote learning. And I think that it's important that we do better. So thank you very much for everything.
Lisa, thank you very much. Next, we have Dr. Elizabeth Tonagama, and then following her will be Erica Kuka. Dr. Elizabeth, there you go. Welcome.
Hi. Thanks for having me. So I'm a veteran ESL teacher in East Boston and a parent of 2 kids who attend public schools. And I'm here to say that I reject the hybrid plan for my own children and the many children that I teach for the following reasons. Students deserve our time and attention. So to try to teach in person and remote simultaneously is a disservice to all of them. Students in each model deserve a dedicated BPS teacher, honing their pedagogical skills to teach in person or remote, but not both, and certainly not simultaneously. Students in class have an obvious advantage to have the teacher's attention, and I'm concerned that this proposed type of concurrent learning will potentially further isolate students at home observing these interactions. Second, my building's windows don't open by design. In a global pandemic, where circulating air is essential, this troubles me greatly as it increases the risk of children and adults getting sick or dying. The poor ventilation in my building has created mold and leaks present in every room I have worked in. A few years ago, when one teacher had pneumonia, 4 to 5 others contracted it shortly thereafter. Regarding the HVAC system, we have one, but when will reports be shared from an independent, unbiased agency speaking to its efficacy? Thirdly, small interior rooms are assigned as teaching and learning spaces. These rooms don't allow for enough personal space in normal times. I was assigned to such a space a few years ago, and the lack of airflow was immediately apparent. It had a 40-year-old stained carpet that smelled terribly. For the first and only time in my life, I got a rash on my arms from the rat feces on that carpet. Fortunately, when I spoke up, the carpet was removed and tiles were put down. However, other small teaching spaces are carpeted still, and that deferred maintenance should have been taken care of long ago. Regarding substitute teacher coverage, has there been an increased effort to recruit more? Pre-COVID, there'd been a shortage of substitute teachers shared all across the city. Teachers are often in a position where we are asked to cover for our colleagues. Classes are sometimes split and students are squeezed into other rooms when no other coverage is available. This undue exposure increases the likelihood that children and adults will get sick and die. Further, will our subs receive training on the LMS systems that we're going to adopt? Will they be prepared to troubleshoot the technology challenges for both the students in front of them and online, waiting for their lessons? Teachers and families need the BPS to prioritize our safety. Other nearby districts have already decided the risk is too great in a global pandemic. We need Boston to do the same and start the year fully remote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Erica and then Lisa D'Angelo. Erica?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate the chance to speak, and I appreciate the advocacy of the city council members that I heard today. I want to start by thanking the BTU staff and the amazing members who have been organizing around a safe reopening on behalf of students, family, and educators across the district. And I really want to uplift that work, particularly the BTU's reopening plan, which is an explicit, intentional, and well thought out alternative to what's been advanced by the district thus far. I also want to uplift the concerns of our most vulnerable population, students with disabilities, English language learners, and Black and Brown students, among other populations. it's been really frustrating as a BPS educator to hear those concerns framed as being in opposition to what the union is advocating for. As so many BTU members have said before me, these concerns are absolutely valid, and there is definitely a way to go about ensuring that these families and students have access to all the resources that they need and deserve, and are like granted the right to by law. That does not further, that does not put the safety of so many into question. I think I've been really concerned by the lack of transparency on the district's part, which, based on the public sessions that I've been able to attend, has painted a really unrealistic picture of what returning to school in person could look like. From the sounds of it, there seems to be this idea that we'll be able to return to school buildings in a way that allows for joy and collaboration and super duper individualized learning. And I've repeatedly heard Superintendent Casilius state that the district will be relying on the wonderful educators to provide even more personalized education than ever before. And that's just simply not possible under the hybrid model. First and foremost, a number of our most experienced and committed educators are just not going to be able to return in person in any capacity. So already the quality of the education that a lot of families and students are used to, the teachers that they're expecting to go back to, and when Superintendent Casilius talks about like wanting to go back to our specific schools and our specific teachers, a lot of those teachers are simply not going to be teaching. So that already calls into question kind of the capacity of where we'll be. Furthermore, the fact that we still haven't come to a decision, as Jessica Tang has mentioned, like that is stalling us. We can't prepare for what we don't know. We have no way to put any plans in place to create the type of education that is being promised to families, in addition to the fact that like we may start the year out, as we often have, with a lot of equipment and we're using it. It dwindles, and how are we going to re-up? The concerns about opening the windows, what's going to happen come October, November? Like there are so many issues that are being framed as though this is, you know, kind of like a short-term thing, and it's really not at all. So I really just want to push us to dig even deeper and again, continue to ask those really difficult, challenging questions to uncover the truth of what returning to school will look like. And it's not joyous, it's not collaborative, and it's not what's been promised to families, and that's simply not fair. Like the only way to return safely, the only way to return equitably to reopen schools is fully remotely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erica. Next we have Lisa, and then Paloma McLaughlin will be following Lisa. Lisa? Lisa, did I lose you? I'll take another look for you. Palma, are you ready? And then it will be Ashley Barker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. I will be submitting written testimony. There was just too much to deal with right now for me to put it through. I'm a parent. My daughter actually is a teenager. She has an episodic, hidden episodic disability. She has already decided she does not want to go back to the classroom. However, I did discuss this with a sister who is a psychologist who used to study brain trauma and is now teaching high school science, and another sister who went to Teachers College Columbia for her master's and is now getting her second master's in online education. And our original question is what are we going to do when we teach a whole generation of children that sharing is bad? They can't share crayons, they can't share, manipulatives in the classroom. They can't, a 5-year-old telling a 5-year-old you can't hug your best friend. That's a real problem. I agree with someone who said it earlier. We are not talking about opening in September. We are talking about where do we want to be in 3 years, 4 years. Very quickly, some of the things that we talked about in our conversation were teacher looping. In other words, having the same teacher follow a cohort through 2 or 3 years. So first grade, second grade, third grade, and they would have the same teacher going through. It would create some stability. And even in a remote environment, that stability would be there. We have to stop talking about putting a kid in front of a computer for 6.5 hours. We have to start thinking about classes. We can think about seminars, forums, field trips. Imagine, I know the Everett Square, which is right up from Councilor Sabi George's, has the clap pair. Go up there, have your class there, see the art, Find out who Edward Everett was. Use the city of Boston as a classroom. So let's talk about that. Another plot idea is to use which is Councillor Bach had it. Go to the event holders and maybe set up those event tents from weddings in the parking lot. That gives us another pod. Maybe create cross-school hybrid pods with, instead of working on a classroom activity, maybe work on a benchmark with 5th graders in the neighborhood. Work on use synchronous and asynchronous delivery. And the last one that was very interesting, because my sister brought it up from when she taught in Mongolia, is they are actually kind of set up for this because they have a nomadic population that goes in and out a lot of the time and everything like that. And one of the things they're using is radio. Everyone who has an iPhone in their pocket actually has the ability to receive FM radio without using data. Boston is the largest public radio market in the country. Use our NPR, use our universities. If they have a phone in their pocket, even if they don't have internet access, they have radio.
Palma, thank you very much. I look forward to your written testimony for submission. Next, we have Ashley, and then we have Kate Loftus, and after Kate will be Fabian. Ashley?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ashley Barker. I live in Dorchester. I previously taught here in Dorchester for the past 4 years, and I'll be teaching in East Boston this upcoming school year. So I've attended previous meetings on school reopening, and it concerns me that there has been little to no discussion around supporting our students who are English language learners or former English learners and their families whose native language isn't English at home. Thank you, Councillor Janey, for your demand on clarity for these students earlier in your questioning. However, in the spring, there was a lack of a cohesive plan on how to provide learning support for students who are ELs when challenges persisted, such as access to technology, lack of learning that is more hands-on, social emotional support, resources for students and families to have, and even more, a language barrier, which made these problems more challenging for our students. The school I taught at served a large population of English learners, and I struggled how to provide the right kinds of supports for my students, knowing that remote learning was not accessible to all of them, especially for the students in my school who were emergent speakers and thrived in classrooms that were created and designed specifically for them. When I looked at what Boston Public Schools and DESE recommended to support ELs and teaching ELs, DESE stated, and I quote, "There's no particular program or method of instruction for ELs students that is required," end quote. "Only that services are required and students, teachers, and families should collaborate with each other." Boston Public Schools, they released a Google document that was full of recommendations, not a plan. I asked, why was there no plan then, and why is there no clear plan now or a program for students who are ELs, especially those who are emergent English speakers and will require more support than their peers in a safe learning environment? Where is there a plan and program that provides options for families of students who are ELs, for those who don't have the option of keeping their students at home, those who choose to send their children to school? Will BPS and DESE make changes to its guidance released in the spring around supporting English language learners? Will Boston Public School also be updating their release as well? Where is there a plan for teachers to provide equitable learning for students who are ELs? And more importantly, where is there a safe plan in that? If BPS is to follow other districts in choosing remote learning at the beginning of the school year, and we must have a plan and options that involve supporting our families and students who are English learners and our teachers who are working predominantly with students that are English learners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley. Next, we have Kate Loftus, and after Kate will be Fabian. Kate, welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Loftus Camp, a school psychologist at the Donald McKay in Allegheny, both in East Boston. One of the communities hit the hardest by COVID-19. I'm a school psychologist to 940 students. I'm here to talk about the social emotional needs of our students that is being ignored. This spring, during the COVID-19 closure, my job and the job of all my colleagues in the Behavioral Health Services Department changed rapidly as students were exposed to the trauma of the pandemic. Concerns around access to food, housing, parental jobs, immigration concerns, fear of becoming sick without access to healthcare, isolation from friends and family, they all came at once. And as a department, the Behavioral Health Services rose up, providing thousands of social emotional check-ins, telehealth counseling sessions, parent SEL trainings, and continual crisis support for the entire district. On May 14th, the BTU filed a grievance on our behalf, noting that the district has not hired enough school psychologists to meet the 1 in 700 ratio specified by the BTU contract. To achieve the contractual mandate of 1 in 700 ratio, many school psychologists need to be hired before the 20 to 21 school year. Now it's August 12th. We have exactly the same number of psychologists, no human capital movement, or plans to interview. Do you think the highly qualified, bilingual, experienced professionals of color that the students of Boston Public Schools deserve and so desperately need right now have been sitting around all summer? No, they're employed in Lynn, in Saugus, in Everett, in Revere, in Quincy, in Somerville, right? So there have been bus drivers hired, there have been bus monitors hired, there have been additional custodial staff hired, which might all be really important for an in-person reopening, but school psychologists are going to be needed no matter what September looks like. I know we're prioritizing safety, but my main point is that physical safety and emotional safety are two sides of the same coin, and one side is clearly being ignored. The behavioral health services are ready to step up for our students. We want to consistently go above and beyond for our students and family whenever asked. And we hope to work together to ensure all BPS students have equitable access to a licensed mental health professional to get the social emotional support that they need. But we need the support and help of the city council to put pressure on the district to flip that coin and to focus on emotional safety, not just physical safety right now.
Thank you very much, Kate. Fabian, welcome. Where'd you go? I saw you there. There you are, Fabian. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for doing this, for having these panels and having the conversation for people like me and so many others that usually not being part of on the table, and then to have a voice. So I want to say that my name is Fabian and I'm a parent of a special need, and I'm very active in the community, and as well of just speaking on behalf of the parents that who doesn't have a say or just coming on the table. And I do understand this is really difficult time for all of us to deal with. And we do need to understand that not to take the kids, the teachers, administration staff, and everyone life in jeopardy. And I do understand that the kids needs to be in school, but already to put those babies in life in jeopardy, is that really what we want to be, what we want to do? Who's going to be accountable to say that, okay, a kid or somebody was being sick and then not be able to just take care for their loved ones? Who's going to be accountable for that? And I want to talk about on the special needs kids, the fact that, during the springtime, we have over about 9,000 students who was not really log in remotely. And because of so many issues that we're not even doing a study to find out what was the root cause of that. I think that we should be able to just think about, what was the situation? We have so many high school students that has to take care of all their younger siblings while their parents are going to school, or they have to work or to be able to help their families. So we have to figure out the root cause of the situation before we just trying to just say, okay, let's do in hybrid. Who's gonna be able to taking care of the 3 days that they have to be in school? What's the plan to have teachers ready? So the main thing is to focus about the remote learning. How can we can be better on that? Graduate students, partners, we can look into it. This is not the time to look and to have this conversation. We have since much to have this conversation, and we should be able to have a plan that can be able to benefit so many others. As curriculum, are we going to be able to have all the students coming back, whether remote or hybrid, to do assessment? those time or those kids are being not be able to get the services that need, a lot of the parents, that's when they find out that was the lackment of the students, when the fact that they cannot read, they cannot do basic math, or they're not really learning at all since prior of those years. How can we be able to make sure that those kids are getting the right information, the right education that they deserve and they need? We know that in September or October, that's usually when the kids are to take the test, the ISEE test. What is the plan, and what is the plan for that? And as well for the MCAS, I know that there's a call that I put it in to put the MCAS on a waiver for not to take it for 4 years. Are we looking into that to make sure that we're teaching our kids what they really need? And I have another question that's concerning that we do have a lot of the internet. We know that it's not working for everybody, or some of the time they don't have it. The computers that they do provide, it doesn't work for every student. How can we make sure that we have the right equitable resources and computers that it can be able to work for everyone? Talking about the environmental services, as an environmental person that I work in the field, I know how can it be very critical and as well and hazard for families, for kids, and for everybody. When you have those kids who's gonna be eat in the school, and even in cleaning, and the smell of it is gonna be able, we're gonna be able to have some sort of a filter to just can deodorize the food smell in the classroom, where they're not gonna be able to be in a bigger space. So I wanna say thank you for having this space. Thank you for giving us the time to just talk about it, because on the healthy side, the nurses has to be able to just do more work. Some buildings, like for instance, Boston Latin, one nurse will not be able to service all those kids. It's the same thing as a social emotional support that every student needs to have it, not just for kids in IEP. And I wanna say that lastly, how can teachers will be able to teach remotely and at the same time in the classroom? And that's not gonna be able to be on the fair, equitable way to just teach. Our kids need and deserve better than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabian. Next we have Kyle and then Miss Akaida. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Kyle Gishuru. I am a proud Boston parent of 2 beautiful young boys and a proud BPS teacher at the Tobin in Roxbury. I'm gonna try and bullet point this because I have a million thoughts and things that I feel so urgent to say. One is I really think that the focus on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, safety, security, mental and physical health absolutely need to be the biggest concern that we have. I can say that my 14-year-old did better with virtual learning than my 7-year-old did, because developmentally he needs to be around other children. I mean, the social emotional learning part is a bigger deal for younger students than it is for older students. I want to address that as like the primary concern behind my curriculum planning right now, as well as addressing what's happening in the world. I really respected what Mr. Kimani James said at the beginning of this many-hour meeting in terms of teachers doing what they need to do and stepping up. This is my summer reading, talking about abolitionist teaching. I'm gonna listen to what Ta-Nehisi Coates has to say, me and my feelings for social emotional, social activities for skills. So I'm gonna see if I can adapt these activities for Zoom and virtual opportunities. Anger management workbook for kids. I care about the humans in front of me. I understand the concern about equity with education and Common Core and learning. I'm telling you that I am steeped and knowledgeable in meeting students where they are at. I get students who are behind grade level every single year of my 13-year teaching career, and that is what I do. I meet them where they're at, and I bring them along, and I teach them more than a year's worth of curriculum in a school year every single year. So please, can we let mental health and physical safety be the driving force? With that, I'm going to pass something on to my son Jabari, a student at Boston Latin School, that addresses both what Counselor Arroyo said earlier, which we really appreciated, and addresses something that Superintendent Casillas said as well.
Hi, I take the 21 to Forest Hills, one of the hubs that Counselor Arroyo had mentioned. And then the 39. It takes me over an hour to it takes me over an hour for me and many other kids to get to school. That means I'm in in an enclosed space with people from all over the city, most from the hardest hit neighborhoods for over an hour, to and from school every day. There are times when the 21 bus is so packed that the bus driver will have to drive past bus stops because there just isn't any room left in the bus. Oftentimes I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with people on the bus for over an hour. I wish the superintendent was here to listen to this, because for her to say that she can guarantee the safety of all students with the current plan is just false. How can you guarantee my safety?
I'd love to also build upon that in terms of safety, physical safety. Every single year I buy cockroach traps before I go back into my school in August, and I clean mouse excrement from every corner of my classroom every single year that I've been a teacher in BPS. When it gets cold out and the blowers kick on, every single year you literally see dust and of nastiness that floats into the air for us to breathe every single year. And 2015 to 2016 is when the inspections for Build BPS were done. The report was not in 2018, as the superintendent had mentioned. It was actually in 2016. In my building at the Tobin, of the 4 levels for that the facilities were rated, our air ventilation system 4 years ago was rated as replace, not in need of service, replace. 4 years ago, it has not been done. That was pre-pandemic. You are sending babies to an incredibly unsafe environment in the physical buildings the way that they are right now. And I just have to say, a suggestion for the mental health piece, Playworks is amazing. And from what I understand, they shut down as soon as we were on lockdown. I would love for us to utilize that resource for social emotional learning. If we could get students, if there was some type of a hybrid plan, I want to see my babies. I became a teacher because I love children and I want to spend my day with children every day. If we could do the social emotional stuff with the hybrid method, that would be better. And my last thought, my last thing on the whole hybrid plan, it is offensive when somebody who has never sat in a classroom, never taught in their life, tells a bunch of teachers that this is just a heavy lift to teach online and in person at the same time. I taught 46 students for 4 months at the Frederick when my partner teacher quit on me in February, 46 students, and they all had an average SGP was above 60. That was a heavy lift. I'm telling you, online and in-person teaching at the same time is not possible, period. And I appreciate
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. Ms. Akaida?
Hi, thank you. So I want to start out by saying how grateful I am for the allies that I've heard tonight in the City Council and the BTU, parents, students, nurses, drivers, and of course, other teachers. My message is actually addressed to the superintendent and mayor, even though they're not here, but the sentiments I think are still important. So my name is Susan Ikeda. I am a 9-year teacher in the Boston Public Schools. I teach physics at Boston International High School in Dorchester, where 100% of our students are recent immigrants and are all English language learners. I myself am a midlife career changer into teaching. I chose to leave a 2-decade career in biotech in order to fulfill a calling to help people more directly, and it was the best decision of my life. I love what I do, and I love my students. As heartbroken as I am to not be with my students and to know that they are suffering in many ways from being away from school, it is even more important to me that they and their families remain safe. I want myself, my colleagues, my students, and our families to be safe, and it's not safe to bring us back in any way at this time. There are still no reliable treatments for the worst cases, and the low transmission rates that leaders are pointing to as reasons that we should open are due in part to schools being closed. I have already lost one former student to COVID-19, and I cannot abide having my school be part of even one more person getting sick and possibly dying. I also feel disrespected for wanting to keep myself and my students safe. I never thought that in Boston, the city that I love and that I've called home for more than 30 years, that in Boston, I'd have to fight just to have my basic right to be safe in my workplace respected by those who are leading my district, my city, and my state. Please honor the work that we do by allowing us to bring our teaching skill to our students from the safety of our homes, and let us focus on preparing for that work rather than fighting for our safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that testimony. And I'm certain that I know the mayor has folks on this evening, and we'll make sure the superintendent also receives a copy of testimony. Next, we have Ruby Reyes, and then Lauren Margarita will be next, and then Mr. McGuire. After that, if anyone that's in the waiting room on the attendee list would like to testify, please at this point raise your hand. But we will go to Alicia now. Alicia?
Hi. I just want to say just a few thoughts about the reopening and what the superintendent had referenced about looking at the science. Speaking as a science teacher for 18 years, I was also a career changer. I was a public health professional before that. And we need to be proactive in terms of how we're looking at data. The data that we're looking at now is giving us information from 2 weeks behind. Just as Councilor Arroyo mentioned, in the spring, in March, when we made a decision to be proactive and close school buildings, our numbers were lower than what they are today. And I really think that we should be really examining what's the real reason behind pushing for this current hopscotch hybrid model when we have an alternative, a viable alternative in the BTU model that is good and is taking into account all the mitigating all the different stakeholders and different communities of students that we have in front of us. I really do think that if we look at the way that the state has approached reopening, and we look at the fact that for buildings, the capacity guideline is that 25% of capacity of the building's capacity is what's considered safe, right? But those same guidelines say we're going to exclude school buildings in that. How is that safe? If it's not safe for other buildings, why is it safe for students and teachers? Why not have the same guidelines for school buildings? If we're taking a safe approach in reopening, as we are within the state for other thinking of capacity for the spread and controlling the spread. As a public health official, we know that the reason why the spread is been mitigated as much as it has in the state is because we've done, closed down schools. And once we reopen, we are introducing more vectors for the virus to spread. So we should be doing this very slowly, as BTU plan has suggested, in terms of thinking about capacity for those students who need to be in-person learning for 5 days a week, as parents have suggested before, and prioritize that, because that would allow for less students in a building. We already also know from Orchard Gardens right now has 900 students in a building. The Orchard Gardens building was built, it's a newer building, but that building's capacity when it was built is for 700. It has 900 people in it, students. So it's already over capacity. So even if you think about 25% of 700 versus 25% of 900, it's not gonna work. And the hopscotch model, that's 50% of those students going back into a building. That doesn't make sense. That's not safe.
Thank you very much, Alicia. I appreciate your testimony this evening. Next, we have Ruby and then Lauren.
Thank you. My name is Ruby Reyes. I'm the director of the Boston Education Justice Alliance. Since school buildings closed in March 2020, we've had 6 months to respond to the pandemic. BPS parents, students, educators, bus drivers, nurses, and principals have experienced a critical lack of communication, and decisions are being made based on doing the bare minimum compliance rather than doing what is in the best interest of our children. Beja has shared feedback with BPS leadership that includes community voices, complete with suggestions, concerns, creative solutions, all of which have not been included in the hybrid reopening plan shared on July 22nd and again on May 5th. There has been little to no changes in the plan since first presented. We know that many of our aging schools are not safe. Critical information, such as the list of 30, 33, possibly 35 schools with working ventilation systems, have not been shared after numerous requests. The protocols that would be used have not been shared. BPS communities need to know which school buildings are safe and which are not. BPS leadership needs to leverage community spaces that can be used in place of aging school buildings. I want to point out the decision made by the school committee and supported by Dr. Caselius to build on green space at the McCormick School, despite community and student support to keep the green space. This does not build trust in a time when we need green space and all hands on deck working on reopening. This is a disconnect between message and action. Each school community, like each Boston neighborhood, is so different and have very different levels of resources. Superintendent Caselius developed equity roundtables at each school, but failed to provide the supports to help them get to functioning levels. Our own community equity roundtable meetings on Fridays are randomly canceled. Some school communities have school site councils that are thriving, while others don't even know what it is. Regardless, a decision-making body made up of parents, students, educators, nurses, principals, and community groups needs to be set up at each school to be able to understand, manage, and develop thoughtful responses to the rapidly changing needs of the disease and the situation. BPS needs to provide for students who desperately need in-person services, such as students who are in special education, English language learners, students who have severely struggled with remote learning, grades K through 3, and homeless students. These services need to be provided in spaces that are safe, which can include schools, community spaces, and in homes. We do not trust BPS leadership to provide safe spaces. In terms of academics, BPS needs to hire a distance learning specialist to provide expertise and guidance to online learning and develop a plan to address learning loss. At this point, there needs to be additional teaching staff hired to address all of these academic buttressing needs, because teaching in person and online at the same time is ridiculous. BPS leadership is not understanding the severity of the situation and not actually listening, as is evident by many of our panelists tonight. The current hopscotch hybrid model will not work and will further exacerbate an already dire situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ruby. Next, we have Lauren, and then we have the McGuire family. Lauren?
Good evening, City Council's remaining panelists. My name is Lauren Margarita. My 3 children have all attended Boston Public Schools for more than 10 years. I have a recent BPS graduate and a rising 10th grader at Boston Latin Academy. And I've been a citywide parent council rep for the past 5 years. And I've actually changed my statement 3 times tonight. I got on at 5 o'clock to relieve Gloria West from the CPC. So based on what I've learned tonight from both the superintendent and from the councils, I've rearranged everything. I want to express my deep gratitude for the thoughtful and pointed questions from all of the councilors tonight. And I want to acknowledge the incredibly difficult decisions that the district faces around reopening. I am frustrated and incredulous that there are expectations from the federal government, the state, and our society that our schools can somehow protect children and educate them safely as they return to schools from a virus that is only 7 months old. It is truly unfortunate, though, that we have been talking about reopening BPS for months now, and we are still so very far from a solid and workable plan. Parents cannot make plans for their children and decisions about childcare with the district constantly updating their reopening plans. Just today on this call, we were presented with new information about PPE for teachers that was missing from the original draft plan. Why are they just now adding key details that were needed all along? The Citywide Parent Council, SPEDPAC, and DLAC are the 3 district recognized parent groups. We are tasked with advocating for our students and families, yet we are often left off of working groups, task forces, panels, and so on. The Citywide Parent Council strongly and publicly supported the appointment of Dr. Caselius for superintendent in 2018, and we want nothing more than for her to succeed in moving our district forward. However, the district has missed many opportunities this summer for a true and authentic engagement and collaboration with parents, teachers, and school support staff. Parents need more than ever for BPS to really start collaborating with parents as well as the BTU, school nurses, and bus drivers. And we need this now. Parents have been told for months that BPS is working with all of these organizations, and this is simply not true. I appreciate and agree with all of the statements made by the council so far, and I want to underscore the following questions and concerns, which still have not been addressed by the district. So I'm almost done. We've been hearing loud and clear from parents of special education students that remote learning does not work for their students. The draft reopening plan barely mentions students on IEPs. Why are these students not being prioritized in the plan? We have not been planning for why have we not been planning for remote learning from the time school ended in June? Why has the district not invested in robust curriculum materials that can be delivered both remotely and in person? Why are we investing in cameras for classrooms without fully vetting the privacy concerns of families and teachers? Instead of investing in cameras, why don't we instead invest in air purifiers with HEPA filters? Why are the concerns about air quality and ventilation in schools not being addressed, beyond telling us that every classroom will have a window that opens? What will happen come November when it's too cold to open the windows? This is woefully inadequate. And new today was the information from the superintendent about fogging school buildings. What on earth is fogging? And who will be in the classroom when all of the students take off their masks to eat breakfast and lunch? That is a huge concern for me. Is the hopscotch model intended for just K-8 schools or for all schools? And how will high school students take the MBTA? Will they still continue to take the MBTA? And if so, is the MBTA aware of this? And I can wrap up there. Please, City Council, BPS families need your help getting the district to the table with the teachers to finally create a workable plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. If you would like to submit the rest of, or that testimony, including those questions, that would be helpful.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Next I've got, I'm not sure which McGuire is going first, but are you sharing time or am I doubling time?
Just one.
Just Jill.
So I am a little bit concerned at the lack of information that's been shared about high schools. All of the district presentations to this point have heavily focused on K-8, which I understand, and I empathize with those younger parents with younger kids because it's a whole different ballgame. But we really know very little about what is going to happen to high schools. So as the young man stated earlier from Latin School, my kids ride a bus that is standing room only by the third stop of 20. What is the MBTA's plan to ensure that there are enough buses for these kids to get to school? If we don't know who's going in, they can't plan that. I'm going to be expected to make a decision about what I want to do with my kids before I know what my school is offering. I don't know what their remote learning plans are. I don't know how they're going to do the hybrid option. I don't know if both my kids will be going in on the same day or on different days. How can I make an informed decision about what's best for my family when I don't have the information? How can I be expected to make a decision in the next 2 weeks when I know absolutely nothing? And if these high schools are going to be making these decisions independently and have autonomy to come up with their own plans, who's overseeing the equity of those plans? Who's overseeing to make sure that a school with a particularly strong leader has a great plan and a school without a particularly strong leader doesn't? How is there any oversight to the process if there's this level of independence with no accountability? Anything else?
That's it all.
Thank you very much. Under 2 minutes as well. We have Maureen McDermott, and then last but not least, Mary Louise Pierce, unless somebody in the guest room or in the waiting room is going to raise their hands, but I have no more hands raised. We'll go to Maureen and then Mary.
Oh, thank you so much. I had signed up to testify. Shane had gotten in touch with me, but I was on the road listening all the way since 3 o'clock of the BTU town hall and then on here. And I'm not going to go and repeat things that have already been said. I do want to ask a few questions of Mayor Walsh and the superintendent, who is obviously, they're not here. But I think it's really important that people are aware that with this hopscotch plan teachers are expected to be in the building 5 days a week. So nobody, haven't heard that clarified, that teachers are in the building 5 days a week, including Wednesdays when the buildings are being cleaned. So teachers aren't ever really working remotely from home. And I wonder, how is that safe for teachers? So we have 50% of students in the building, but 100% of staff, including our custodians, our cafeteria workers, and all the other people that come in on a daily basis. The second question is, it was mentioned by the superintendent that teachers have options and that we can file for FMLA leave. FMLA leave is when you have a medical condition or someone in your family has a medical condition. Why do we have to apply for a leave to prevent us from getting sick? FMLA leave is for someone who is already sick or someone who has a family member who's already sick. That might happen if we end up going into school and being forced to either go on a ventilator or worse, give it to somebody. So, you know, I'm very concerned about the disrespect that teachers have been shown. And I just came on here to say that. I think that it's not only startling, but egregious. I'm a native Bostonian. I graduated from Boston Public Schools, Boston Latin. I went to Suffolk University, Northeastern University, UMass Boston. We're all highly educated. And I just find that the way we've been treated is totally unacceptable. And I want that on record, and I will be sending it in. I've already written to the mayor. I've spoken with his aide. I've written to Superintendent Casilius. And hopefully all of us who feel the same way or are against this hopscotch plan, maybe not as angry as I am tonight, will join the march tomorrow. It's going to be in our cars, not face to face. And the union will be providing the details this evening. So if they haven't already, like I said, I've been on the road, and that's why I'm not showing my face, because I'm just very tired. But thank you very much for running the meeting, and Councillor Mejia for staying this whole time, and Kaimani James, I heard you. Not only did I listen, but I heard you. And it was wonderful, the way that you spoke and the way that you advocated. And I'm just so proud and of you representing BPS students. Go for it. Be the class president. Okay, you're wonderful. And I miss my students so much. And I hope that you know that we all care about you and love you, and we think of you every day.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Maureen. I do want to also note that several colleagues are still on for the duration of public testimony. Councillor Bach and Councillor Janey are with us.
Thanks.
Very much. We'll have I'm sorry?
Councillor Arroyo too is on.
Oh, Councillor Arroyo, thank you. He's right there in front of me too.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. I heard that too, all of it. All the way home, I'm driving down 95 from Maine. And I was like, I looked down, I'm going 80 miles an hour.
Maureen, safe travels and be careful on the road. Mary Louise Paris is next, and then we'll have Nora Vincent, and then we do have video testimony following public testimony here. So if you are in the waiting room and would like to testify, you need to raise your hand in the next 2 minutes or so. Mary?
Oh, thank you. Can you guys hear me? Yes. Thank you so much to all the panelists who are still remaining. I'm a little frustrated that the superintendent had to leave before public comment, but I really appreciate that you're all still here listening to us. I wasn't planning on testifying tonight. I would have put on lipstick if I had known, but I am a Boston Public School parent, and my daughter is at the BTU. Remote learning, honestly, was a nightmare. My wife is an essential worker. She is a nurse, so she had to go to the hospital. She had to work at the hospital. I was working 9 to 5 at home. Literally on days that The homeschooling went well. I couldn't get any work done. Days that I got the work done, the homeschooling did not go well. It was a nightmare. That being said, listening to this tonight, I was completely appalled to hear that 4 bus drivers have died. And I didn't really see anybody address that. And this is what I really wanted the superintendent to hear. My mother died when I was young. It devastated my family. We never got over it. And we never really got together back. It destroyed my family. So if this plan contributes to community spread, you're going to be talking about something totally different with these kids. You're not going to be talking about learning loss. You're not even going to be talking about social emotional learning because they're going to be in a totally different place. You can't have teachers dying. You can't have staff dying. You can't have parents dying because for some reason we decided that we had to do this hopscotch thing. And I feel the need to point out that the hopscotch does not really help with childcare because you have to work, but most people have to work 9 to 5. It actually is even harder to manage because you have some kids going 2 days a week at one school, 2 days a week in another school. It's a little bit of a nightmare. I want you to know that I also heard earlier speakers talking about how difficult it was for the special needs kids and how they weren't getting services. But I also heard a lot of people say that we could really focus on getting those services in person for those kids. I believe that the schools could identify other students who are particularly vulnerable. And then if we could focus on that and have most of the kids at home, but just the most vulnerable ones going into school, I think that that's a more workable plan that keeps us safe. So like I said, I wasn't planning on testifying tonight, but when I heard how many bus drivers who have died and the fact that they have families, and I think you heard how many teachers who said that they have kids in this school. We just really have to put front and center the safety of the city. Because it's not just the safety of the teachers or the bus drivers or the students. Like this could contribute to community spread and then it's just going to be really devastating for us. Thank you very much for staying this whole time.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mary. Nora, last before video testimony. Welcome.
Hi, thanks to everyone who's still here. My name's Nora Vincent. I have 2 children at the Bates Elementary School in Roslindale. I'm also co-chair of the Family Council there. I'm speaking just as myself there here tonight, although lots of Bates families, along with all the other families in Boston, have lots of concerns, and especially thinking about the families in communities that have been hit the hardest by the COVID epidemic. Supporting the BTU and everyone who's working to think about radical solutions during this time. We need to be thinking outside the box, using the tools that we have. I won't repeat things that other folks have said, but I do. The facilities especially are such a concern, and I think that expecting Boston children, families, and teachers to expect anything other than what has always already happened with our facilities to happen in the future is like Charlie Brown and the football, right? Like the pattern is the same. The buildings have been in disrepair. The standards are very low, very consistently. Expecting something different in schools that already didn't have toilet paper and bathroom stall doors would be illogical of us. We should expect the same, and that's what we expect. The one other thing that I want to raise up that Laura and Margarita also said is about the privacy of children who are in the classroom. If I have a child who is sitting in the classroom and who has a crisis at school that the teacher is managing, I do not want that child in crisis being live streamed into everybody else's home. That is a phenomenal invasion of my family's privacy. And I will leave it there. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Nora. And Carrie, I don't have any other hands raised in the attendee room. So if we could go to those videos, that would be great. Thank you, Carrie.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Mulligan and I teach at Binka. While I love and miss my school community dearly, I'm here to advocate that our school year start off remotely for students and teachers, for us to delay students' first day back so we can adequately plan for distance learning, and to have us return to our buildings only when they are safe. Our quick turnaround this spring was haphazard. I'm asking us to show that we learned from that lesson and make the decision to start school with remote classes. If we wait until after the school year has started, the first positive test in our school community will make the decision for us, possibly even in the first week of school. In Boston, siblings from the same households attend different schools. One positive test in a class would have a ripple effect across the district. DESE informed us that Mass is not formally tracking COVID outbreaks in schools, and there's no formal reporting process for schools. Lack of accurate testing strategies should not mean we continue anyway. It means we should wait until we can and do track cases. Each school is a community made up of a wide social network. The middle of a pandemic is no time to step physically into the center and blindly offer its channels for the spread of a deadly virus. Our governor just rolled back the limit for outside gatherings to 50 people, and yet we're okay with inhabiting our schools with hundreds of people inside at a time? How is that safe or conscionable? A hybrid plan at this point is a danger for the community at large. Teachers will be vectors between rotating groups of students, and that's not even to mention the dangers we subject everyone to by pushing students to commute on the school and public transportation. My school is one of many schools in BPS that is not a safe building to inhabit with other people during this pandemic. Build BPS reports that our ventilation and heating systems have needed replacing for years. Solving ventilation problems by opening windows is not safe or sustainable. We will inevitably be returning to remote learning anyway when the cold weather comes. Why not plan well for it now? Lastly, I've heard the district speak about how equity is an important motivator to return to our school buildings, but I'd also like to point out that our communities of color in Boston, who make up 47% of our city, have experienced 75% of COVID cases in Boston and 66% of COVID-related deaths. We know that BPS students are mostly students of color. Ignoring this data is ignoring the value of their health and their lives and their families' health and lives. This is an issue of equity and racial justice. Thank you for your time.
Hey, Mary Claire, I appreciate you starting this thread and giving me the opportunity to talk about my feelings about the hopscotch plan and safety in the global pandemic. My name is Nancy O'Malley. I'm a resource room teacher at the Michael J. Perkins. I've been there for 13 years. That school's located in South Boston. And I feel as though the hybrid plan many times is put out there as a way to provide equity to students. And I wonder if we can't provide better equity through remote learning. The hybrid plan calls for students from 1 mile to 1.5 miles to lose their busing, so students potentially could be walking 1.5 miles. Students are encouraged to bring water bottles filled with water from home because the district can't provide water that they know has not been touched or so. I mean, that seems very inequitable right there to me. Also, how will students bring devices back and forth? And more importantly, teachers use like the first 6 weeks of school to build behaviors. That's every day in school. When kids come 2 days out of 7, it's going to be hard to build those behaviors that are more critical than ever. How will you make sure kids know what to do with their masks when you see them Monday, Tuesday, they go home, do different things, don't come see you again until Monday? Going to be extremely challenging when the behavior, could be the difference between life and death for folks. So again, I think also we're underselling the advantages of remote learning. It was a steep learning curve, but certainly there are ways that we could increase equity for families. For instance, perhaps schedules that meet a work schedule where kids can be engaged later at night when the parents are home in order to meet with you. And, remote learning affords that. Also remote learning in terms of working with small groups. If I would need to teach reading to someone from 6 feet away, that's going to be pretty tough. But kids who come to class, we have ways of communicating. We've developed lots of really strong models for moving kids forward. We are moving kids forward. The one thing that we needed was the time to build those routines. Thanks for listening.
Hello. Good afternoon. How are you? I am sharing my message regarding the reopening of Boston Public Schools. I don't see it possible being a safe reopening. We have a pandemic, a virus that does not have a vaccine. So it is not possible for so many individuals to be within the same vicinity and it be safe. I really care about our students and their families, and for our students to be subjected to individuals who may have the virus and bring it home, to parents who could be having underlying issues, is just not a smart thing to do. We need to save lives. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Antonetta Brownell, and I am a teacher at the Conley Elementary School. And I am not going to really be able to drive in the car caravan. This is pretty much the first family vacation I have had since I can't even remember, since before quarantine. I've been working all week, all summer with the BTU organizing staff and the negotiating team. And I just want to let you guys know that I think it's really important that you really look at the plan. The BPS plan does not have the children's interest in mind. It doesn't have the teacher's interest in mind. It really concerns me that we are taking children's life at risk. And I don't think it's appropriate. I think teachers all want to go back. We definitely want to have equity, but we want to make sure the environment is safe. So please give us that. It really scares me to death to think that I will be walking into a war zone. My children are students of BPS. I will not be sending them back in the hybrid model. I will keep them remote, and I will definitely be prepared myself to wear a mask and a shield and possibly scrubs all day long if I'm asked to go back to school. It's not going to look the same for the kids. I teach early childhood. It is not possible for those kids to stay on with a mask. It is not possible for them to be socially distant. Maybe thinking of some other alternatives, whether it's, having a school outside or making sure our ventilation system is better. But as of right now, as it stands, the BPS plan is not going to work, and we need a healthier and safe plan. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Claire Flores, and I'm a 5th and 6th grade educator at the Perkins, and I'm here to talk about my perspective on this reopening school buildings discussion. As we've learned from dramas and horror films, you should always listen to educators, health experts, scientists, and when you don't, things tend to go wrong. Well, it feels like the district is not heeding this warning, and I find that completely unacceptable. The people who are closest to the pain should be closest to the power, it said. So educators, nurses, guardians, families, and students have made themselves clear as the people closest to the pain, as the people possibly closest to the harm, that they want a remote start. That's made evident by the 96 comments at school committee meetings that largely were against the hopscotch model of reopening that the mayor has been proposing and pushing. Surveys such as the BTUs that stated that 75% of educators surveyed believe that starting remote is the best choice. And through actions like the nurses sit-in at City Hall when they brought their own chairs in memory of Shirley Chisholm, who said, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Well, that's what they did. We have made ourselves clear, but I will make myself clear once more. We know that opening up school buildings for in-person and even hybrid will increase the spread of COVID-19, costing even more lives. I do not support a plan that will knowingly put people in danger and unnecessary harm. I would rather be spending my summer planning for the teaching 6th grade, which I'm a 5th grade teacher for the last couple of years. This is new, and I want to spend my time learning that curriculum and crafting my lessons so thoughtfully. But instead, this summer, I have been organizing and protesting with my community to literally save lives. Accept the BTU's proposal for restarting school safely by having a remote start and allowing us planning time to figure out how to do this really well. And then a phased-in approach, prioritizing high-need students only when it's safe. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Kerry, for facilitating that, making sure that that happened. I'd love to, I think we're all done with public testimony, and I see no more hands in the participant box. So I'm gonna offer an opportunity for brief closing remarks, considering that it is 10:38 this evening. Councilor Arroyo, closing remarks?
I just want to say thank you first to you for chairing a really great hearing. I think this went almost 6 hours. And so I thought you did incredibly well. And so thank you, Madam Chair, on what you were able to pull off today. And then I just want to thank all of our guests. I see Mr. James is still with us, and all the folks who gave really insightful feedback on this. And I really do want folks to understand that I can speak for my colleagues, I think, fairly well on this too, that you are being heard. This is a really complicated all-around issue. I don't think there's lesser evils. There's no good plan. That's really where we're at. And I think as we move forward, it's really important that we look out for each other, that we really respect each other and understand that the goals that we have are similar. I think the ways we get there are different. And where the lines in the sand are for me, and I think for many that I've heard, is when it comes to safety and quality. And I think that's where the line's going to be for everybody, hopefully, as we move forward. So I just want to thank everybody for their participation and everybody for their thoughts. And I see that BTU President Jessica Tang is here too. And thank you for staying as well. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Councilor, oh, I've lost my list. I'll go to Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, final remarks?
Lord, yes. I want to echo Councilor Arroyo. First of all, Councilor Arroyo, thank you for hosting this and having the foresight to do this back in March, knowing where we were headed with all of this. So thank you for having the foresight to host this. And I would also like to thank Councilor Sabi George. Yes, 6 hours in, and you are still standing and looking fabulous. So thank you. And to President Tang and your whole posse that came out in full force, and all the parents and students and educators that participated in this hearing. This is what it looks like when we really recognize our power and how important our experiences are in informing the decisions that elected officials make every day. And I'm here for all of it. I can be here for another 5 hours. I know, I'm just joking. But nah, seriously, this was insightful. And I really do hope at the end of the day that the superintendent recognizes that playing hopscotch is like playing Russian roulette with people's lives. And these are not the moments to play games. These are the moments to really be innovative and have the political will to do just that. So looking forward to a real favorable report back. And I would like to see those PowerPoint slides shift slightly after hearing all of this tonight. So hopefully we'll come back to the drawing board with something else soon to react to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Councilor Bach, are you still with us?
Yes, Madam Chair, but I'll just say thank you so much to you for, as everyone said, convening a really important and necessary hearing and chairing it so capably, and to President Tang and everyone who testified. I've really appreciated being able to listen to you all. And a shout out to Kamani, who has been here for the whole thing, and also, as I have observed, like really actively listening and like reacting to what everybody's been saying. So just a big shout out to you and to all the educators who spoke with us tonight. And thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Bach. Council President Janey.
Thank you so much. So again, thank you to the makers, and thank you for chairing. Thank you to President Tang, all of the panelists, not just for being here at this hour, but for being here for our kids. It is clear to me, as many have already said, that the plans as presented need a lot of work, and we're certainly not ready in my mind to open. I remember just briefly reading a column in the Globe maybe just last week. I think it was Yvonne who wrote it, listen to teachers. And it's just clear from teachers here to parents to others who have been working with our children that we need to do some more work. So thank you for the opportunity and have a great night.
Thank you, Council Janey. And I'll echo the thanks and the gratefulness that my colleagues have shared, especially for Kamani. I am terribly excited for you, like I said earlier, about your time upcoming as the student member to the Boston Student Council. We've met a number of times and with the group a number of times, and some of my fondest memories as a high school student was as a member of BSAC. So just excited for you in the future that lies ahead. During this hearing, sort of the last public testimony part, my husband joined me to hear the rest of this hearing this evening and listen to the public testimony. And it is certainly about our kids. And for me, it's also about my children and my 4 boys that are students in the Boston Public Schools. And as we prepare for a return to school, whatever that looks like, as a parent, as a city councilor, as a former teacher, I have a great deal of anxiety. I have a great deal of fear. I have a great deal of worry about what the return to school looks like, about their health, about their classmates' health, about my former students. If I think about our kids, those are all of our kids. Any one of us that plays any sort of leadership role here in the city of Boston, whether elected by the public, elected by a membership, appointed by a school committee, we care about our kids. And one of the components to that, and where I stray slightly from my colleagues, is not in the worry and concern and making sure that we have safe and healthy learning environments. But I worry so much about the loss of learning that so many of our kids have already experienced. Regular ed kids, kids on IEPs, kids on 504s, which I have a student on a 504, whether it's the ELLs, whether it's our special ed kids, whether it's our SIFE kids, whether it's, we've got every single student that is in our care during the school day, wherever that school day happens to be. I worry about the learning loss that they've experienced so far and what they will experience in this coming school year, because there will be some sort of loss. There will be challenges to the school year. This is just the challenge of our generation, of their generation. And I worry very deeply about the long-term effects that losing this time has on them. And we may not see the repercussions of that loss for many, many years. It will impact college admissions, and it will. It will impact career readiness. It will impact life expectancy, both because we are talking about a health crisis when we think about this virus, but also the impact of education and one's ability to have sort of have a life experience that is so directly connected to their ability to have a rigorous academic experience, a full academic experience that includes the social and emotional piece, and an experience that includes the enrichments. When we think about athletics, when we think about music and art, which shouldn't be part of the enrichment, which should be part of that regular day. When we think about the loss that our kids have experienced by not sitting next to their classmates every single day. Yes, the new normal will change. Yes, the school year will be different, but we need to make sure that part of the calculus is those long-term effects on their life expectancy, on their ability for earnings for the rest of their lives. And for every 6 months, every 12 months, every potentially 2 years, because a vaccine is not guaranteed during this school year, our children will see a loss on the other end. So it's a tremendous burden for all of us, but by being here, we've chosen to participate in the decision-making. We've chosen to inform the decision-making. And I think over the course of tonight, I've learned a tremendous amount, and I've been in the weeds on this issue for the last 4 and 5 months. And I do believe that over the course of the next couple of days, certainly with the promise that the administration and the superintendent have made to meet with the teachers and with the teachers union, with President Tang specifically, that the plan that gets submitted will be a much better plan than it is today. And it has been my experience over the last 6 weeks or so to see a plan that has continued to improve. We heard this evening that the first day of school is looking more like September 21st from the superintendent. We'll learn more about that, I think, over the next 48 hours. But I implore all of you who aren't necessarily in the weeds on this every single day to be involved in this, especially over the next couple of weeks, because the decisions we make today, although they may change tomorrow because there still and will always be so many unpredictables, the decisions we make will directly impact all of our children. And I know you all believe. So there is a great deal of work that's left undone, and I appreciate everyone's attention tonight and staying here with us for so long, and look forward to continued discussions because this certainly isn't the last one. With that, I will adjourn this meeting and look forward to reading some of the testimony in greater detail that we'll receive after this meeting. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you.
Night.
How are you doing?
It's done.